Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, David. Happy birthday to you. You got that on film.
You did, we're on.
That was on? All right. Cupcake for
Good morning and welcome to the Calaveras County Board of Supervisors meeting June 12th. This is a continuation of yesterday's budget meeting on June 11th. We will begin by rising for the Pledge of Allegiance if you're able. Sheriff, will you lead us?
Pledge with me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. We'll dispense with announcements unless somebody has something they really absolutely have to say. And we'll move on.
You put it that way.
It's a welcoming introduction, wasn't it? Madam Clerk, do you want to set us up?
So today's item is from the Administrative Office to conduct the fiscal year 2019-20 recommended budget hearing, receive presentations on the recommended budget from the CAO and various department heads, and provide the CAO with direction for any requested changes to the recommended budget.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, we have been I talked to Al this morning about how we might be able to move through this in an efficient manner today. And with your consent, what we were discussing was going through tab by tab, using the CAO's recommendation as our baseline. And then if there are additions or subtractions, they'll keep track of it, and we'll keep a running total more or less as we go along. Obviously, this comes back to us in the final form at the end of the month. Does that work for everybody? Any objections to that? Okay. Al, you want to start taking us through, I guess, A for administration?
Well, maybe that was a bad idea to start with mine, I suppose. So, yes.
It was your idea.
That's true. I have mentioned I'm an extrovert, so when I'm speaking, I'm thinking at the time. So, all right, A for administration. Pretty simply put, in our particular budget, the only request we have in ours or any significant change over a status quo budget is we do have a limited term position in our office. It'd be the third fiscal year. I'm sorry, I'm not on here. Be the third fiscal year that we've had this. Coming into the new year would be the third fiscal year that we've had the limited term position. I understand the history behind the position and how it got started. But from a principled perspective, just sharing my own philosophy on limited terms, that by virtue of bringing them back on continuous fiscal years, they by virtue of that fact, they aren't limited term, at least in my own personal view. So our most significant change in our budget is only a request for a limited term being moved to a permanent position. Other than that, what you can see in our budget is relatively status quo. And with the exception of those things that were identified in our quote-unquote status quo, included any natural salary progression, negotiated agreements if they affected our offices, and then, of course, the FERS lump sum.
And the position modification is a net zero.
Which position is that on limited term?
It's the limited term administrative assistant 1-2 position.
Okay.
Is this is Monica or Tony's?
That's Monica.
Okay.
And other than that, I don't know if there's particular questions that we want to address.
Dennis?
Hey, good morning.
Read stickers.
Well, it says the salary and benefits are forecast to increase by 8.75%. Is there assurance that we will not be every year coming back to the board with a roughly 9% salary increase in your department? What assurances do we have?
The salary and benefits calculations are pulled through the system. Those aren't things that we've made adjustments into ourselves in our particular department. That which you see coming through in salary and benefits is applicable across all of the county positions. Those are being driven by any particular negotiated agreements, if they had effects on our office, natural salary progression, potentially even my position, my hire being built into the salary and benefits. So those aren't drivers that I particularly input from my department's perspective, if that makes sense.
I know it's going to become difficult for future boards to face a 9% year-over-year increase in salaries, and how they would be capable of responding to it and provide the financial backup to support it. So that's,
lay them off.
well, it might, and that's why I come down to is that at some point, if we're going to be running in that levels, are we going to be eventually talking about salary caps? Are we talking about layoffs like Tuolumne County? I mean, there will be a junction point here that somebody's going to have to face. So we have to be very careful and cautious as we look at these with our staffing levels, so we don't put ourselves beyond our capability in the longer term if the economy softens.
Absolutely, your points are well taken. I tried to touch on those at the end of my quick analysis of the budget yesterday. There are some recurring themes that if we aren't active about looking at enhancing existing revenue streams, generating new revenue streams, then we're going to have to be active on the expense side of the equation. And there's any variety of ways that we can look at addressing the expenses, but those are your point is well taken. But as I see them, those are countywide. Those aren't necessarily driven by just my particular office as budget. We're not adding in new positions or anything like that that's driving that. These are natural increases that are going to happen throughout the county, and we'll have to have a global approach to your very points.
Thank you. And moving to page 62 of the budget book, there's been a concern, and I know that I voiced this over the previous 2 years, and it has to do with resulting in near major system failures as a result of deferred maintenance. We're talking about eventually we're not going to be able to get R22 gas for our HVAC systems, and that I certainly would not support buying a bulk group of HVAC package units to fix the problem, so to speak, and then down the road we've got this entire bulk to have to replace. I'd rather that they be staged in, and we'd be looking at the most critical ones first, and be sure that we can get control of this before we literally run out of gas.
So this is a bit of an introduction to what I'll talk about in my 90-day assessment and the report on focusing on priorities. But one of my initial assessments in the 6 weeks I've been here is, and coming from my past life, we were pretty active about this, is that we have what's referred to, at least in education, and I think it maps over here as well, but that we have a total cost of ownership for all of our facilities, that we analyze on a building-by-building basis. What is it going to take to keep that building up to speed, not only in daily operations, but in all our important mechanical systems, of which usually HVAC is one of the first and most important issues. We do have aged roofs, mechanical systems, and all the systems that support our mechanicals, and it'll be one of my goals that I come back to ask you about, and hopefully you will, as you just did, ask for a plan, a year-to-year plan on how we're going to invest in the facilities, so that we keep them operable rather than be reactive to when an HVAC unit goes down. And I know some of that work has already started, so please don't infer by what I've said that I see it as a gap that we haven't done it to date. It's just we haven't got the total cost of ownership all the way to completion, and that's really something that you should expect. Because if we are reactive, we're paying sometimes triple as much to have a roof fixed or an HVAC unit fixed. So it's in my goals. It's something that I'll push out to you. Staff already knows about it. They're not hearing this for the first time from me today from the dais, but it's absolutely critical that we address that in our future budgets.
I can tell you I enjoyed emergency calls and weekend calls on HV.
They're money makers.
It's a money maker.
They can be a local economic driver, but it's at the expense of public dollars.
Something else, just because of the fire background, I walked the campus. You do realize that every fire extinguisher in the campus has not been checked.
I don't realize
signed
that
off.
until now, but it'll
Yeah.
be certainly something that
You
we...
could go to the one just outside the door here, and there's no, they have to be checked. And if we don't do it, there is an OSHA fine that's attached to that. So
Can
this
you
is,
discuss some of those things with him offline?
well, I just consider it is part of facilities, it is part of budget. Eastern San Joaquin on page 64, I don't know that the 4974 is going to be adequate for that particular section. And I know, Krista, you had a couple of slides
I do.
that you wanted to pull up on that. And I did hand off to County Council the agreement that they're trying to pull together for this, and this board is going to have to face not only the agreements that are coming up between now and January, but also the costs associated with that. So,
Which slide would you?
which one was it? Do you remember?
I think it was 22.
And 20. Go to 23.
While we're waiting for that, I just want to let you know we are experiencing difficulty with the video, and we're working on it right now, just so you know.
We haven't paid the remainder of our original agreement with Eastern San Joaquin. There was 2 years, and there was like $19,000 that was outstanding from that agreement for the development of the plan. But what we're talking about here is we're talking about what is it going to cost this board or this county to be involved in this after the plan, when the monitoring begins and when we need to be in compliance. And substantial compliance with any one piece of the Eastern San Joaquin will mean the entire basin will be out of compliance, and the state will step in, and they have some very onerous responses to our failures. So I just want us to be aware of that.
Krista, the initial page was 6 that Supervisor Mills wished to start on, page 6.
Okay.
And then it had some board requirements that you wanted to view, Supervisor Mills?
Yes.
Correct.
So this is to give us an idea of the timeline that's going to be required, and this is something we'll have to set up as an agenda item for later. But just to know that there will be expenses involved in making this particular slide happen for us. So the other one is 22, 23, so we can also see the financial impacts. Be the next page beyond that. So although there were grant monies involved in the establishment of the plan, they're going to be asking us to even look at a possibility of finding a funding source for our portion of it for the East Side GSA. And we'll need to discuss what that funding source is going to be. Are we going to be charging property owners within that portion of the basin, et cetera? So that's why I'm saying this 4974 might be way off in terms of what it could be for us. I just want us to be aware of
So are
that.
you recommending that we increase it?
Absolutely.
To what?
I would like to see this at least 25,000 for right now, and it might go to more along the lines of 50,000 initially before we get past that first year of monitoring.
Dennis, do you think it's best to try to set this aside now, or should
Yeah.
we do this out of contingency?
No.
Once we know what the total is?
Let's go out of contingencies when we know more of the total. Let's not anticipate this.
So don't put that in.
Don't put it in. I want the board to be aware of it
Okay.
so that we're not surprised when it comes down the pike.
We have some time until 2023, correct?
No, because monitoring actually will start in 2020.
Okay.
Well, let's just hold this idea in our heads.
Yeah, just hold it in our heads.
It's coming.
Okay. I noticed that economic development, is she here this morning? No. She didn't ask for a position.
Yeah, thank you for pointing that out. She actually put the salary in the financial system and made the correct request through the salary. Where the disconnect is in their text or their Word document that they submit. She didn't include 1 FTE, but the salary is actually in the budget. There wouldn't be any net effect for updating that form to say 1 FTE in that department. There's no add to the budget if she updates the Word document.
Right. it was a note. Professional and specialized services going to $37,241 again. We only spent, this is page 72. We had only spent $521 year-to-date this year, so is there an expectation that, what purpose do you think that you might be needing that much?
I'm sorry, give me the line again, please.
It was 5272
Page 72?
on page 72.
I can't speak to that myself, although we didn't make an adjustment there for the most part. And, I'm sorry.
I believe, off the top of my head, and trying to remember back to
I
when
won't
was
quote
looking
you.
at that, I believe that is left over from the census project. So there was the associated revenue that the board had approved that grant, what was it, the Census 2020? I think is what it was. So only a portion was expended and claimed this fiscal year, and then there's a rollover portion. There'll be expenditures and associated revenue coming in from that. I believe that's what that's for.
And I'm following up with Catherine as we speak too, to see if she can come over and speak to that if there's more questions.
But I think that was the primary piece of that. There wasn't much else that was going on there.
In the economic development
Yeah.
budget, that's correct.
Yeah.
On page 75, when we're talking about total revenue, there is a 17% increase over last year between department requested and CAO recommended. You're asking for more than the department?
Yes. So in this budget unit, this is our general revenue budget unit.
4721?
Yeah, so 4721 reflects two things. What was in the recommended budget is the $500,000 for our typical teeter transfer that's annually budgeted as a transfer into the general fund. In addition to that, we have the $3.49 million transfer that is being used to balance the deficit between our revenues and expenditures as the budget is currently contemplated. In the general fund summary, it's broken out from there, but that's the bulk of that difference. The remaining $45,000 that would have to circle back, it's escaping me at the moment.
So you're absorbing all of that into the admin budget?
Just as a functional matter, so it's not clear that we're certainly hoping not to have to draw on it whatsoever, but as an accounting matter, Rebecca, please correct me if I'm wrong, that's how the transfers would flow.
Yeah, and the 45,000, so what I did was went through those kind of special revenue funds that are sitting off to the side and reevaluated them. And there was a fund that's been sitting there for years that I think I've worked with 4 different CAOs now and multiple people to try to figure out where the money came from, what it was from, if there was any restrictions on it. And we have decided just to go ahead and pull it into the general fund and close that particular one. And it was I think it was $45,001. So it's just a one-time transfer into the general fund because I think in this, I think the money goes back to like 98, 99. So there just hasn't been an oversight on that particular dollar amount, and no one can figure out what it really stemmed from. Our financial system goes back to 99, so prior to that, I guess I could call Tom Tryon and see, I don't know. But, so we just thought, let's just put it to rest. So that's what that is. And, and then everything else really stems from those transfers coming in.
Becca, with us, Marina might know.
You might know
That's
too.
historical.
Do you remember some $45,001?
From 20 years ago?
Yeah.
Page 77, talking about professional specialized services at $712,000 versus we spent $93,659 this year. This is on page 77. Page 77, line 5271.
And I'm sorry, could you repeat the question? You're wondering why we...
Professional specialized services Are we expecting that because of some of the work that's going to be needing to be done in facilities that's going to require that additional amount?
Lonnie should have the answer.
Oh, here comes Bonnie.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the board, Bonnie Rich Administration. I apologize in advance. For some reason, I'm having a very difficult time today understanding you. Your question is about professional and specialized services in the facilities budget unit. $355,000 of that is for demolition of the old jail.
Okay.
That is not deemed a capital project at this point. It is not something the auditor's office will be able to enroll as a project. That's why you're seeing those costs in the facilities budget. That's a big chunk of that. The remainder are ongoing routine mowing, electrical, plumbing, maintenance work that we need to do to the facilities throughout the year. But a big portion of that is, the demo of the old jail.
Okay, because it's a substantial change in number from the $93,000 that we spent this year so far to bump it up to $712,000. $355 is part of it, but not all of it.
Correct.
Can I ask?
Sure.
Line item 5190, county facilities maintenance, you have $150,000 in that line item. I was assuming that was for maintenance, for facility maintenance, but you are also including some of the 712 on line 5271 as facility maintenance?
Facility, 5190 object code is primarily for the parts and the materials and the supplies that the division needs to perform those maintenance functions.
Okay, all right. Thank you.
Chair, that's all I have.
Anybody else? Mr. Stopper? Supervisor Kaufman?
Sorry.
All right. So, no additions or subtractions on the administrative budget, correct?
Yeah, I do have a comment. I noticed as I went through all of the budget here, I noticed that the administration budget was the only budget that the department requests and the CAO recommendations were unchanged. Whatever the department requested, you said okay to. So I just, unlike all the other departments where you
Yeah, well, that's a fair point. Quite honestly, when we went line by line, I didn't go line by line through every one of ours. As a matter of priority, I set for our staff some interest that I had in maintenance and those other things that we need to get done in facilities as an example, and some priorities. And as we were going line by line learning the budgets, I focused more on the others. I didn't mean to give a preference to administration in that way. But it's a fair point.
Maybe that would be time to ask a question about whether the page 85 contingencies, whether that one, page 85,
Page 85.
there's only one line item there. Is that going to be enough, or do you feel that that might be a little low?
So the numbers down from last year, clearly, in a substantial way. As I know CAO Alt has explained, and we're all well advised, the county has been functioning with a deficit for the past few years. We're still feeling that here. Unfortunately, in this current projection for the next fiscal year, we did need to reduce that contingency as opposed to, say, releasing general fund reserve, and that was the recommendation at this point, pending more information when the fiscal year end close comes to fruition and we actually know where our ending fund balance is. So while not ideal, we're certainly hopeful that that will be sufficient.
Do you think, maybe this is a question for the auditor, that this is going to drive some additional requests from your side to help backfill on requests?
I guess I'm trying to understand what your question is. So,
Well, the point is, if you don't have sufficient contingencies, you're going to need to come to the board to help backfill those additional requests. So you don't foresee that there's going to be a need?
there's lots of needs. The problem is we don't have the resources to fund them. We have $4.2 million of projected cash carry for June 30th. When the department requests first were rolled in, all put into OpenGov, we were for the general fund, the difference between the revenues and the expenditures was 8.2 million. Expenditures over revenue. So when you're 8.2 million and we only have projected 4.2 coming in to shore that up, we have a problem. So what administration did was, as best they could, try to take those department requests back down to as close to status quo as they could, with the understanding that the natural salary progressions and the things that had been negotiated, the PERS lump sum would be in there, and then being mindful of the priorities as CAO Alt had mentioned. You can make, the board can make the contingent whatever you want to be. The board kind of established a policy that we should be about 2%. 2% is of the general fund expenditures, I think is like 1.59 something. So it's 1.6, it's rounded up. Do I think that's sufficient? You don't know. But the flip side is, if you don't think that's sufficient, then we have to cut somewhere else, because there's no more money coming in from anywhere. We've accounted for every tax increase, every TOT increase, every sales tax increase, every property tax increase. If there was an increase on contracts for services that we would get revenue, we increased that. We looked for every piece of revenue that we possibly could. We looked through funds that there might be a balance, like the $45,000, and said, let's pull it in. Let's pull in any resources that we can possibly pull in. We've done all of that. So outside of there being some, and you hear me say this in prior board meetings, 4-leaf clover fall out of the sky where I get a deposit coming in that's unanticipated, and then all of a sudden everyone stops submitting things to my office for accounts payable to be paid between now and the end of the fiscal year. Great. But everything that I'm seeing is probably, we're going to be pretty close to what the projection was, which is about 4.2. Now, that could swing, because if we end up getting these unanticipated revenues or claims that we didn't think were going to come in this year and end up coming in, all you need is $500,000 on the revenue and $500,000 on the expenditure, and there's $1 million. That's still only 5.2. So no matter what, we're transferring in
3.5 approximately.
3.5 from teeter. And we've got 4.2 that we're projecting for cash carry. So it's not tying out. So it's, it's kind of, think of it as a pie. We can only cut it into so many pieces. It's still the same size of the pie. So whether the contingency should be higher, lower, general fund reserve should be higher or lower, whatever you want to do, it just means it's the same money. We can only spend the dollar once. So you're going to have to shift priorities and resources from somewhere else.
And that was the reason for this conversation, is the previous boards had set that 2% threshold, and I just had made a note here. I felt that number was too low.
So do you want us to?
I think we need to probably discuss whether or not we're going to accept that lower number and the risk associated with it, because there will be a risk, or whether, because this board's just going to have to decide whether they're willing to accept the risk.
And I think that's a good discussion point, but I think making any other adjustments towards increasing it or decreasing it is probably best to be held at final. When we've got final numbers, the assessor will have closed the roll by then, and we'll have a better picture of where we're entering.
Yeah, I'm not wanting to discuss it now. I think that even if we get past final and we go between final and September, we get a better look at it. But at some point, I think between final and September, this board still needs to have that discussion as an agenda item and set some type of policy.
Gary, you really interested?
Yeah, this page does not show how much we dipped into contingencies during the year. There's a blank on that line item. But I know that we were pretty extravagant. Even at midterm, we dipped into it to close to $600,000. And during the year, a couple times it was brought to us and we dipped into contingencies. So I'm guessing it was somewhere around $900,000, close to $900,000 just by memory, of what we dipped into contingencies last year. Going forward at 1.6, budget department heads need to know that we're at the minimum that we require through our policies, that if they're going to come to us for something out of contingencies, we're going to be very strict because we have to. It's not going to be like previous years, the last previous years, where we've dipped into it quite a bit. And we've done that in the past. We've been as low as 1.2 million, I think, in 2008, 2009.
One year, I recall at recommended, and I went home and shut a few chairs, I think it was $68,000.
Yeah, it might have been somewhere around that. Yeah,
it was
we have to remind ourselves of that, and everybody on campus and in all the departments, that we don't have it. It's going to be very critical if they come forward and we spend out of contingencies going forward this year. And that's to make up, and I agree with the CAO, Mr. Alt, that it's from the previous years. And I had a discussion with Tim last year's budget on that. And I think Rebecca and I had some conversations on it also.
Yes, and the reason we, the strategy behind having such a large contingent for 18-19, the reason we wanted over $3 million in that contingent is because we needed that money in order to budget for 19-20. Yeah. We knew that the budget was upside down when it was approved by $9.9 million. And that's not sustainable in any way, shape, or form. So we needed to basically pool as much money as we possibly could in that contingent. And I know Gary and I talked, and I didn't even think what was in there was sufficient. I wanted half of the cash carry put in that contingent. Because then we would be in a better position for 19-20, and then potentially we could roll into 2021 kind of as a soft landing. And in the meantime, and this goes back to me, broken record, working on revenue generation and expenditure reduction between that 2-year period, because it takes a really long time for us to increase fees or pass a new fee or do anything. So it wasn't going to happen really quickly. So if we had a very robust contingent, we would have a soft landing when we got to 2021. That's why we wanted such a large contingent for 18-19.
Rebecca, I really don't want this to be just a discussion during the budget. That's my point. And that this needs to be brought back as a separate item so that the board can focus on that and that alone and start to develop some type of a strategy that we can use going forward.
And I think that CAO and I have talked about that extensively, and that is something that we both acknowledge is very, very important and needs to be done. The budget isn't something that you guys pass and then we stick it on a shelf. We need to start working on it immediately to start coming up with some strategies.
Supervisor Mills, I think that when we do the 90-day assessment in July, that should be, that sort of kicks us into a more strategic moment. And to our controller's point, we have to work on budget year-round, and we all know that.
And we're not doing that.
And we're going to, new day.
Good.
All right, you guys want to move on to the airport? Anything else on administration? Mr. Alt?
What I can speak to on this is essentially this was status quo, for lack of a better term. We didn't make any significant additions here, mostly just a rollover from previous year.
Dennis?
Is her fueling station going to come out of an FAA grant, or how does she?
I'd have to follow up on that with her,
Okay,
quite
cool.
frankly. I'm not articulate on the airport at this point in time.
Okay.
I'm sorry, good morning again. Specifically a question about the FAA grant?
Is the new fueling station she's asking for going to be done out of her budget, or is there an FAA grant
The
for it?
airport is currently, has just recently, well, there's two things going on. There is the airport layout plan, which was supposed to be completed last fiscal year, and my understanding is going to be completed this year. We have to hire an outside consultant to assist in the airport layout plan, and the FAA requires that we keep that AOP updated every 10 years. Separate and apart from that, there are airport capital improvement projects, and the airport has currently submitted a pre-application to the FAA for which 90% of any CIP project that is approved by the FAA is funded by the FAA, 5% by the state, and 5% local match. We will be coming back to the board, hopefully sometime this summer, with authorization to proceed with the actual grant application. I can tell you in this fiscal year, if the board chooses to approve it, the general fund local match, we can absorb. I'm a little concerned about whether or not we will be able to absorb that in 2020. The airport is an enterprise fund and is self-sufficient. However, their fund balance at this point is not sufficient to cover what would be the 2021 fiscal year obligation for that, in addition to the consultant cost. So we have some more legwork to do, but we plan to come back before the board in the next few months to discuss that new FAA grant.
Okay, thank you, Bonnie.
Sorry. On line 4705, sales of aviation fuel. Last year in the budget was $100,000. This year you moved it up to twice that, to $200,000, but actual to date, she's only sold $11,647. And we're almost through the year.
We're talking about the fuel?
Yes.
Supervisor Toffanelli? So it's not ideal the way it's currently happening right now. We have a number of issues with the airport, but the way it works right now is the vendor that we purchased the fuel from, the airport manager will order the fuel, and as customers fly into the airport and use the fueling terminal to fuel up, those costs directly from the customer then offset the cost of the fuel that we purchased. So what we see in the financial management system isn't a really good picture of what actually happens. But because the fueling terminal and the fuel are being handled by the same vendor, it's kind of a wash behind the scenes.
Okay.
So
I don't understand why it's like that in the budget if that's the way it works, because the line item in the budget doesn't,
Right.
it's misleading.
So it is misleading.
Yeah.
So the problem is what you see in the budget, and this poses a problem for my office every single year, is in essence, it would be like if you went and I'm trying to think what's the best way to explain it. So if you went in to buy a piece of equipment, but you were going to make money off of the equipment, so you net it out. So it doesn't show that you paid $100 for the piece of equipment. It shows that you paid $5 because you ended up being able to rent the piece of equipment out for most of the year. So the net was it only ended up costing you $5 for the whole year. We can't actually financially account for that because we're required to to actually report the true value of the fuel and the true costs of the fuel. So we end up having to work with Kathy Zancanella every year to go through all of her records for the year to figure out what were the true purchases of fuel, what were the true sales of fuel, and what were the true expenditures related to the vendor, credit card fees, and whatever else. So we end up having to do that posting at the end of the year as opposed to it happening all throughout the year.
Okay.
It's a good time.
As long as the expenditures, I mean, the revenue doesn't reflect on her budget, and we're using that revenue to balance her budget. Otherwise, we'll have a deficit. I mean, if it's apples to apples and so forth, I just don't want to see the $200,000 over here in her budget as revenue, and it's offsetting anything that we're going to have to be going back into with the general fund to pay off, because we don't actually have that money.
Correct.
Yeah.
And yes, and what ended up happening for 18-19, we got the information so late from the airport last year that it didn't, or actually this is for 18-19. So 18-19, the $11,647,000, the reason that is what it is today is because we won't make that posting until sometime in July, early August.
Okay.
And so that's every year. And last year, we almost missed it because we got the information really, really late. So that would have really thrown you off, because 17-18 would have looked like $11,000 when in fact we would have had to do accounting magic to make that all work for the financial statements.
Okay, so when we come back in July, hopefully those numbers are posted, you have that information, we can post those.
Yes.
Because okay.
Yeah.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. So nothing left on the airport. CAO has requested that the assessor is not here, who's up next, and apparently she's on her way. He asked that we move ahead to the capital improvements projects. So we're going to skip ahead and then come back to the assessors next. That had to do with, well, you still want to go ahead with that? The assessor just walked in.
Whatever the pleasure of the board is, and she said,
Let's go to the assessor then. CAO?
all right. Leslie, you're on for this, if you'd like to walk through just the recommendations you've made in your budget.
I wasn't planning on making a presentation. My budget is pretty much status quo with the addition of a position being funded by the state grant. State grant is at risk. We were relatively unsuccessful in our attempts to recruit last year. We had a vacant position beginning July 1st. We had another vacant appraisal position beginning mid-September. We were finally able to hire one person in mid-April. Another person who we made a job offer to, their employer raised their salary so that they wouldn't take our job offer. We continue to recruit. We have not been able to perform the work required under the state grant. So I'm working with Department of Finance now to attempt to keep those monies and move them forward in time. I don't know how successful we'll be. I'm fairly optimistic at this point. I've also made other requests. The CAO chose not to recommend them. I'm not fighting, so if you have questions, feel free to ask
So
them.
there's no difference between the CAO, on this document, no difference between the CAO and the department request. Who wants to go first?
Well, there is a difference.
There is differences.
Okay. Supervisor Stopper?
Curious, the state grant position, that's for the appraiser 3 level. That's, and part of the reason we may not acquire the grant is?
We may not meet the requirements.
What are those requirements?
Of the grant. Part of the grant application was to estimate what that particular position would contribute in terms of increases in the assessment role. The reality is an appraiser 3 should be able to do income-producing property. We do not have anyone who can do income-producing property. I managed to get 4 appraisals done yesterday in spite of all of the interruptions and your ongoing hearings. That's not going to cut it. That's not going to show any progress as required by the grant. So it does not appear that we are going to be remotely successful getting an appraiser 3 in this county.
Income property would be commercial.
Commercial, industrial, large apartment complexes, things like that.
How many years are we behind on this?
I have set all of the 2014 events aside because we've already missed the deadline for the supplemental assessments for those.
So we're at the 4-year maximum is what you're saying already?
Exactly. So
We're
we have
beyond it.
2014, 15, 16, 17, and 18 that have not been done for commercial property, nor have any of those been reviewed to see if they should have been increased for decline in value analysis.
Is this significant towards our revenue?
Could be.
And
But
is
it's
it
not just,
significant
let
towards?
me stop you.
Okay.
You can ask that question, but let me add, we are also 2 to 2.5 years behind on single-family residential, and you've been told that over the years as well. And that could be significant.
Right. So that's on both ends. You're saying we're significantly behind. So irregardless, even if we don't get the grant, we're almost in need of a position for that so that we can actually start getting caught up. Would you suggest that?
I asked for a new position, and the CAO has recommended that position.
With the understanding that we aren't getting the grant.
I also have a vacant position that has not yet been filled because of difficulties with recruitment. I'm not going to play the recruitment retention game with you. I listened to an hour of it yesterday with the sheriff, as always. I listened to the district attorney. I really don't think you need to hear it over and over again. I simply want you to know that that is the issue that we're experiencing.
Thank you.
Where are we, where are we
Mike,
recruiting?
Rebecca.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Mike.
Go ahead.
Supervisor Toffenali, did you want to go next?
No, that's fine.
Supervisor Mills, your light was on for Supervisor Calaveras.
Yeah, I think that some of these questions have been answered. So I noticed there's a reclass of a position.
I'm asking to reclass an appraiser 3 position, which is vacant, to a senior appraiser. We're hopeful that with an additional salary and with the status of the title, we might attract someone who thinks it's special and wants to be here.
Do you think that that would affect the grant if you did that?
I think if I can get a senior appraiser who knows how to do commercial and is experienced, qualified, competent, can hit the ground running, then it will help us meet the requirements of the grant.
But the cadastral spec 1 underfill, do we have to look at that in a different way as the CAO to deal with that? Because that's been vacant for so long.
Actually, it hasn't been vacant for so long. It's been vacant for 3 days.
3 days.
We had a cadastral 3 position. We were unable to recruit at the cadastral 3. Do I need to explain that?
No, I remember that
good.
story.
So eventually what we did was we recruited at the cadastral 1. That's why it's called an underfill. And we funded training for that position. We were not able to completely train that position, and she got a job offer in another county department a few feet from our office and is making $7 an hour more than we pay.
Okay.
So when I talk about salary problems, I'm talking internal equity issues as well as external equity issues. Did you want me to slide over to your question, Supervisor Callaway, or?
Sure,
Please,
but I mean,
please,
I'll
go
start
ahead.
out with no, because that's our
That's what you
tradition.
always say to me.
That's because I always say that to you.
Uh-huh.
And I think Mr. Alt's addressed, we addressed the equity issue. It might have been on a one-to-one conversation, I can't remember. So I think the administrative office is, because your department's not the only one that has those issues. So just sidebar, I think that's going to be dealt with. And I don't know his plans, but y'all can talk about that on the side.
Okay.
On the positions
So
that-
I shouldn't ask when, because I'll get the answer soon.
No, you'll get the answer when he decides that he's going to do that.
All right.
But it's an issue he's cognizant of, let me put that, and that Judy is cognizant of. So I
I would
just
hope
want to
so.
take that off the table because we've heard that
I
several
want to
times.
clearly tell you, it is on my table, it is not coming off my table. I'm simply not arguing with you anymore.
With me?
Anybody.
Oh, gosh, too bad.
I know.
I love it.
I'm sure
what-
that you're just crying inside.
I am. So what? Yeah. Yes. So on the position, just for the appraiser for commercial, I mean, where do you go to look for a position like that? I mean, I
Well,
can't.
Let me talk to you first about how we have done recruitment and how we've sort of altered over the years. Initially, we recruited locally. And I have the best experience when I hire someone who actually lives in Calaveras County and who is qualified to do the job. So initially, our recruitments were newspaper advertisements in the Calaveras Enterprise and the Union Democrat. Of course, with the whole change to social media, we've expanded, of course, to Facebook, and HR is also pushing out on their website and doing a pretty good job. This year, I asked the recruiters to expand to local colleges, and I actually called out UOP, Chico State, Sac State, Fresno State, a number of local colleges. Additionally, I will send out emails to all members of assessors' offices in the state who are part of an email distribution list, hoping that maybe we might steal someone. And I am regularly in Sacramento, and I talk to appraisers at the State Board of Equalization. Of course, the board itself bemoans the fact that they are losing people to other counties, but they are losing people to Sacramento and Yolo because Sacramento and Yolo pay more than the state. We are losing people to San Joaquin, to Stanislaus, to Sacramento, and to Placer County. We are not losing them to your comparison counties. And when you look at what those counties pay, it is significantly more than what we pay. It's a heck of a lot easier if I were driving out of my driveway to turn left and go to Modesto or Stockton than to turn right and go to a different place. And so that's what we're finding happens.
It's not part of it. I was just curious on how you do, because it's very specialized.
It's very
work.
specialized. We pretty much know the pool of applicants that we've got. I made a presentation at the Appraisal Institute's Northern California Chapter Spring Conference in March, and of course during those types of events, I'm mingling and networking with fee appraisers, trying to see if anybody is interested in coming to work for government who might meet the qualifications to be certified as an appraiser for property tax purposes. So there's a lot of personal outreach, at least on my part. I can't speak for my staff. They've got enough to do during the day. And then, of course, I'm pushing a lot of suggestions to HR. I believe that I have evidence now that they're certainly listening. The last application review for an appraiser, one underfilled position, we did get a number of applicants who are fresh out of college. So I think that push at the college level is probably going to help us with entry level. I have a couple of appraisers who've indicated a desire to learn to appraise income-producing property, and so as soon as I can settle things down, get my brand-new appraiser trained, I'm going to pull them in for specialized training for that. If we're lucky, this is all part and parcel of succession planning within my department. If we're lucky, I can pull them along, and we can start to see about improving that skill set at my staff level. It's just a very difficult thing to do. We're pulled in so many directions for so many different things that when I yank someone from something that, and you were just asking Supervisor Stopper about how far behind we are, if I yank them out of a production assignment, and I say now you're in a training assignment. I know long-term it's for the best of the office, but we're going to see some hiccups along the way.
Going back to what Ben asked, can we contract some of that out to?
I have the capability to contract it out. It takes forever to get through the county's contracting system. It is also extremely difficult with the CalPERS requirements with retired annuitants. So I'd actually brought a retired annuitant in a couple of years ago who was qualified and actually knew Calaveras County, used to work for Calaveras County. Finding somebody who's geographically competent is relatively difficult. Calaveras is its own county, and it's not like going to an urban county where you can quickly learn the grid system and get around where you need to be. So Calaveras is a little more difficult. There also aren't that many people out there willing to do contract work who are certified to appraise for property tax purposes. They're certified to appraise for fee appraisals. And this is a different world.
Thank you.
Supervisor Mills?
Yeah, let me continue that point because I think I had it listed here as roll currency was the question, and I think that you answered that in talking with Supervisor Stopper. But this needs to be a focus because of the loss of revenues that we're experiencing as a result of the lack of currency of the rolls has a direct correlation to what we're talking about with our budget. Number two is that when we seek contract work, and I have history on this one, is that you also, then one of your staffers becomes a babysitter. And I'm not so certain that that's going to result in a good conclusion either. So be very careful about wanting to go out and go in that direction. I also noticed on page 104 and 105 of the budget book that your 2017-18 actuals are missing, completely missing.
Commend you on having no office expenses of last year,
Wow.
this current year.
So
too.
17-18, I went back.
I hesitate to say that's true because my staff keeps coming to work, and if there's one thing I know, they're not doing it for the smile on my face, they're doing it for the money in their checkbook.
Well, I was able to go back to the previous budget book and pull up the numbers for last year, but for this year's actual year-to-dates, I have nothing. So there's no way to correlate between what you've actually accomplished this year and the requested and recommended. So there's a disconnect here.
Krista, I can't answer that.
Yeah, we apologize. We had some data flow-through issues. I think CAO all explained the relationship between our financial management system, OpenGov, and Workiva. And there were some issues importing that data with respect to the historicals that clearly was not resolved in this budget unit, although and I think the auditor would agree with me here that we did confirm all of the totals, et cetera, throughout the budget book, so the numbers are good, but there were a few issues here and there that we were not able to resolve.
This isn't the only one.
No.
Well, if I could then just basically tell you how I pull my budget together, because I think it bears conversation, even though hopefully it's not that much different from what anybody else does. Admin pushes our employee costs into the system. I immediately sit down and calculate it myself, simply to be sure that any longevity bonuses, any projected step increases, or any changes in their benefits are reflected accurately in what they call the PCF and what we used to call the BEC. So I do an immediate reconciliation with that. I will say that this year, not last year, but this year, it was such a minimal difference that it didn't bear conversation. The next thing I do is I run year-to-date on my current year, and I look at a 2 or 3 year history of how we're doing on every line item. And then I consider where I need to make adjustments. So for example, this year, I know I'm going to have an infusion of new staff. They're going to be appraisers. They're going to require continuing education. And so my training and travel budget naturally increased as a result of that. So what I did was I sat down and contacted the State Board of Equalization, who provide classes, contacted others who might provide training opportunities for us, and attempted to determine what each of our trips might actually cost and build that into those line items. Where I am a little bit concerned is with postage. As you know, postage goes up. We don't have a lot of control over that. I'm also a little concerned with gas and oil expense. My gas and oil expense has actually been much lower than I've expected recently, but I think that when I fill the appraisal positions and I start having competition for the vehicles getting out in the field, I'm going to see gas and oil expense go up. I have 4 vehicles. 2 of them are at end of life. They're going to start costing us more. We're probably going to have to come back perhaps at mid-year and ask to purchase 2 vehicles. I do have a trust fund for that, Marita. And additionally, I'm just a little concerned about how some of our other of the larger costs are. So forms and printing tends to get a little bit higher with very little expectation. But for the most part, if you look at our line items, they are running fairly consistent. I have a regular schedule for turning over computers. I do 1/3 of the office every year. It seems to be about the time that we start having computer problems, so the timing is good every 3 years. I know what my licensing agreements are for software, and so all of that is built into those individual line items.
Maybe the question isn't for you, but more for the CAO, is what's the cost to turn over a computer?
Per computer?
I'm talking off the top of my head. Stan has done a projection and provided it to the departments as well, but I think it's about $1,200 per unit.
Per unit. That's something that I think the board needs to just be aware that there is it's not just put a computer somewhere, there is a cost associated with it.
And I haven't seen the detailed report, but you heard me speak to total cost of ownership, to facilities. The same maps over to our technology as well. I know Stan has worked on that. The department heads probably know better than I. He's pushed out a schedule to the department heads, and you'll see there are some places where the increase in their technology budget was as a result of Stan and his department pushing that out as a need. But it really is something that we should look at again in our ongoing processes, that those are the types of things that if we don't fund in the budget up front, along with contingencies and reserves, then we end up never getting them. And it's along the same lines of the discussion of the patrol vehicles as well. It's really hard to pay for those things up front when we have all these needs, but at the end of the day, if we don't pay for them up front, we pay for them in arrears and usually pay more.
Correct. Thank you.
And on those computer costs, I'll just tell you, I beat his costs every year because I usually do not replace monitors on that cycle. Monitors tend to last a good deal longer. This year, however, I replaced every monitor in the office. We started having cascading failures, and so now I expect that I will probably beat his costs for a couple of years.
And lastly, this will be on page 103, I think it's going to be up to the board to decide where to budget the increases, whether it's going to come from teeter, general fund, where it's going to come from. So the board will have to make that decision.
Which increases?
I only see the appraiser 3.
That's coming 2/3 out of the state grant, 1/3 out of the general fund, and you've already adopted a resolution saying you would do that. Additionally,
Assuming that we get the state grant, I mean, we could approve anything, but if we don't get the state grant, then it's not going to work.
I have it at this point for 3 years. I just have to keep them on an even keel because we're not meeting the standard. The state grant would also help pay against the capital improvement project that the CAO is not recommending. And so, you know, the HR director is not happy with me, but I'm not going to spend county money twice. I will not be bringing in workstations for anyone new. They're going to sit at tables outside my office until we're able to figure out how to do that capital improvement project.
Okay.
Do you have anything?
Any more questions, or are we going to move on?
No, I have a couple things. What do we need to get? Is that grant money one-time money?
It's 3 years.
It's not recurring, right?
It's 3 years, one time.
3 years?
The last grant program, there have been 4 grant programs. The second grant program actually got me hired. The third grant program was...
Is that grant over with?
It's been gone for years, Marita. You made me permanent years ago. You can cry crocodile tears, I'm not going. The third grant program was a pilot program where 8 counties across the state competed for the money. This is the 4th iteration of this grant program. It was made available to all 58 counties, but there was a maximum put on it by the governor. I think that what we're seeing for most of the counties is they opted to go for technological improvements. I opted to go for staff and technology. So part of the grant money is going toward a scanning project so that we can get our paper files electronic. One of the things I've told at least board members like Supervisor Garamendi and Supervisor Mills is the one thing that keeps me awake at night is if a fire hits our building, we will lose the foundation of the assessment roll. So part of the state grant is to scan all of our files so that we have electronic copies. That's why you see an increase in our rental, by the way, on that line item, is because we still have to hold those paper files for a few years, even after they've been scanned. But I do expect that grant to go for this 3 years, even though my colleagues are telling me they're having the same problem I'm having. Department of Finance is working with us. I expect that once we start to show improvement, Department of Finance will continue to see this as a positive partnership with county assessors. And we're hopeful, at least at the California Assessors Association level, that we will be able to maintain a good working relationship with Department of Finance and try to get the state to help the counties fund our departments, because as you know, they're a partner in that property tax revenue. The money they don't have to backfill to schools is money that's coming from property tax dollars. So.
Absolutely, especially with the commercials and so on.
Exactly.
Those are absolutely school dollars that could benefit the schools, and more so Calaveras Unified, the state's backfilling that, but
Is
if you go...
Calaveras Unified? Well,
But on the Bret Hart side, they're actually getting more than what they need for backfill, so that would exponentially help out Bret Hart, would it not?
Bret Hart and Vallecito are what
Did
they
you
call
say
basic
that?
aid school districts, so they actually benefit more from a rising assessment roll than Calaveras.
Yes.
The state benefits with the assessment roll increases as it relates to Calaveras and their Prop 98 backfills.
In listening to your explanation, it's almost like a catch-22, because you're asking for more money so that you can put people in the positions to get the job you want done, but you're one of our biggest revenue generators, the biggest revenue generator for the county for the most part when it comes to the general fund, and our hands are tied without that money coming in already. So where are we at? How can...
Well, I think the board knows that I'm fairly conservative with my approach to budgeting. I don't ask for a lot of people. During our budget meeting with the CAO and the auditor, I was asked why I haven't asked for an assistant assessor, and the reason is I'm pretty conservative with the approach I take. I need my appraisers and my assessment staff filled, trained before I start looking at some of the management positions that we need. Now, granted, that position being vacant causes some obstacles as well, because that's been our tech support, if you will. But the fact is, what I've asked for, the CAO has been kind enough to recommend. I'm happy with that staffing level. I'm not happy with the capital improvement project. This is what it is. My problem is not right now what the budget recommendation is. My problem is getting people to take the job and stay here.
Understood.
There's
Thank
no
you.
other questions?
My question, I guess, would be directed to CAO or maybe even Judy. Reading the narrative that's presented to us, she's request for a reclassification of appraiser 3 to a senior appraiser. The appraiser 3 position is currently vacant, and I'm looking at her budget under salaries and wages. I'm assuming we've carried that money during the year since it's just vacant. Yet when I'm looking at what you're proposing, if we're already carrying that, you're adding another $91,000 for senior appraiser, when it should just be the difference, not the full 91,000. If we've been carrying that, and you have an increase in their salary and wages from 929 to 945, so I don't see it separated out of there and brought down here. So I don't know what the difference in the cost is. And then she's asking to reclassify Assessment Technician 3-4 to a new series titled Assessment Analysis 1-2, which I don't see any costs associated, whether you've agreed to that or it's on your list. So I don't know what those costs are. I'm assuming the full $91,000 is not, because we've been carrying, and she's the Assessor 3, and she just wants to upgrade it. That's what the narrative is saying to me, so I don't, that's why I'm asking for
apologize if I
clarification.
wrote it in a way that's confusing Supervisor Toffenelli. I am asking for one new position.
You're asking for one new
One new
position.
position, and that cost is reflected there. I'm also asking for reclassifying an existing position to the senior, and that increment is added to the cost of the one new position. Partially offsetting those costs is the state grant. And I think Krista can probably point it out to you faster, but it's in the line that says transfer from designated fund 4721. Part of the offset on that position is the state grant, and that's the transfer from designated fund.
I wanted to,
So we are reflecting the increment increase from the appraiser 3 to the senior plus the new position. Wouldn't have been fair to ask Judy to know how I pulled that
that
budget
wasn't
piece
clear on
together.
the narrative, I just wanted
I
to clarify that.
apologize for not being clear enough.
All right, okay,
Might
thanks.
I suggest, at least on behalf of myself, but I think all department heads, if you've got this kind of level of detailed question, give us a call. We'll be happy to go over it with you.
One last thing.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
So we got this 4721 transfer from the designated fund in here, and we don't know if we're getting that money yet.
Part
So
of
that's potentially, I mean,
We do know, I do have an agreement, I have a signed contract with the Department of Finance, and I have your board's resolution from last summer agreeing to fund your portion. Okay, so we do know. What I want you to know is we are at risk of having to potentially pay it back if we're not able to recruit people to do the work.
okay.
We may not have expended it all, so we may have money sitting in my trust fund to help pay it back, but we are at some risk.
Okay, understood. That's,
Okay.
I
Again, I'm
understand
sorry
that.
if I'm writing this or saying this in a confusing way. I understand that it can get confusing.
Okay. I have one last thing, and I would never presume to tell you your job, Madam Assessor, but if there is a method, and I don't know how this whole works, but if there's a method where an outside firm or something, and it could catch us up, and it was in function of us coming up with $100,000 to earn $1 million, I can speak only for myself, but that'd be something I'd be very interested in. Because if we get caught up, then you don't have to keep playing this seesaw game. We could just have what we have and move forward. So if you ever have a proposal on that, I'd be
Tell
very
you what,
interested.
if you get 2 more votes that come in my office and say we're behind that, I'll
Well-
start actively looking, but without 3 votes, I'm not looking for a way to spend money.
I don't think anybody up here would be hesitant to help you catch up. So, because that's going to increase all of our revenues.
Yeah, I'm seeing nodding heads. I don't know if the camera's catching it. I'm going to clip this part of the film and see how it...
Chair, do you want to poll that? You want to poll
Hey,
on
if
that?
you need a poll, we will, but whatever it takes to get you caught up so we could generate revenue, I'm assuming, speaking for myself, it would be a priority.
Thank you.
Because that's money we need. And it'll also help you in your recruitment, because you won't need people, hire people to catch up. We'll have
Correct.
enough to manage where we're at.
I
Correct.
concur.
Thank you.
I do too.
And so
There you
do
go.
I.
And it's verbal.
Rita? No, I know I'm rude.
Hey, 4-1's a win on this board. Okay, we'll keep moving forward. Auditor Controller, let's, are there any, since we're not doing presentations, we'll stick to questions. Questions from the board on this budget item?
If I could, before you
Al?
present some questions, I wish in our process I would have been a little bit cleaner in terms of pulling out. In the narrative, the auditor controller had initially asked for a position, but as we progressed through, and she gave you a detailed analysis of where we are, And as she was working through her own request in the context of a larger budget, she voluntarily pulled out the position. Our narratives have already been set and they come to print, but it should be noted that she requested herself that I not recommend that position, and had we had an opportunity to withdraw it in a more formal way, we would have done that. So, well, that was in our dialogue, though. I didn't recommend it.
Yeah,
but
it was
she
in our,
came-
I'm not saying I don't need it. I'm saying we are at risk for not meeting a mandate, for sure. That potentially does cause us bond rating issues. It causes problems if we wanted to go out and borrow. There's only so much that my staff can do and I can do, and a new mandate is on the table that we're going to be required to follow, and I'm not entirely sure if I'm going to be able to do that. This position was basically going to facilitate that. The problem is the hiring of that position. It would be a new classification for the county. It's the same classification that Tuolumne County uses for this level of work. But the compensation for that position would then basically push against my assistant, which then pushes against me, and it causes a compaction issue throughout my entire office and upper management. But I'm also cognizant of the fact that we are not in a good position right now. So my conversation with CAO Alt was, I'm willing to table this for the moment, but in essence, me personally, am going to have to figure out how I can get this work done. It won't fall on anyone else in my office. It's going to be me if I can get it done. And that's not a good position for the county long term, because if I get hit by a bus tomorrow, find a new job, win the lotto, don't run again, someone runs against me and I lose, I'm the one who is doing this, as opposed to actually having a succession plan in my office for long-term mandates that actually need to be done by the county. So I said I'm prepared to go ahead and withdraw it at this point, because we are not in a good position with the general fund. And I can acknowledge that, and I can appreciate that, and we will just try to MacGyver this thing together to try to make it work for a temporary solution. But from a long-term perspective, it is something that is absolutely needed, and there are direct mandates behind this position. So it's not dead. It's not that I was asking for something that's not necessary or not needed or not mandated. It's just, I think this is the wrong time to add additional positions unless they have a funding source or you're prepared to make some pretty difficult decisions long-term with funding them. So, maybe having a further discussion at final budget, or having the discussion and a plan between now and the next budget cycle. It's definitely something that has to happen, but I'm also cognizant of where we're at the moment. But you just have to know, if I can't get the work done, there's consequences to it.
I know it's a very difficult question. We go back to recruiting, but even if the board agreed to, even though it's not being recommended, you're saying, and your explanation for your need for it, I understand. I think we've had this conversation before. Recruiting-wise, even if we had the position open and it fully weighs $103,438, I'm not sure during the year, could we fill that position? Is there somebody actively out there as a senior?
There is no one at the county right now.
Yeah.
So we would have to go external for it. The compensation would have to be set in par with what Tuolumne County is paying theirs. The higher level positions that have these type of requirements on them are more difficult to fill, for sure. but not doing anything because we're fearful it's never going to fill isn't the best option either. It's a position, that Tuolumne County has been successful in recruiting and successful in retaining. We're just right across the pond from them. So I don't think it's an impossibility, but we don't have people like that falling out of the sky. And I can't really think of anyone here locally that I would say absolutely they could fill that position. And even with that, there would definitely be training that would have to come from me to at least get someone who has the capacity for this level and then do training with them internally to get them where they need to go. But yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, we're less than 20% into this budget. Supervisor Mills, what do you got?
5631, your capital improvement project, it was scheduled for last year, and hopefully we'll be able to get started on that this year, so that's a carryover.
Yep.
Admin is probably the one to be best suited to handle the RFP on this thing, or how it's going to go forward. I hope that you don't spend the time in your office with your staff, considering the level of work that's going to be required. Something kind of jumps out at me on page 116. Line 5310 and line 5628 for budget and recommendeds are identical numbers. Those always kind of stick out when I see the same number in two different lines. 5310.
Are you, which budget unit you're on?
TOT, Rebecca.
Page 116.
County contributions.
Okay.
Calaveras Visitors Bureau.
Visitors Bureau 5310
Yep.
is identical to 5628.
Yep. Because you're giving the CVB a quarter of the TOT and you're giving the fire districts a quarter of the TOT.
Okay. It's just, when in numbers, you always look for those things that look to be the same. And we've already got the explanation on the transfers out for roads. You and I talked about that yesterday.
Yep.
And the $1 million difference on the next page, on page 117 in net cost, roughly, and it's broken out from lines 5730, 3137, and 44. Basically, when you combine those together, that would comprise that difference.
Which budget unit are you looking at?
Page 117, in net costs, the difference is nearly $1 million between requested and recommended.
Oh, yeah.
Contributions.
So that's county contribution. So again, that has to do with the TOT increases, the SB1 MOE match for the roads. We pay for the surveyor and the MS4 to Public Works as well. And what else? And our revenue is grossly tracking down for all court collections. So it's way down for county contributions. So county contributions is the collecting budget for all of the court collections that either stay with the county or help offset the county's maintenance of effort to the state for court funding. And we have seen a historical decline on court collections, and we're seeing it kind of reach the point of really being low. Low to the point that we're looking that we may not, normally what would happen is we would collect all of our base fines for the whole year, and in August, when we, I guess it's August, might be July, when we finally get all of our June collections reconciled with the courts, we would look at what our maintenance of effort is that is legislatively set. And then anything that's in excess of those, that maintenance of effort that we would have paid of base fines, whatever's left over, we split 50-50 with the state. And depending on what the court collections are, it could be 50,000, it could be 10,000, it just depends on what the court collections are. This year, we won't even meet the maintenance of effort, so we will not have anything to split with the state. That's the first time that that's ever happened in my entire tenure here. So we are seeing a huge reduction in court collections. The problem is those court collections that stay with the county are a funding source for our overall general fund operations because they're discretionary for most part.
Appreciate your explanation.
Other questions from the board? Additions or deletions? Thank you very much. In talking with the CAO, our building official, and I know there are questions on that, is meeting with the fire chiefs right now. So if we're going to skip that one right now and move ahead to CIP set, Jeff can be here to answer questions.
And he is aware that there are questions. He came in and let me know that he, once he was done with the fire chiefs, he'd respond over. Moving on to capital improvement projects, I introduced this in the presentation yesterday. Really the way I would describe it in simple terms is I ask us to stand pat on those projects that you've approved in the prior year and expect us to perform on those projects and get those moved through before we consider new projects. The assessor mentioned that her project wasn't put forward, it was a new request, and that's one of the ones that I pushed off. And so the list here that's reflected on
135.
page 135, sorry, age is getting to me here, I needed my glasses. That's what we're putting forward. If there's any specific questions about those projects, then Bonnie's here as well to answer questions on those.
Specific questions?
Isn't this what you and Gary are also on this committee?
Part of it. Part of it, but not all of it. Supervisor Stopper, do you want to start?
Well, I'd like you and Gary to update us on these projects.
We should have the CAO do it. It's, we're still starting up our process.
I will say this, there's a possibility that we can give you an update by the end of the month, by the 28th June. I think Patrick is involved in some things that we need to get update with the jail as far as progressing to have that torn down, and then some of the other projects as far as completing it off. But I think I had a discussion with Bonnie in the hallway earlier today about that. So I think once we get some of that information and Patrick gets caught up here, we can have a quick meeting and then bring an update to the board sometime at the end of June, the 28th meeting or whatever.
My expectations with Bonnie and Patrick have been clear. We're all on the same page with this. We expect on the priority projects that we have particularly with the jail, have a high-level project plan that shows the important milestones, and we'll present that to you at the next ad hoc meeting. With respect to the rest of the projects, we'll have a phased-in plan on when our anticipated start and completion is, and that'll be available for presentation. So you can fairly ask questions as to where we are. You'll know the status of whether we've started when we expected to and whether we're going to finish when we expect to, but that's a fair expectation. We certainly will meet that.
I would like to add that, the Public Works office remodel, the $30,000, I crossed that back with the Public Works budget, and that's non-general fund dollars that are in there, and it's already budgeted, so by including that, it's not going to change the bottom line on the budget, and since they've already got the money set aside for that, and it's not going to adjust the budget, I would like to include that back in.
Well, I mean, I thought you and Gary were going to be working with the CAO on making sure where these projects are and that they're moving along.
You are
And
correct.
that's-
One of the things that we ran into is, this is our second CAO, and he came straight into the budget 5-6 weeks ago.
That's correct, and him getting adjusted and getting online with department heads and giving him time to get settled in, plus jump right into the budget, we felt we'd give him some time, and
We're more than willing to beat him up on it, but he has a pretty good excuse.
so we will have a meeting. I had a conversation with Bonnie in the hallway today about this topic, and she informed me that Patrick is doing some work and coming, and so we can have a meeting probably within the next 2 weeks, and we can advise the board on all of these projects near the end of this month.
Agreed.
So you're recommending
But I
we
would like,
skip this?
no, I would recommend, I would like to ask the board if they'd be willing to, because it's not changing the bottom line, include the Public Works office remodel.
We'd have to sign a number to it.
But would direct staff to take care of that.
You want to poll the board for it?
Yeah.
No,
So,
wait,
sorry.
I mean,
Right up.
but the issue that I thought, and you and Gary, is making sure the projects are moving and that you would say these are the priorities based on whatever the board decided last year or the year before. So, I mean, it's not that I have a problem with this, but I look at all these and I just want to make sure the two of you are saying, yes, this is a priority project that we want done and we can get it done. I mean, that's kind of why we defer to the ad hoc, so we wouldn't be as a board micromanaging all this.
And I must be for Gary, but part of things were jammed up and not happening. So I think a large part of the ad hoc was to figure out how to unjam things and get them going forward. We don't have all the information. We have not gone over this list and set priorities. If we did, we'd bring it to the board. So as it stands, this is what we've got today.
So are you and Gary recommending that we approve the
The ad
30
hoc,
cents?
the ad hoc committee is not making a regular, we haven't sat down as a committee, so I think we're all sitting up here as supervisors on this.
And you're only
Gary?
speaking,
Again, Marita, it was kind of put on hold because of a change in
no,
CAOs.
I
And so
understand.
we haven't met, and I'd say in at least 6-7 weeks, we haven't met.
No, I understand that.
But yeah,
Well, maybe a few, yeah.
It was
Brief, it was a brief.
I understand that. Jack's asking us to approve this. I mean, it was the prior boards who made decisions, and I'm supporting that. I mean, I'm supportive of that. I just am saying we're adding this in. Is that something that the CAO or Bonnie or Patrick can all say can be accomplished this year? And that becomes your priority? Or is he saying it's recommended deferral because in the scheme of things, it can't be accomplished?
that's a
Or
question for
that.
CAO.
I'll make my recommendation a little more clear. These are the projects that we are recommending that be authorized. The next step in that I would ask you, and I'll commit to, that we will put a plan for these projects together and how we'll fit them in the year along with our priorities. And if all of these projects can't be completed in the fiscal year that we're in based on the plan that we put forward and the dependencies we have, we'll make that clear for you early on in the process. And Bonnie and Patrick and I have all discussed this in different ways. So we're committed to bringing a phased-in approach to this. And if at the end of the day there are projects that we prioritize differently than what you may expect, the ad hoc committee will be able to help us rearrange the priorities, or they'll be able to see the timelines on where they start and where they should end. And we could go from there after we see that. But right now, these are the existing projects that we think can be accommodated if we stay focused on them.
Okay, that's clear.
You don't look like it's clear.
Everybody wants to talk. Supervisor Stopper, would you like to start?
Yes, sir. I would be fine as long as that's already a designated fund that doesn't take from the general fund, but it would come down to priorities and how those were put together. Absolutely, which we'll be working on in July. Just looking at the bottom line here on total expenses and appropriations. Last year you had an approved budget of $6,050,000 approximately, and total expenses was $968,530 year to date. So a lot of that money is carryover from prior. Some of it's like the DA's office that didn't get work on and so on. But on the second to final line, the department or the The department request is 2.8 million, or 2,850,000, and then the recommended 5.2 million approximately. Where's that gap come in, and why is there a recommended different than the?
Are you looking at the actual Schedule 9 Supervisor Stopper on what page?
138, bottom line.
Okay, in the,
Not that it matters.
The natives in the back are getting less.
I think that hold on just one moment. Because I show, when I summarize, the department requested is 5.3 million, and what the CAO is recommending is 4.2. So I don't know
She's
if we
going
have a
off this-
data issue in OpenGov.
Oh.
Not this sheet. If you look at, you have all these parking lot that weren't requested here, but they're showing over here.
Okay.
That's where the difference is.
It didn't transfer over.
Yeah, it didn't transfer over. See, blank
So
lines,
that-
jail
that's
facility
where-
cameras,
that's where I got lost.
they're listed here.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Never mind.
Got it.
And I do have a question on that. And I'm looking at page 135, which is the outline
Supervisor?
of the projects. And the one I'm looking at is...
Supervisor Tofinelli, could you hang on, because I got multiple conversations coming to my ears from both
I'm
sides.
sorry, I'm on page 135, and I'm on line item number 5673, the DA new facility. And we had an amount requested of $2 million, and the CAO recommendation is cutting that in half to $1 million. And I'm not sure if that's just, the $1 million is just for the removal of the jail and the plans and the project management of that, and not the actual construction portion.
So part of this we talked about yesterday too. This was originally in the department budget request as well, so we moved it over to CIP. The original request was $2 million, and that would be additional money. I think that our district attorney spoke to that yesterday, that if we want to do a capital project, that her understanding has been that you continue to put money towards that, and that was one of our requests. In this particular case, so I'll let Bonnie speak to the specifics as to where we ended up and recommended.
Yeah, the 1 million is a carryover from prior year, I believe, and it's based on funds available within the judicial construction fund. So the $1 million is not inclusive of demoing the old jail, which is on that side. Is more in lines with developing the plan, specs, and engineering that needs to be done to get the new facility plans put in place.
Okay.
So if we need to increase those funds, we're not going to get all of that done. I mean, we are, but clearly not within the $1 million or $2 million. So the intent was to set aside the $1 million to get the big things done that we need to get done to get those plans together for Barbara's new building.
And we based the $1 million estimate for the plans and for the engineering to come out with a set of construction plans to go out for an RFP with. And on what do we base the $1 million on? Is that just a guesstimate, or just we'll set $1 million aside for that? What if it ends up being 1.7 million to get to that point? I don't know where we base that. Things should be based on an estimate that we've got to put a plan together for that.
Absolutely agreed. And if we discover that we need additional funds, we clearly will have to come back to the board and ask for that. I don't have an estimate. It was based on funds that I was told were available.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Okay, all right, thank you.
The questions? Supervisor Mills.
Thank you. I compared this CIP list to last year's, and I found that there were 10 projects that were removed. I can give you the project numbers, but I also noticed that there are 4 projects that are added. So that led me to some confusion of the statement of we're just going to work on the ones that we had from last year and try to finish those up when we have the shuffle that's happened between last year and this year. I have the budget book for last year in the trunk of my car. I can go get it. But I've got the numbers for each one of those projects that were removed, if you'd like to look at them. You had something to say.
I'm sorry.
My
I
apology.
shifted off the building and
That's all right.
coming up here.
I think
Let's let her finish.
Barbara wanted to comment on it.
I apologize, Madam District Attorney.
Yeah, I just wanted to comment on the amount. I did address it very briefly yesterday. The $1 million figure is based on the estimate of what is in that particular fund that's been there for years and years, and I believe the auditor or controller explained yesterday that there is interest being earned on that that's going into the general fund and has been going into the general fund. So we know that the $1 million is there, and it's been there, and it's just sitting there waiting for use for a new building. When we had discussions at the budget training earlier this year, it seemed like I had to put something in that line to keep it at the forefront, or so that it would be budgeted for this year, and maybe that's what happened last year because we didn't put anything in the budget for it. It was kind of an unknown. And I'm not in construction. I have no idea how much these things cost. But I am kind of guessing that $1 million is not enough to get through the whole process. So I just put $2 million. I just put it in there as a placeholder. That's where that figure came from.
Okay, thank you.
Supervisor Mills, would you be all right? I've got several requests to take a break before we come back to your question.
No, that's great. That's great.
Let's take a 10-minute break. Thank you. I apologize. Welcome back. Supervisor Mills, you had the floor and for questions.
Yes.
Before we get into that, if I may, Supervisor Mills, real quickly, the question about why is the department requested number much lower than the CAO recommended, Krista reminded me, and I apologize, I know this, department requested was not fully entered into OpenGov at the same time Department Land submitted theirs. In fact, we did not include all of those because I had to wait to build those budgets until I had an opportunity to sit down with the new CAO to discuss what we were and were not going to put into that budget. So the data doesn't exist in the Schedule 9 because it wasn't entered by the time, at the same time all departments were required to put in their budget. So that accounts for the difference in the numbers. But the schedule is really reflective of what departments have requested and what the CAO has recommended. Now, having said that, yes, there is some truth to the fact that we are asking the board not to authorize new projects so that we can complete the projects that we've had on the books and those that the board has deemed a priority. Having said that, that is not a completely truthful statement. There are projects that are carryover from last year. There are a couple of new projects, and there are projects that we are deferring. Then there, in the narrative, you should also be able to see that there were a number of projects that were just completed. So there is a combination of those. So to say that we're just focusing on what we have on the books and doing nothing else is not a completely truthful statement. That is our intent. However, and while I cannot speak to the specifics, 2 big projects that the CAO is recommending as the board knows, information technology is also a facility infrastructure capital improvement project. And there are two that IT has requested, and if the board is interested in hearing more about those, I believe our IT director, Stan, is here, so he can speak to those. I also want to point out that there is an entry on here. It is for the 1920 budget. It is project account number 5643, clerk recorder remodel, $66,200. That is for actual systems, furniture, cubicles, and that is already actually in the clerk recorder's budget, and that line item will be removed. So that is a teeter funded project that is specific to equipment and that is being purchased for the clerk recorder and does not qualify as a capital improvement project. So that particular line item will be removed. There's data cabling and networking associated with that project that we already have budgeted in CIP and or facilities, depending on the value of those contracts. So I wanted to call that to the board's attention. And then if there are any other specific questions about the projects.
No, I think you pretty well answered it. Is I just was having a disconnect between what we had listed for last year and what is on here this year without an explanation of what was completed, what was deferred, et cetera. But I had already written down the word duplicate on 5643, so that one was figured out. No, there's four that are added here to this year, and I understand that they're critical. So I have no objection to them. I just was trying to understand why there was a difference between that last year and this year based upon the narrative. So thank you for your explanation.
Thank you. If there are no further questions, I'd like to poll the board if they'd be willing to include the Public Works office remodel. Since it's not general fund and it's already in their budget, it shouldn't shift any numbers. Put that on the list. Get done this year.
It's in their budget, excuse me. It's in their budget using what funds?
I think they're road funds or reimbursement funds, but they're not general funds.
They're not teeter or anything? Okay. I'm a yes.
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 I again go back to, it isn't the money in this case. It is the list of projects. Are we saying if this, it's being recommended it be deferred because they can't get everything done. So if we're saying we want that to be a higher priority project, what is it we're saying that they're going to have to not do?
Well, I don't think we have the information to determine if this is a zero-sum game we're playing.
Then why are we saying we're going to add it on the list of honeydews?
Because if it doesn't get on the list, it's not going to get done this year at all.
I guess, Jack, I don't know. I mean, I can't support it unless staff is saying, yes, we can get it done. And
Can I recommend that we come back at
Actually, we've already
mid-June?
got a poll that we've already moved forward on. We have 4 votes.
so I'm asking you, though, is what are you, out of respect to staff, what is it you're going to tell them they have to push it out of the way?
We don't
we
know.
keep adding, that's right, that's why you and Gary are supposed to help determine what you think
Well,
the priorities.
now that we've got the CAO on board and we've got a budget, we'll be able to help do that. All right, is there anything additional additions or subtractions on this? Let's go ahead with the clerk, recorder, and elections. Are there questions to the budget on this item?
CEO Alta talked about moving the Board of Supervisors under admin and the clerk staying with the clerk recorder.
I'm
Am
sorry,
I
is
correct
a question?
with that?
Have I spoken about that?
No, is that something we're doing here, where we're keeping the clerk recorder, or the clerk to the board, under the clerk recorder's office?
I'm not sure the question. Are you asking if I'm suggesting a reorganization of who
Yes.
reports to whom? I haven't contemplated that at all or made any recommendations on any reorganizations at this point.
Okay, because I have on page 140, the narrative of clerk of the board related expenses were moved. Rebecca, can you explain that?
So at this point, I'm responsible for the board's budget and the county clerk's budget. So what I did to clean it up, half of what Diane's salary gets paid out of county clerk, and half of items related to her position get paid out of county clerk, and the other half get paid out of board of supervisors. For the ease of budgeting, I moved anything that was related to clerk of the board into county clerk, because that's really where it should be, and then left budget that was related to the board of supervisors in the board of supervisors budget. So I didn't have half of the clerk of the board coming out of one budget unit and the other half of the clerk of the board coming out of another. So anything related to clerk of the board is now coming out of county clerk versus part of it coming out of board of supervisors. So I think what I saw was it was maybe $20,000 difference of items we are still paying for the clerk of the board out of the board of supervisors.
That's the direction I was seeing too.
Okay.
And so that's why I have the note here.
Yeah.
Because I just needed to get it explained because it was a little confusing as to where the money was going to go. Thank you.
Any questions, Supervisor Wilson? No. Supervisor Toffenali?
No.
So if there's no further questions on the county clerk and elections, we'll move on to the next item. Corner Public Administrator. Becky's running for the door.
I'll note out of the gate here that, that this budget request will be reduced by $100,000 in professional and specialized services. So there is a net ask of about $27,000.
Let's see if there are any questions from the board. Supervisor Mills?
I know I spoke with Mr. Raggio and he was comfortable with his budget as it was presented. However, there seems to be a $100,000 difference on page 160 with net cost. And the $100,000 entered in error removed, supposed to be removed. Are we going to be removing that from the CAO's recommended numbers?
Yes, that's contemplated now at this point on our
So that's $100,000 more that we'll have in the budget that we didn't know we had?
Indeed.
Because we're spending less than $100,000 less?
Correct.
All right, let's put an asterisk and a sticky
Yeah,
note.
we just found one, didn't we?
Thank you, Dennis.
Okay.
We'll spend it.
It's there.
So now we have
Right up top.
1.6 and some change in contingency.
Okay.
I say that facetiously, but my caution to that is while it's $100,000, we also had the discussion about contingency, and so, you know, it may be available to spend, or it's also available for consideration in contingency or some other areas.
I was just joking.
I would be very cautious with the coroner's budget only because of the number of times that he has come back at mid-year, and we've had substantial...
Historically, he
yeah.
comes here
So I just
during
want
the
to...
year and asks for more money
And
because of the
that's my-
autopsies that go out and outside outsourced.
And that was exactly my point with suggesting that we don't maybe allocate that to any new requests, but put that in contingency, because that's typically where it's come from when the coroner comes back here.
I would like to be sure that that is board direction, because it wouldn't take very many cases for him to blow that up. So I just want to be sure that we don't look at that as a cash savings. That's all I have.
Very well. No additions or subtractions to the coroner budget. We will move on to the county council's budget. This is the only one Gary's got stickies all over.
Is she leaving the room now?
Questions from the board on the county council's budget?
Start with Supervisor Toffenali.
Supervisor Toffenali, do you want to start?
We're adding an attorney.
I suppose I better
Do you have a request to add an attorney?
Yes, I'm asking that the limited term position, deputy position in the office that's been there for 3 years, 2 years of which was by a funding source of the cannabis regulatory program, and then 1 year it was funded through the general fund, that now that it's been 3 years and it has been funded by the general fund in this last year, this position has been a huge support to a variety of departments. And for equity, for lack of a better way of saying it, I'm asking that this position be converted to a permanent position now, as limited term positions are not entitled to step increases or seniority, longevity for their time during their limited tenure. I think that with 3 years under the belt of the limited term deputy, that at this point I'm asking that the position be converted to a permanent position. Okay, hopefully that answers your question.
It did. Thank you.
Supervisor Stopper?
I would like to make a suggestion on that position and poll the board if they're willing to support me. That equity issue is something definitely needed to be considered, so I would like to consider possibly for the time being, and considering how we're moving forward with cannabis to see where we're going, that I would like to hold that position in the way it has been for the last 3 to 4 years, but move it to the amount that you have it here. What level is that that you have it at in here that for that type of work?
What I'm asking for is that it be converted to a permanent position as a deputy county council 3. 3. Is
that person currently a deputy county council too?
2, and that's why I'm asking, because the step increases have not been provided. For. That is the request, is that it be funded at the deputy 3 position.
I would put my request forward as that would be funded in the same way, but separate from a permanent position at this time, so that we can consider how we're going to move forward with certain things in the future, and we have a position open to work on that specifically, if that's so the will of the board for a poll right now.
All right, poll is keeping the position as a limited term pending, the outcomes of cannabis and other projects, see whether we're going to need this or not and whether we can afford it.
Yeah, and just another thing, a lot of our conversation and direction with the CEO's recommended budget is to deal with possible revenue coming in, and this could possibly work towards a more revenue generating in the future, and we could come with a final decision on it. We may decide by September that this may be more of a valuable position in county council later, but for right now I would like to pull to keep it separate so that we have avenues open.
And I did, before you take the poll, I did want to at least put this out there for the board to consider, is that this position has handled over 18 writs on behalf of the county, and has currently over 15 collection cases pending. And so with collections, obviously that is a revenue generation for the county. So that is one avenue for revenue, not revenue generation for my department, but revenue generation for the county that this position directly is tied to.
Not fully taken it from you yet, Megan.
I know. I have to advocate for my position.
We have a poll before the board. Supervisor Callaway?
I can't support that. I understand what Ben's saying, but I'd like to respect what a department head, we've done it already today, taking positions from a limited term to permanent. And the issue he's talking about is an issue, and that's going to be up to county council, the CAO and the board to work on. If the if county council thinks this position in terms of being appropriate, they've been here, as I'm hearing, for 3 years, and we've not been able to do anything to give any, whatever those conditions are under a limited term, make it a permanent position. And when we get cannabis regulation and cannabis income, then that's a different story and that county council will have to provide services to meet that need. I don't think we should be saying whether it should be moved from a limited term to a permanent position. So I understand the concept. I can't support the recommendation.
Supervisor Mills?
I can't either. I think that the department head really needs to have that decision capability.
Supervisor Toffenali?
Well, if he becomes permanent, does he not get isolated over, does he get to come into the rest of your office?
He will physically be staying in the office that he is because that is the space
He
we
is
have.
kind of isolated by himself. I understand what Ben is saying, and I'm not sure going forward what happens with the cannabis issue, whether that's going to be a difference on him, where the funds are going to come from to pay for his position. I understand what Ben's saying, but I'll go with what the department head and the CAO are recommending.
And I'm going to support Ben on this. I'm really hesitant about hiring additional professional staff and making that a permanent position, especially when we're going into kind of unknown waters. So, Ben, your poll fails.
Right.
That's a vote that I'm going to have to remember.
There you go. Okay, other questions on county council's budget?
Yes. On page 165, we're talking about PERS employer at 163 versus CO recommended at 81.
Yeah, that was
Is
a
there some
clerical
mistake?
error. That was a mistake on my office's part where we inputted numbers and the system inputted numbers, so it's the recommended, or the requested is double. The recommended from the CAO are the correct numbers.
You know, I also wrote that same thing down for line 5056. I wrote X2 with a question mark, so the same thing there?
So it's all of
All of the lines
correct.
are doubled, okay? And you mentioned that the A87s are significantly lower. Is there a reason for that, or is there something that we need to anticipate in the future?
A87, well, any revenue from in my department is kind of an unknown because we are not generally revenue generating. Because A87, we're working in 2 years arrears, there are impacts because 2 years ago we were significantly working on cannabis, and we were also heavily working on a variety of other issues and departments that are not A87 departments. And so that is a huge factor in why the A87 was decreased.
Well, maybe this leads to a larger question than for the auditor, is that are the A87 costs, revenues going to be dropping here trending over the next couple of years, or what is the
No,
expectation?
it really just depends. And so you'll see swings specifically in administration, and you'll see them in county council, and you'll see them in IT. And the reason is, like county council, absolutely without question. 2 years ago, what were they working on? And it wasn't just cannabis regulatory. They were having to deal with helping assist code compliance. Well, those costs would not be necessarily on the backs of the regulatory piece, but they would actually be on the enforcement side, which then falls into a judgment or a lien on the property, and maybe 5 years from now we'll get it, or maybe we'll never get it, right? Also, you have to think we had the PG&E settlement. That was a huge amount of time. We had issues in other departments that don't pay A87. So generally, general fund departments don't pay A87. So if county council, administration, my office, IT, HR, get in a year where we're inundated with doing work for special districts, general fund departments, or activities where we can't recoup the costs, you will see it 2 years later, and you'll see a massive decline in the A87 revenue, because we can't pass those costs off, to Kristen, as much as we'd love to. We can't do that, because that would be a violation of the program. So those things are always important to be mindful, to say, yes, board, we're prepared to work on this project or this program, but just remember, there's no funding for it. So if we're taking expenditures, and in our case, it's really staff time, and utilizing it on these particular activities and projects, we're going to get it in 2 years later. I kind of call it the death spiral, because then what historically would happen is we would all have reductions in revenue, and then the board would say, well, you need to shrink your budget to make up for that shortfall, and then the more you shrink your budget, the less revenue you get in the 87. So we've kind of moved away from that, because we've tried to advocate for ourselves. Yes, our revenue is down, but here's why, so don't penalize me, because we were doing work that needed to happen. It was mandated by the board, or there was a new program that was established by the board that we had to deal with, but there is not a dedicated funding source to offset that.
I just wanted us to be aware of the impact that the 87 has on longer term, and that if we're seeing a trending, that the board needs to be aware of that as they're working in future budget years, so that they know what's coming from 2 years ago.
So, for instance, what I can kind of foresee in my crystal ball is, let's say administration is able to actually get all of these capital projects going, right? And so that's going to be a real resource burden. Guess what? They're not going to be able to charge.
Right.
2 years from now. So
There, she needs your ball.
that's where you'll see it. So it just really depends if you have huge capital events, if you have, disasters that are occurring. There is a limitation on recouping those costs. My office, also we see it as well, because a lot of my time is being spent on, it was either being spent on cannabis or is being spent on one of the declared disasters. And so I tried to cut myself away from the rest of my staff on what they were doing, so it wouldn't impact us as much. But my salary did not we weren't able to recoup a lot of my salary.
Thank you for your explanation. Let's go back to council. On page 166, professional and specialized services, it was budgeted last year $673,000, and again this year, but we didn't spend a whole lot in actual year to date. Is there something coming down the pike that might require that you're building in here?
In the past, what we had done, we had multiple line items in past years, and I believe it was last year or the year before where we consolidated all of them into this one line item. That's why it's a lot bigger than what in prior years, because they had been previously split into multiple line items. And there are, with this line item, this is where we draw for any outside council assistance that we may need. And so there are, we can speculate. We never know what the county may be hit with. We try to use it as sparingly as possible. And we also try to keep things in-house when we feel that it's appropriate to keep things in-house rather than outsourcing. Because anytime we can keep a matter in-house, it's a cost savings to the county rather than outsourcing. This is the amount that we have. Certainly, any kind of cuts that the board may look to, this is the only area within my budget that I could potentially see because of the unknown. Certainly, if we are hit with something and it depletes this line item, I would be back to the board asking for more at mid-year. With the general plan is going to be coming before the board. Those are things that are unknown for outside assistance, to assist planning, to assist with defending various actions of the board, and just day-to-day operations with, any assistance my office may need.
I just would consider that there might be an option here of maybe even a couple $100,000 on the initial for the final, and then mid-year that we can take another look at it based upon what your needs are, because at mid-year you're going to know better what those projections are going to be. So I would like to see a couple $100,000 out of this based upon the spending patterns that have occurred not just even to the 2017-18, but the 2016-17, which I have again in the car. I don't see the spending patterns necessary to support that high a number.
And I think that there is some line item in planning budget for general fund for legal assistance.
There is.
In there as well.
Yeah, there is.
So it may not be as much. Do you want to put that in the function of a poll?
Yes, I do.
You want
I would like the poll to reduce this on the final budget by $200,000 with the understanding that at mid-year that it may be subject to a revision based upon need, but right now we're not seeing the need.
Okay, we have a poll. Supervisor Calaveras?
Ask the CAO. Mr. Alt, what is your thoughts on this?
Well, first is clarification, reduce it to 200 or
No,
reduce it to
by 200,000.
473.
473. I would restate what I did on the coroner side of things as well, is if there's a reduction here, we put it in contingency, recognizing these are both needs. Potentially even the same for the DA request yesterday for expert witnesses as well, so that we're prepared and we can be expeditious for addressing requests.
I would concur.
And I just wanted to clarify, I know that there was a comment about, there was a line item about the general plan and planning. I know Peter and I do work we work together as far as outside counsel is concerned. Generally, the front end kind of pre-adoption assistance of outside counsel, we work with the planning, and anything that is defending an action generally comes out of my department.
Okay. We have a poll before the board. Supervisor Callaway?
Again, Megan, what are your thoughts? It's like, yeah, it's just we're paper shuffling.
It is. I mean, this number has been increased in past years, and that was largely due to the Butte fire and the necessity that we had for outside counsel as it related to the Butte fire. Now that is behind us. We had previously needed that in anticipation for potentially litigation as it related to cannabis. We have handled a lot of the cannabis litigation in-house. There have been a few situations where we've needed to outsource things, but again, that is a situation where we've kept a lot in-house, and that's why that line item hasn't been utilized as much as we could have. With cannabis potential regulation coming back, this is going to be a situation where, again, either keeping things in or outsourcing. So to the extent that we can handle any case that comes in-house, particularly with the one position becoming permanent, we will. A lot of it is unknown. I would ask that it remain what is requested, but this would be the one area, if the board needs to cut somewhere in my department, that would be the only place that I would be obviously I'm going to argue against it, but if that is where the board is going to, that would be the only place that I feel that I could reasonably continue to operate, knowing that at some point, if we get hit with something, I may be back asking for more. And as long as the board recognizes that and knows that that might be an option.
I don't think the issue is your budget. I think it's the total budget that we're looking at. And I think Dennis is just saying, where can we grab some money? And with the understanding, if you have to come back, or the DA has to come back, or Mr. Banner has to come back, that's just the way it is. We do the best we can at this point, so I'd support Dennis's recommendation.
Supervisor Stopper?
Yes.
Supervisor Toffenali?
Yes.
All right, and I am a yes as well, considering we now have a new full-time attorney, and it should reduce his expenses considerably. Is there anything else on the district attorney?
Yes.
Excuse me, county council, sorry.
County Council. Page 165, line item 5449. This is PERS. She requested $163,686 last year to date. Expenditures was $126,433. We just added a new employee full-time, and yet CAO's recommendation is well below what we expended this year at only $81,000.
My request was a typo. It was a system error or error.
But even the actual year-to-date, because even the previous year was 114.
If I may. So this was the year in which we administration worked with the auditor's office to break out the fraction of the unfunded liability from the overall PERS line that we had used last year, 5049, in which they'd been essentially commingled. So what you're seeing here and in each budget unit with salaries and benefits would be so if you take 5048 and 5049, add them together, and then subtract what was budgeted or year-to-date for a prior year, then you'll get the delta.
Okay, thank you.
Other questions on the County Council's budget? Seeing none, we will move on. That is good. We'll move on to District Attorney. District Attorney made a presentation, but are there other questions, or are we good to move forward?
I thought we talked to her yesterday.
We did. We did. But we didn't go through, we didn't say, are we good with this?
I'm good with it.
Supervisor Mills, you had some questions?
No, I'm good with it.
As it stands. Supervisor Toffenali?
Well, are we, given her presentation yesterday in the sheriff's, are we going to come back and revisit at the end of going through all these line items, the request by department heads? Because her budget has the $32,000 that she is requesting plus the $2,000 and $2,000. So we're going to revisit.
No, I think we do that now. I think
You
let's
want
do
to
that now
go
while
through
we're
her
going
request
through
now? Okay. So then
we'll see at the end how our math works. But I think that otherwise we'll be flipping back and forth and she'll have to spend the rest of the day here. I'm sure she's got bad guys to go get.
I'm not asking additional, I'm asking that it not be cut out of my budget.
Yeah, you're asking for your recommendations. You requested 52,000. The CAO is recommending 20,000 on that line item. You would like us to stay with your request.
Right, and that's what I had last year, the 52,000. I'm just asking that it not be cut. It's supposed to be a status quo budget. I do think there's a compelling reason not to cut it. I did not have a chance to advocate for that not to be cut with the CAO. Based on the timing of the meetings, I recognize that there was that difficulty with the timing. And as far as the 2,000 in training and the 1,000 in office expense, the recommendation is to cut those out. I realize it looks, if you're just looking at that one line, that it's an increase that is now being cut, but it's not. I moved that money over from overtime, so it is a cut, and I'm just asking that not be cut. It is a status quo budget.
Okay. We got the presentation yesterday. Let's go from the CAO's budget. Are there things that we want to add back in to reconcile, or do we want to move forward with the CAO's budget as it stands?
I request that we take a poll on that, and whether we accept the CAO's or whether we accept her requests.
Well, let's see if we accept the CAO's. If we don't, then we can figure out which part of this request is important. Poll to accept CAO's without change. Supervisor Toffenali?
No.
No.
Okay. So, Supervisor Toffenali, what would you like to suggest?
I would suggest that we go with, on the three line items, 5241, 5289, and 5422, with her requests.
Which represents $33,000 in shift.
Discussion?
Actually, it's about 35,000.
It's 35.
Yes, 35,000.
Is there discussion on this item?
You're right.
Do you want to, and what shall we put that forward as a position?
Yeah, the discussion, I will point out, if you go to her page 176, final net costs, CAO had it 8,244, if you minus out her revenue, and her net cost was 24,000 to the general fund.
Those weren't the changes that we had contemplated yesterday. I don't believe, I believe those changes were in the district attorney's budget ending in 300, so the page to look at
I'm sorry,
here-
Krista, could you talk in the microphone? I can't hear you.
Sorry, the page to look at here would be 173.
Oh, I'm sorry, you're right, you're right, I'm sorry, you're right.
174.
I'm looking at 174, yeah. I jumped ahead of the page is what I did, so. But we're looking to add, yes, $35,000 to our budget for, and I would ask to pull the board on that.
Okay, everybody okay with having a poll on that? This is to add in the $32,000. $35,000.
I'm not clear where we're adding it, because the 8,000 is going down to 6,000. I mean, to 2,000, correct? Because 6,000 comes from CCP.
So it would be, I would be looking at column 5 is what the numbers should be. So
Page 173, column 5.
173, column 5. So 5422, for instance, would be at 10,000.
But if 6,000 of it's CCP,
That
includes, right, okay. But the general fund contribution is only 4,000.
Correct. The CAO is recommending 8,000.
So he's giving you more out of general fund?
No, it
He's
would be
only giving you
6,000 of
2,000.
CCP plus 2,000 of general fund for a total of $8,000 in the training budget, and that is the CAO's recommendation. I'm asking that the 2,000 that I moved over from overtime remain so that that line is at 10.
So really, the big item is the expert testimony.
That is the big item, and I'm asking that that not be cut. We budget for anticipated litigation costs. I budget them in the expert line. You just heard county counsel
That's
pitch.
saying the same thing.
Professionalized services. We don't get to outsource. We don't get to contract out with outside attorneys, but we do have expert fees. We do have litigation costs, and we budget, I think, very reasonably for those costs year to year. And it's only planning. We can't always control what goes to trial and what doesn't go to trial, or when an expert's going to be needed or when they're not going to be needed. So I think that the 52 is a reasonable amount. And again, in-house, we separate that out.
Got it.
And I'm asking that that not be cut.
So, I don't know, Krista or Al, why was 20,000 recommended?
As I explained yesterday, I looked at the previous years and looked at what the expenditures were for the previous years. I'm not suggesting that they shouldn't have opportunity to defend cases the way that they need. One of the bases was there hasn't been previous expenditures that matched that. The other was, and this may have been my error, but in some of our testimony that in some of the positions we were adding back in, there might be less need for that. But still, at the end of the day, allocating money into that and holding it there when the expenditure pattern in previous years was the reason why that I reduced it out. Quite frankly, it's not a significant issue in the overall budget. If it's a binder for the way the DA chooses to prosecute, then that wasn't the intention. In much the same way that we had the discussion with the sheriff's office budget, I don't intend to impart my influence on how they manage their departments. I intend to bring back a responsible budget to the board and let you make decisions how you move forward in additional expenditures.
Okay.
So that was the basis with which we started from.
And I can understand that if you're just looking out of context and looking at what was spent year to year. However, we have to plan ahead, and I would like to point out that same analysis was not applied to county council's line. If you're looking at her prior years coming in, you did not cut that coming into this. But I understand that part of it could have been timing and the timing of the meetings and the opportunity to explain why we were requesting a certain amount that we were requesting, even though the prior year spending may not have reflected that out of context.
I'm going to try to move this along. Do you have a further question, or you made a decision?
No, I mean, I understood what Barbara said. I understood the similar scenario for county council's office, but I'm going to go with the CAO's recommendation, and that if it comes to needing more for the reasons that the CAO mentioned, that Barbara mentioned, then fine, just come back to the board, which goes back to why can't we have a system, except the auditor already told me why we can't. So I'm going to support the CAO.
Supervisor Mills?
I support Mr. Trifanelli's decision.
Supervisor Stauber?
Toffenelli's decision.
Okay, carries forward.
Thank you.
There are other items on the district attorney's budget. Seeing none, we will move on to environmental management.
I do have two other budget units that we did not discuss, victim witness and the XC. And I think that is what
XC 210?
There were no questions, so I think we're going with the CAO's budget
Oh, I
recommendation.
do want to point out that there is a general fund contribution on both of those that will be changing. We're going to be seeking to have the grants eat the cost of the PERS lump sum. So I'm
I think
hopeful
you worked
that
that
will
out
be
with the
helpful.
CAO.
Okay,
Very
thank
good,
you.
though.
Barbara, I did bring up
You got everything
XC
you want.
210. I did bring up XC 210 because remember you had 4 people that were...
Right.
Okay.
Okay, thank
Okay,
you.
you got everything you wanted. Good. Mr. Banner. Are there questions on the Environmental Management Agency's budget, or do we want to move ahead with what's suggested by the CAO? That's the first one.
Gotta find it here.
First, and then if there are no questions, I'll ask if we want to move ahead.
Just very quickly, on page 189, on state aid, line 4580, there's a substantial reduction in state aid over last year or even over previous year. Line 4580.
Okay.
Right.
Which page?
Page 189, line 4580.
Okay.
It went from 239.5 down to 48,173. Of course, we only spent 39.8 last year, so I'm just looking to understand this number.
Yes, I think that's this Carl Moyer thing.
It is.
We have these, Rebecca could probably explain it better, but there's been kind of different ways that money is shifted between the different budget lines and some different ways of handling it, and she's...
Poof. Poof, she appears.
This actually is because of realignment. So realignment changed when the 2011 realignment occurred. There was a shift in some of the funding that was going to environmental health. So even if you go back, you can see it was even higher than what it was in 16, 17. But then it shifted, and then recently it shifted again. So they were completely cut out from one stream of funding from the state related to realignment. So they have very little that actually comes from that. And that's just legislatively how it cookie crumbled.
Should our expectation going into even the next budget years beyond this be more in line with the roughly 200,000 in revenue, or what's going to happen there?
No, it should be more in line with what the what's
48,000.
budgeted, the 48,000. Yeah, And there's no guarantees on that funding either. So if legislatively they continue to kind of squeeze down on that revenue component, then they ultimately could be cut out. We've just seen that where there's been a shift at the state level for those realignment funds. We've seen it even happen to probation with some of their juvenile revenue, where it's just been cut out completely.
That's a substantial shift.
Yeah.
Okay, just wanted to bring it up. It's difficult to deal with it.
Supervisor Toffenali?
Yeah, this is Carl Moyer.
No.
Right.
Oh, it's not? Okay.
No,
Because I'm going to
this
say,
is-
the diesel engine 2020, everything changes.
Yeah, so no, this doesn't have anything to do with air pollution. This has to do with realignment funding that would have come through sales tax and VLF and all of that good stuff.
Supervisor Mills, more questions?
Yeah, on health and sanitation as well as on-site wastewater and environmental health, I know that you had gone through some changes to your fee schedule.
Yes.
Do you think that that will assist in trying to bring you more revenue neutral in the coming budget year?
It's been pretty disappointing. I don't know if we put too many brakes on the increases, but it hasn't been a dramatic change in our revenue. We looked at the actual costs, and then we did a 3-year phase-in at 60% cost recovery, 70% and 80%. I think we're going into year 3, and then we put in a factor where nothing would increase more than 25% in any one year. And so some of the fees are really, they don't really meet the costs. But it would have been pretty draconian to increase them by 800% or something. So
I understand. I was looking at page 203 and the bottom net cost of $83,427 for on-site wastewater. That somewhere we have to work towards being revenue neutral with this whole section. And I'm concerned that if we don't get a handle on it, do we have to go back and relook at it again next year or year after to try to decide how we're going to shrink that, because it's not shrinking.
Yes,
actually increasing.
It's frustrating because it's kind of dictated by the business cycle too. So we're in a pretty good business cycle now, but that's not necessarily going to stay. If you look at the revenues, a lot of it just comes from septic permits. That's the vast majority of it. And in that regard, I looked just before coming in here, while watching on the video, and the revenues to date, as of today, for the septic line is $191,200, something along that line. And I noticed we budgeted $225,000, so I'm a little nervous about that. This is the busiest time of year, but
I just wanted to bring it up that although because I noticed that the recommended for environmental health, that's on page 201, is substantially lower than your department request. Are you going to be able to meet your service needs with that kind of
we've
reduction?
got stable staffing in the on-site department. We've got one person that does most of the work. We've got some front office staff backup. We get backup from a person in environmental health too that swings in and helps out with some of the inspections. We're down a staff now, but we're going to be attempting to fill it. The first question you had about the significant reduction in revenue, were we talking about the environmental health budget in that? Mm-hmm. Okay, just want to clarify.
That's all I have.
Okay. Everybody okay with accepting the CAO's recommended budget on this item? Seeing no objection, I think you're good. All right, we got 12 minutes till noon. Do you think we could do 50% of our county budget through HHS in that much time?
It's all non-general fund.
Exactly.
There is some general fund a little bit.
Yeah, there is.
All right. I've seen Kristen work magic before. Let's give it a shot. Questions or specifically changes to the budget to the CAO's recommended budget that you guys would like to see?
Well,
Supervisor Mills?
one of the things that I was looking at was, of course, the CMCAA, since I'm on that board. Are we going to be able to throw some of those costs as a shared cost to Mariposa County, or are we going to bear the full cost ourselves?
Good morning, Kristen Stranger, Health and Human Services. So the Community Action Agency is actually a community services block grant that we receive from the state. And so that grant itself, that block grant, fully funds all activities. It's about $280,000, I believe, in the past year. Yeah, it is. It's about $280,000. It's stayed pretty steady with immaterial changes for the most part, and it does cover all, not only the services that are provided, but also the executive director serving both counties.
So basically, the funding is coming through our auditor's office, and we're handling the entire paper trail for that position.
Exactly, and we did budget the cost to be a fully excuse me, let me try this again. So the position that is the Community Action Agency Executive Director, when we developed the position last year and added it per the direction of the JPA board, we budgeted it at a fully burdened cost to be cognizant of all the additional expenses with legal and just basically being a county employee, and so that was considered in the development of the budget for that position.
Are you generating, this is kind of shifting gears a little bit, are you generating anything to work on fleet rotation, considering the number of vehicles you have in your...
We do manage our internal fleet within Health and Human Services,
right.
If that's the... Yes, we do that, and you'll see even within our budget, we have a couple of requests for aging vehicles. Does that answer? Yes, we do. We're very mindful of our fleet management.
Okay, so you feel like you're keeping ahead of your need in terms of rotating the fleet?
Is it perfect? No, but we are definitely doing our very best to address it, yes.
You don't have a WASP car. So
yeah, well, and I saw the sheriff's budget the other day, so...
Okay.
The sheriff's fleet, I can't really speak too much.
And I'm going to go to page 226. This is operating transfers, and is there going to be a true-up on these revenues? This is total revenues. For this year, it was, I think we budgeted $10,477,000, but we've received, as of this point, $8,454,000.
Yeah,
so by the time we get to year-end, we're going to be pretty close to that?
Yes.
So when you're saying 11,694, that's a number that you can live with in revenues?
Yes. Marcos can speak to the individual items.
So yes, our revenue in, that was Human Services we were looking at,
right.
Is dependent on our expenditure. So the more we expend, the more revenue we receive. The reason why we have an increase in revenue is because we've had an increase in kiddos in care and kids that we have taken into care. So therefore, we're going to have an increase in expenditures, which also draws down federal funding and state funding. So yes, I do believe we will hit that number that we are projected in the budget. Are we going to hit the number this year? It'll be close. Might be a little short. We actually might come in a little over, but it'll be very close to the number we did put in current year's budget.
Okay. That pretty much is all my questions.
Great. Other questions, or is there any changes to the CAO's recommended budget this board would like to see? Seeing none, I think you're good, Kristen. Moving on to the next item. Actually, you know what? This might be a good time to take a break. What do you guys think? We'll take okay, let's return at 1 o'clock, if that's all right. I know it's a little shorter than normal. I really want to get this done today. Does that work for everybody? Ben? All right, 1 o'clock. Welcome back to the Board of Supervisors meeting. I hope everyone had a good lunch. We are on to Human Resources and Risk Management. We're not doing presentations. Are there any questions regarding this or changes to the CAO's recommendations? Supervisor Mills.
Let this thing to drag over here. A question regarding the, on page 265, the county reimbursement 4751 of $96,000. We hadn't done that last year. Was there, I was trying to look for it in the narrative as to what that was all about.
What's the number, Des?
267?
240, on 265, 4751 county reimbursement.
So,
51?
96,220. There was nothing there last year. And I don't see anything in the narrative to explain it.
and so that one right there is for Karen's salary. So we had added the position for the Human Resources Analyst in HHSA. And so this position is managing all of the investigations, and she's also assisting in the merit systems, proctor testing, all of those type of things for health and human human services. And so that's for the reimbursement of her salary.
I have her staff number then as 0413 analyst.
And I don't know it off the top of my head, but I can...
And that one lists out at 55,470, so there's quite a difference between that and the number here. No, that's just salary only. So
Okay, but that would
the
be
all-in
fully
would be
loaded.
the 96,000?
All in, yeah.
55
Fully
goes up
weighted.
to 96, fully weighted?
That would be fully weighted.
Okay.
And I believe that also includes her cell phone and, so,
Pretty much anything else.
Right.
for HHSA.
for her, exactly. That's her full cost to us.
The other thing that seemed like a little bit of an anomaly was on the next page on 266, has to do with services and supplies. In 17-18 it was 102,000. This year to date is 118,000, and we're budgeting for 212. That's basically a doubling in 2 budget cycles for services and supplies. Does this have something to do with the phones and some other things that might be coming up?
I apologize, what line item was that again?
This would be the total for services and supplies on page 266. I'm not talking into the mic, my bad.
So he's looking at the overall roll-up.
Correct.
Not any particular line item.
Okay, so 2018, our final budget was 191, and then for 1920 is 2012, and so it's not quite doubled.
But in your budget for the previous year was 102.
For 17, 18.
Right.
That's why I
Right.
see the doubling. In 2 budget cycles, we've doubled that.
And so we have also added for, we've had changes in computers, change out in computers. We've had to add for training and,
Employment physicals was another one.
right, so there's just been an increase in employee count over the past 2 years, which causes an increase to my department.
Okay. All right, your final budget on page 268 was, for last year was $1,006,000. You're requesting $1,009,000. So that accommodates or accounts for what we just talked about, pretty much?
Yes,
Along
and
with the
then
additional
also,
department,
right.
the analyst? Okay. That's all I have, Chair.
And PERS lump sum and natural salary progression.
Yeah.
All of the other discussion we already had about other departments.
And I have that right here. So, okay.
So now, next year, half my staff will be at East Step, so.
Are there other questions, or is everybody okay with the CAO's recommended budget? Not seeing any objection? We're good.
Thank you.
Thank you. Moving on to section information technology. Jeff is coming back for the building part.
Yes.
Okay,
He was.
good. Let's get going. We have information technology communications. Are there any questions for the department head or are changes to the CAO's recommended budget?
Stan's got me confused.
Well, it is IT, it's confusing. Dennis?
Page 271, under 5422, you increase from 12.6K from 235K to 38.1K. Is there, am I missing something? That's on page 271, at the bottom under training. This is in the narrative, Stan.
I'm sorry.
CO Alta, did you see that?
I'm sorry, I was
That's
trying
okay.
to make sure we had a,
Sure.
I apologize.
On page 271, under 5422, training, those numbers don't even begin to add up. Is there a decimal point missing?
Training,
Should it be 23.5K instead of 235K?
for 5422,
Yes?
I've got that in my narrative, I've got that we've got 39.3 total, right? And what I had listed in the
Yeah,
narrative.
that's what it is. Then we must be missing a decimal
Well, what
point.
I had listed in the narrative was some of the key areas.
I think we found it. There's a decimal point missing.
You're on
That's the 12.6.
5422, in the parentheses, it says from 235K.
Got it,
It
got
should be
it.
23.5.
Yes.
12.6 equals 38.1.
Well,
Yes.
This is in the
it
narrative?
doesn't, though. It would make 36.1.
Correct in the spreadsheets?
It would be 30,
It would be 38.1.
Yes.
Is the number straight in the totals?
no.
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 Even at that, they're still
12.6
not.
plus 23.5 is a total of 36.1 and.
Not 38.1.
Not 38. Right,
Okay.
that's all.
Stan's,
Okay,
Stan's sneaking $2,000
not at all.
In the narrative or in the schedule?
In the
in
narrative.
the narrative.
And we also, I see the same thing on page 272, under 5499, minor equipment. It says other increase of 13.3K from 13.7K to 20.2K. That doesn't add up either, because that would take us to 30 point, not 20,
Takes us to 27.
It'd be 27.
or
27.
27, yeah.
Again, it's narrative.
Narrative Schedule 9 straight, all right?
So for 5422 and information technology, so the training line requested was 39,324. What's being recommended is 33,324. That's on page 276. And, I'm sorry, was it 5498 or 5499 that we were?
5499,
5499, what's being requested is 20,250, and what's being recommended is 17,850.
So are there any changes that you guys want to see in that, or?
it's not adding up for me, but that's all right. 422. I would accept the CEO's recommendation here, just without looking at the narrative,
Okay,
because that narrative's confusing.
numbers that would count.
Yeah, I would agree with his numbers.
Is there anybody, Supervisor Toffenali, you have a question?
Well, we have the sheet that he's recommended, CAO's recommended, that those numbers aren't reflected in this budget.
So if you look down, this is,
There were a couple of changes recommended by the CAO that did not get worked back into the narrative. So the narrative had what the original request was. I believe that there were only two changes that the CAO made that I'm okay with. I'm not going to argue about those.
so the
That were not reflected in the final narrative. Those were in those two areas that we just talked about.
the reimbursement for the position that's going to be housed in IT, but is essentially for the sheriff's department, is in 5756, which is at the bottom of page 276. And that's a revenue coming from the sheriff's department for that position.
Thank you.
Thank you for clearing that up.
And that particular position, they have budgeted for the full year. The position that we're planning on bringing in, we've got included in the budget for 10 months. It will likely not be for a full 10 months by the time we recruit, background check, on board. So we will not use the full amount of the revenue from the sheriff's office.
So is there any, let's take out everybody's questions first before I ask if everybody wants to approve the CIO's recommendations. Is everybody okay with the CIO's recommendations?
Yeah, now that I see the numbers where it's at, it works out, so, yeah, I'm fine with it.
Everybody good? Ben, good? All right. Okay, great, Stan. They're good.
Thank you.
Thank you. I know we're kind of upsetting the flow, but do you guys want to go back to building, or do you want to keep moving forward?
Let's go to building.
Okay, Jeff, you're up. All right.
Good afternoon.
Okay, stand by, Jeff. We're going to go through questions, and then we will...
Okay. I brought a lot of paper. Hopefully just one or two questions, right?
Well, we've got it in front of us, so we'll try not to go through presentations again.
I don't have anything marked on mine.
So, questions, or are you guys, Supervisor Mills?
Ben?
On 47, on page 126, 4721 transferred from designated fund, you had requested 332,000 and the CO's recommending 89,000. That's a substantial shift.
Which one is that, Dennis?
Line item 4721, transfer from designated fund. My question is why the difference? That's substantial.
Yes, some of that is reflective of Track It, which and I'll have you help me with this as we go along because we had some adjustments to make. Track It is a moving target, so we know we have some anticipated cost that could come out of the designated fund. The other is the fire marshal position and a department analyst that is a position that's been open but not filled.
And you're recommending the department analyst be shared with another department?
No, that would be with just a building department analyst.
So there's no, sorry.
Go ahead.
No net general fund contribution here. This is a good example of a budget that when we get to the fiscal year end and we actually see where the fund balance is for the special revenue fund in this budget unit that is related to it. And depending on whether any additional changes are requested in anticipation of final, that designated fund transfer might change. Otherwise, this budget unit does not require a general fund contribution.
Okay, and on the next page, on 127, the 5801 salary savings, you're showing 89,224 in salary savings. You're one of the few departments that actually listed that.
Yes, one of those positions was a plans examiner engineer. And that's a position that hasn't been filled, and it's a salary savings because it's a position that has been open. That's a pretty good size.
Big chunk.
Price tag on that one.
But you're making it up with the cost of outside services?
What we want to do is try to get away from the outsourcing as best we can by adding that expertise to the building department. That's where the fire planner position comes in. And we also have our CASP specialist in the county to help us on those plan reviews and inspections as well. So we believe that we can actually save our department expense by having as much of this done in-house as we can.
I'm going to move on to code compliance. With the caseload that's currently in that department, you had recommended or requested 150,000, and the CO is recommending 100. That's a pretty substantial difference too. Is that going to affect your caseloads and the way you handle them?
Well, if we start coming up short, we're going to have, I hope that it doesn't reflect on the personnel that we have. I can read you some information on that.
Hang on.
I'm sorry. Is that 4735?
No, I'm on page 130, and it would be 5316 nuisance abatement expense.
What is the difference between that and 4735? Both are nuisance abatement.
Where are you at, on what page are you on?
Page 129.
I believe the difference is the 4735 is revenue that's actually come in, I believe, and then the other one's what the projected expenses are going to be. I could be wrong.
It's a good point.
Those numbers would be the same. So
Right.
if you, so any expenditure you would increase down below, the offsetting revenue would come from up above. The caveat being, that's not
That people
what
actually pay,
happens,
right, when-
But that's the idea.
Right.
So I guess, Mark,
go ahead.
Answer for it. Al, do you want to speak to it, or?
No, that covers it. If there's not an associated revenue, we can't just add to the department request.
You had recommended, though, charges for services on page 129 at 125,000, and yet the expense itself is 100,000 on the next page. In 5316 on the next page.
So actually, though, correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe those charges, those are specific to the nuisance abatement expense for 100,000 as opposed to so related to 4735 as opposed to 4679.
Yeah, that does sound familiar on the...
The 125 is the total of 4679 and 4735, where 5316 only aligns with 4735. One's revenue, one's associated expense, where the 125 number has revenue in nuisance abatement and charges for services.
So by the time we get down to the bottom of that line, that services and supplies, we have a $50,000 difference between what the department is asking for and what you're recommending as CAO.
And that difference, all 50,000 of it is in 5316.
And 5316.
Which reflects over to...
It's in the request. Column 1. Column 5.
Can you live with that?
I'll go with the recommendation, but I can tell you that I have some information that I could read to you about code compliance, and I think it would be a good timely moment to go through that if you'd like to hear it. This came from code compliance. Sabrina put this together for me. And currently, we have open 375 cases. Additionally, each officer has approximately 10 or more complaints at any given time waiting to be investigated and made into cases. So the cannabis citations for 1819, 37 citations, 10 courtesy notifications. Very few complaints are coming in regarding cannabis and abandoned grow sites. Compliance with the ban to maintain good standing with the county in anticipation of the new regulatory program. So illicit grows have moved indoors and they're more difficult to detect at this point in time. Updated aerial imagery came late in 2018, and then the next bullet is 228 citations issued in 2017 caused a deterrent as an effect. Outdoor grows delayed this year because of the late rains. So currently, code compliance is extremely busy with indoor conversions. We are called out to practically every cannabis eradication the sheriff's office performs across the county. There are a tremendous amount of code violations at each one of these sites, especially at the illegal indoor grows. These are very time-consuming, complex, and they take a lot of time. In addition to cannabis zoning violations, junk and debris cases, etc., we get nearly daily complaints from the building department regarding expired building permits or unpermitted building, not to mention the backlog of as-builts. With current staffing level, we are making a lot of progress with backlog of complaints, but cases can take some time to completely resolve. Code compliance has also been helping to act as an enforcement arm for public works and environmental management. We have budgeted $100,000 for nuisance abatement in 1920 to use for abatements. We have several abatements in the queue that are possibly, we may need to come back to the board later in the year to request more funds depending on those costs. In 1819, just 3 abatements cost over 40 grand. So we'd also like to use some of that money for nuisance abatement to procure some helicopter flights.
Can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
I mean, jump in.
No, it's quite all right. Great.
Jeff, you weren't responsible for last year's budget. But at that budget time, we had a long discussion about code compliance, and a series of numbers were given to us about what marks were going to be made, how many abatements, how many citations, and how much revenue. Can you tell me, based upon that, how we did?
Well, I think that would be, I don't know what the expectation was of the...
It was very, very high and ambitious, and the conversation was that they were going to be able to float on their own bottom following all these abatements and fines that were going to come out. And I'm looking at these numbers, and it doesn't look anywhere close to what we were promised. Because we put a lot of general fund money into seeding this project with the idea that it would, the seed, and then it would begin to generate, and I'm not seeing it.
Well, I don't have anything in front of me to pinpoint any of that for any degree of accuracy. I don't know what the expectations were back when they presented you with that.
Supervisor Mills has probably got the report in his trunk of his car. I do. And they laid it out in very clear numbers, how many abatements each person was going to do and what the revenues were going to be. And I'd be surprised if we were a fraction of what we were promised.
I can get it to you, and I agree. In fact, on this one, we're looking at taking $500,000 from general fund.
And that's about exactly what we were asked for last year, and we were promised something that hasn't been delivered.
Well, in the 4.5 months I've been here, whatever,
I
would like to say that the work is out there, that's for sure. Whether it lived up to whatever the expectations are, I don't know what those were or what that was based on. But current staffing is essential at this point in time in code compliance. We have one empty position that we haven't asked to fill. There's quite a volume of work that comes into code compliance that some of the abatements were actually voluntary, so that you wouldn't have seen those necessarily as coming to the board as an abatement, but there were voluntary abatements, and that may be in some of this here that was provided to me.
10 voluntary abatements.
Last year.
I think there was, 300 we were supposed to...
300. I was at the meeting during the budget hearing last year, or prior to the budget meeting when code compliance was in, apparently on the other side of the dais. The number I do recall was 300. And the numbers you just gave us for the 18-19 year, or basically the 2018 was 37 done by code compliance and 10 voluntary.
And then there was
A lot less than 300.
a following 220, this was, I think this contributes to this number, is 228 citations issued in 2017, which was the year prior to that. So maybe that was the anticipated number for the year following.
Well, I mean, my point is that we seeded $500,000 to this program with anticipation that certain things were going to happen. And, you don't have the information, and Sabrina's not here to defend it, so it puts us in a difficult situation.
I understand, and I would...
Put another good money after bad.
I would like to think that we could probably get more information that's not available to us today to try and answer that question, if possible, to explore this a little deeper.
Well, my
Supervisor Mills, I'm sorry for jumping in.
That's quite all right. I think it's appropriate to have the conversation. So, again, I'm not so certain that we won't be cutting off our nose a little bit if we go down to 100,000 from the requested 150 on nuisance abatement expense, simply because of the increased workload that the Sheriff's Department is experiencing right now, which you are sharing in the fund.
Absolutely.
So, I would like the board to take a look at this possibly at final or at mid-year. If it's a case that they're not willing the board is not willing to look at changing the COs recommended at this point, but maybe we have a study session with the code enforcement.
I think that would be a fair thing to do, yes.
Vet out the numbers, show us what the accomplishments have been, what have been the true costs, and what has been our cost recovery up to this point, or what is in the queue from liens or other methods of cost recovery. And then at that point, then we can make a better decision, determination, get all the facts in front of us, because right now this is just a number.
Yeah, precisely. And I think if we are looking for something that is focusing on something in particular, with those focus on that, and we could produce some sort of reporting that could hopefully answer these questions and be a better explanation than what I'm struggling with at the moment.
Do you have a level 3 vest?
What's that?
Do you have a level 3 vest?
I don't need one. I got an office.
No, there's somebody behind you.
She's coming to my rescue again.
So just in looking at the numbers that you have in front of you, the recovery of costs to date has been about $91,000. So that $47.35 that you see year to date for 18-19, as of the time that the reports were put together, it was $91,000. There are a handful of liens that are in the queue. But I will go back to what I said when the whole conversation happened about beefing up code compliance. I think that what you had been sold at the time was that it would, for the most part, be full cost recoup. And that was never going to be the case. My husband always says he doesn't want to crush people's dreams, but the reality is, I did, to some degree, kind of crush that dream, because what I said was, it's a very lengthy process once you get to the physical abatement to actually put that lien package together. It's got to go before the board. Then you're generally going to have a contractor do the work to do the physical abatement if it's not self-abated. We can't lien for administrative fines. We can only do physical, actual costs, direct administrative charges, and actual abatement costs. Once it goes on the tax lien, then we would apportion it out. It would be a tiered program. I warned the board, if you guys approve a bunch of stuff to go through the property tax system and there is a high delinquency rate, I'm going to be back here with the tax collector to have it ripped out of the teeter program, because we can't afford high delinquencies against the teeter program. So no matter which way you sliced it or diced it, this was not going to be a full recoup. And so really the board is either going to have to acknowledge that there's a big chunk of code compliance which is just part of public safety, and a portion can be recouped through the lien process and through judgments, but it's not going to be a lot.
You said that you were basically in front of the board in April of 2016, and that's what you said at that time, that the cost recovery was going to be an issue. We're still seeing that, but I think that we need to fully understand to what level.
I think you need to understand to what level, and I think you need to set the priorities for what you want to see the program do going long-term, because in essence, you're footing the bill. So you're going to take discretionary dollars, you're going to fund this program, and you guys are going to have to decide to what extent you want to have priorities. So just like, and I think I said the same thing back in April of 2016, you know, they're not going to be able to get to everything, just like they've never been able to get to everything. The last time Jeff was here before he retired the first time, I think he came forward and said there was something like 1,200 code compliance cases countywide, and that was pre-cannabis, right? There was no way we were ever going to get to all those, so you kind of have to pick which are the most egregious health and safety issues, and so that's what they're still struggling with. But given the amount of funding that the general fund is contributing, I think that that does need to be a discussion and kind of a priority-based direction.
I'm sorry. Go ahead. I understand the finance and the time it takes, and it'd be a lot easier to swallow that investment if we were hitting the numbers and we just couldn't collect the money because of deadbeats or whatever reason. But it doesn't appear to me we're hitting the numbers that we were promised. So sold a bill of goods may be the correct expression.
I would also like to go over, it's, we have, you know, actual year to date for 18-19 on collection of $91,979, and then 129. And then on 130, on what their expense was year-to-date for 18-19, it's 52,000. So what I'm assuming is we're getting some back from prior years on nuisance issues that were taken care of before. And
Correct.
Part of the information missing here is 17-18 in prior years, which would be pertinent in us making a decision on how this is being successful, because I agree with you. There could be 5 years till realization on recouping those expenses, because that's how long it takes for people not to pay their thing before we can actually auction something off.
Correct.
Thank you, Rebecca.
One last point, and this is something I'm going to harp on until the cows come home, is that I'd like to see a line item in here under employees regarding blood panels for your staff.
Oh, yes, I think that's critical, you bet.
So I'm just asking that be put in here as a line item. I know it's in the sheriff's department, and there's a current contract. Maybe we can piggyback on that contract to get that done. But with the point is that your people are right there beside the sheriff's officers on those cases. And I would certainly hate to face a workman's comp claim in the future because we didn't get our people protected.
Well, and currently we have no baseline on them.
Correct.
So without a baseline, we need to establish that so we can see what the level of risk is. It's overwhelming. We learned this Thursday at the workshop, that the types of chemicals and other unknowns that are out there are really very dangerous.
Well, I'm gonna call you the former assistant Murphy's fire chief, so that everybody fully understands that you understand the hazmat side of this thing. This is not a new thing for you. It's not a new thing for me.
Correct.
And if we want to make a lawyer cringe, let's just not do this.
Well, I highly recommend that we do those scans to see what the health is. Get a baseline established. Back to code compliance, we also have been working on various ways to cover cost recovery, because code compliance's fee study is probably more important now than it has ever been, along with some things that would help lessen the cost on the general fund and do some things that would be brought forward for approval to help cost recovery that has not been done before. So that's in the works.
And we still have a deficiency on AVA.
Yes. AVA has some we're working on the absence of our hauler, so we're trying to get that remedied as fairly recently we talked about that.
Right. Supervisor Toffenelli.
Yeah, I want to be fair to Jeff, and I want to be fair when we get to the sheriff's budget. And to speak of Megan, 2 board members weren't here last year. We agreed because some of these code compliance officers were hired for the urgency ordinance, along with some sheriff's deputies, and we agreed to go forward and fund them because they slipped through the cracks and they became permanent employees instead of being separated like Ethan was. So we agreed, instead of laying them off and going through that process of bumping and so forth, that we would fund that. And part of it was that they would eradicate and be self-supporting on it. Again, when I go fishing, if the fish aren't biting, they're not biting. I can't say I'm going to bring home dinner and then I'd have to go by the market and buy some fish and say, look what I caught. From what I'm hearing from them, the growers that were openly during the urgency ordinance that they could go out during those prior years that were growing out there, they could bust more or less easier. Now they're going indoors. They're being more secretive in what they're doing, and they're getting by on some things, so it's being more difficult. So I can understand that versus what was said. It was based on what you'd done the prior year, and it could be possibly that they were just going to continue in your face during the ban, and it didn't happen. But again, we also gave the sheriff's office $1 million for eradication last year. And when we get to the budget here, this is part of the strains that are on the budget that he is dealing with that were from prior years that had to do with the urgency ordinance. Right. So to be fair to everybody on going forward, I understand in trying to meet those expectations and what's happening, and this was more than you had when you retired as far as code compliance officers in your office. I think at that time you only had 2 or 3.
Correct, yeah.
Now you're like 6, 7, whatever it is.
Yeah, it's 5.
5, but you have one position. You have 6, and
we have
one vacant.
Yeah, our staff is adequate at the moment.
Yeah. So
at least for what we're dealing with. Yeah.
You know, so now because of what we did last year, we're dealing with it this year, and that's what you're seeing with our budget straining and the funds disappearing. So
no, you're absolutely right, Gary, and we had a long conversation about that with both sheriff and SL. You're absolutely correct. And, same thing with the county counsel's office, and these things slowly become permanent. And I don't think that was the original intent.
Well, I'd like to add something that may have not been known, at least until recently, from what I've been observing, is the fact that some of these cases that were cited by code compliance as long as even 2 years ago, we're still dealing with those things. They haven't gone away. There's people that are coming in to want to do certain different things to that property now. So the management of these cases it just keeps getting extended due to different dynamics of how the property changes hands or as-built things that we're finding out there that we have to deal with. So and we also have I think 2 drawers in plan check of things that have been left over from the urgency ordinance that we'll no doubt have to deal with at some point in time. It's once the ordinance, once there was a ban in place, it just kind of was left in limbo. But now with the anticipation of regulations, we get inundated with a lot of interest in previous projects, and some of them are several years old, and that's playing catch up, and it's really a detriment to the staff to have to do all this work to try and make things right on past things that couldn't close out in the past. So it's a frustrating situation.
Well, that's why we gave you staff.
Yeah, and I hope to keep them.
When we did this last year, and it was supposed to be a continuance, and I don't know if, speaking to my mic, I don't know where you are now on your officers and their duties, but originally, I think 3 of these were hired under the urgency ordinance, and their duties were specifically for cannabis. During the registration period, they'd go out and inspect farms and for codes and whatever, and that was their sole duty. Now, and I think that might have been the expectation for last year when we gave the money and kept them on. I don't know if you have 3 of them continuously on cannabis issues, period, or they're going out on other code issues too?
We're sharing duties because of the workload. The caseload comes in, so we have to respond to the caseload, and some of them, the distribution is as equal as we can make it, because we have the county broken down into 5 different districts. So each code officer operates in that district. There is a lot of activity with some of the code officers still on the cannabis issues. That's still happening. So the need for that is proven every day.
Supervisor Callaway?
So if I understand Gary correctly, code enforcement went from by the way, I think Thomas Watts is marvelous. So that's the positive side. What I think I'm hearing is the cannabis money was used to hire code enforcement officers. That, and maybe sheriff's officers and others that Gary mentioned, that money's no longer here. So general fund is now paying for that, for those.
That's the way it appears, yes.
All over.
That's what it appears to be, yes.
So,
to the tune of about $2.5 million.
So either we bring cannabis back, or those positions should be eliminated because they were funded under this goes back to sort of a Mike Dell'Orto kinds of things. I mean, once you bring somebody aboard, even if it's for a specific thing, and once they're there, it's hard to let them go. It's like your first comment, I don't want to let go of staff, and I'm sure the sheriff doesn't, or some of the others, but it was like if you're a grant-funded position and the grant goes away, the position goes away. So here we're doing $2 million of positions that we don't have that revenue anymore. So is it right, that's our decision as a board, to general fund those positions without having that revenue? As much as I've been on the positive end of having a code enforcement officer for D3, and I'm sure the other supervisors feel the same way, that's a big chunk of change.
Oh, I totally agree with you, and I think that if there is an anticipation of regulation, which would appear to me as some sort of funding source relative to that activity, that's not in the right. That's may take a little while to do that. I can only tell you that the workload is strenuous, alive and well, and it comes in all the time. I guess it's a determination of how much do we want to pay attention to the need of this, and I think it's paramount that we do, because the amount of things that we're finding out there and dealing with that we don't have to come to the board with, because we're getting the abatements done before, mostly on a voluntary basis, and the staff is very good at doing that. So if we want a nice county free of as much of this as we can afford, I think that's a consideration.
I don't question it.
I know you agree with me.
I've been a fan of code enforcement, and I like that, the way it's organized, et cetera, et cetera. It's just that it was brought to and not just code enforcement, you were given from 2 to 6 employees based on this revenue stream, which we have now said doesn't exist. And I'm just
Well,
So now
and
we're
I-
asking other departments and other services to pay for something where we had a revenue stream to
Right.
pay for it, and we no longer do.
And we don't, I think the building and code compliance, we would hope to not have subsidies by the taxpayers to deal with these problems, and to come up with the building department justifying its expenditures with the revenues brought in. I think there should be an opportunity to look at code compliance to pitch in certain elements of cost recovery that could help reduce the impact on the general fund.
Supervisor Stopper?
The cost recovery, I mean, I consistently, we'll never realize the full pie, as our auditor controller will say. So it's always going to be somewhat a strain. But there's numbers missing here that are crucial in my mind. 2016, when 3 of those people were directly related towards regulation. From what I understood from hearing years prior, which I can't confirm because I don't have them in front of me right now, in 2016 there was over 70 some odd eradications done by code compliance, while 3 worked on specifically regulation, as opposed to 2018 where we had 37 and 10, a total of 47, whether voluntary or not, that they have a full 5 working on instead of 3 over here and 2 on the other side. So these numbers are crucial in, I think, us making our final decision. And I just earlier this year during a study session when we were talking about cannabis regulation, and you're talking about anticipated revenues supposedly coming back in. Do I need one of those?
No, I was going to pass them to Mary.
You know, we were told by them that they need to hire more people. Well, they still have 3 there from the original regulation that we're carrying with our general fund for the most part. I mean, $91,000 helps with 1 FTE in my mind. And the costs that go into this are exponential. I was here during that budget meeting or it was prior to the budget meeting, it was in April, when they were trying to justify retaining their positions, and those are hard lines to draw. And I mean, they sold a bill of goods, and I even got up and spoke on that side of the podium that day, and I said that's a hard one. I talked about the 5 years till to delivery on those and realization. And this is an issue that's costing the county a lot of money. And environmentally, we do need it to a certain degree, irregardless, because we need to protect the citizens of the county. But at a certain point, we can't be hiring more and more people and becoming a police state.
Or hiring more and more people and getting less results. Supervisor Toffenelli, did you have a?
Yeah, and I understand, I hear what Ben is saying, and again, the board made a conscious decision because we did have some funds left over and we had from taxes to continue this, and they did make statements that they did. But some of the figures from going back to 2016 and 2017 are inflated as far as eradications, because at that time, you still had the ongoing urgency ordinance and them being licensed by the county, and a lot of them didn't conform when code went out to them, so that would count as an eradication when they didn't get their license because they didn't fulfill all the things that were required to them, so they were eradicated. So every time that happened, and it happened a lot, because we only had 190 registered out of 750, those were inflated in those numbers as far as how many they were doing that year. And the possibility existed when they came to us last year that they assumed that it was going to continue that way, and I'm not I can't speak as to why they did sell us. They came before us, and we agreed to, and a point to Marita and her questions, and Judy and Rebecca are back there. Ethan was done, in which we just agreed today to bring him on full-time. Ethan was one of these employees and has remained out there the way these other employees were supposed to, but they fell through the cracks and they ended up being on our control list when they should have been temporary employees through the urgency ordinance until we found out what we were going to do with a permanent ordinance or what regulations or what. When it came down to January 2018, they were all of a sudden on the control list. So we had to make a decision, and we made a decision at that time to continue with them, at least last year. And now it's before us now, and you're right, it's over $2 million that these employees are on these rolls. It's now the general fund. We had tax money before that we were using. We had this big lump of 13 million or whatever it was, and we had that money in front of us. We figured, okay, we'll continue this program as far as eradications go for this year because we had the money. And like, again, we gave $989,000 to the sheriff's office. We gave money to his office, $500,000, to continue going down that path. We consciously made that decision to do it, and now it's here this year before us again. And that's the conscious decision whether we want to continue funding it. We're going to come up against the sheriff's budget and see the same type of thing happening too. And whether we want to continue funding $1 million for eradication and his MET team and code compliance.
Of course, we could always get the cannabis urgency ordinance going and get money, permanent
And
ordinance
that's
and get money.
a discussion we should have because it affects our budget.
But let's be sober about it. We're never going to generate $13 million again with the programs that we're talking
Not in
about.
the same sense, no. But, that $13 million is sorry, I'm going to turn this on. That $13 million has lasted multiple years.
Yeah.
It went down to 9 last year. This year, somewhere around 4.5, approximately, plus or minus. I go front of the book and get you the exact number. But, until the actuals actually come out, this is definitely, I think, a budget conversation, maybe for the end of the day, that we need to have, because it's part of our revenue generating, and we've already had 2 study sessions on it this year.
So what do you guys want to do? You want to accept the CAO's recommendation? Do you want to dig into it, Marita?
Yes, I want to keep code enforcement as it is. I'd like to realign some of their priorities, but that would be a sidebar for Jeff and I.
Supervisor Toffenelli?
This is preliminary budget, and going forward, I'm okay with the CAO's recommendation. They're his recommendations. We'll see where we're at next year and where regulations or the county's going and what's going forward. Apparently, we have the money under his recommendations of his budget for this operation right now. So I'll be in favor of the recommendations of the CAO.
Supervisor Stopper?
I agree with Gary. The recommended is good for now. I'm not in favor of adding the extra $150,000 back in that's being requested.
Is that in the CAO's budget?
CAO's budget.
So, okay, so you want to keep it there?
Yes, sir.
Supervisor Mills?
Looks like I'm outvoted. Which
There's 2
happens.
bits in.
Yeah, because I would like to definitely see it, but I know we're going to be reviewing this again, so it's just a matter of when we make that decision point. We built this bus, so this board didn't. It happened back in 2015, 2016. We're dealing with the end result or of what happened back then, and we'll continue to deal with it for years and years and years. I can tell you that 40 years ago, what the Sheriff's Department was eradicating with some of the guys in the back 40s, they eradicated sometimes every year. So this is not going to go away anytime soon. and we just have to accept the reality that we're in the crosshairs, and we don't want to leave anybody who's outside this county the impression that we're an easy target. So we need to be sure that we are ensuring the safety of our environment and our people here in our communities, and you and the sheriff are the first line of defense on it. So that's why I was supporting the additional $50,000.
I will support the CAO's recommendation with the asterisk that we're going to take a hard look at this in September against those numbers. There's one thing I really dislike, it's being sold a bill of goods. So, we've got a whole summer. These people were hired to eradicate illegal cannabis. It's going to be a long, hot one. I want to make sure, and to channel Mike DeLordo, I am very concerned about when we hire people in temporary and then they become permanent, and it grows. That's how bureaucracies grow, and that's maybe not the intention of the board.
Well, I would like to say that out of all the things I have inherited as an interim, this has probably been the most troubling for me to deal with.
Okay. So I guess we'll stick with the CAO's recommendation until September.
Okay.
Do you have any Milky Ways?
Rita's searching for candy.
No,
Department
Diane,
heads, it's your
that may-
opportunity. Okay.
We appreciate your time, Jeff, and
Thank you.
And I also appreciate you standing by the employees in the building department. We
Yes, they're
appreciate that.
valuable, and
Right.
I can't stress that enough.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thanks, Chuck. All right. Integrated waste management. Brian, let's talk garbage.
Only garbage.
Let's talk trash. How's that?
Let's talk solid waste.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Brian Moss, Deputy CAO.
Hang on. I don't know if we
IWM.
need to do a presentation. Let me see if there's any questions or any changes,
Got it.
and may save you a step. Are there questions or changes to CAO's recommended budget?
A wave of money from the grant system, huh?
I'm sorry, what's that?
A wave of money from the grant system?
Well, we did pick up a little bit of money in
A
the
little
grant
bit.
system. Yep, yes,
Yeah.
we did. As some of you may recall, we did that a lot in the old department as well, so
Good job.
long live the grants.
Good job.
Supervisor Stopper, you got a question?
More so, are you happy with what the CAO has recommended for this solid waste management?
Absolutely, absolutely.
I appreciate your time, Brian. I appreciate how much you keep us updated on everything that you're working on, and you've done an excellent job so far in this field.
Thank you, sir.
You okay there? You're removing the position 9601 waste manager?
The actual waste manager position is something that we'd be looking at final in concurrence with certainly our CAO. What we did last year, we had, as the board may recall, we actually had the waste manager in place for preliminary budget. The previous CAO decided by final budget to take that out and develop a compliance manager, which we did do. We never filled that position. But after, well, it'll be a year at the end of the month that we've had this program, I have determined that instead of filling that position as a compliance manager, go back to the original plan and go back to the IWM manager full-time down at the Rock.
Okay. Because your appropriations for contingencies has changed pretty substantially.
Yes, primarily due to capital improvement projects that we have taken off the board. I'll give the board a quick example of what we're trying to do in IWM. Last year, we would have bought a new service truck for Rock Creek. This year, we found out that Public Works had an older service truck that wasn't meeting their needs any longer. They were willing to actually transfer that over to us. We took all the equipment off the old truck and put it on the new truck. Apparently the new truck that we received, the new old truck, had issues going over 55 miles an hour. So what we did is we put foam in the tires and we put it on the landfill, and it's never to go 55 miles an hour or over again. So that's an example of where we are saving money, where I would have spent maybe $60,000, $70,000 for a vehicle that's money that I won't be spending. There are other items that we looked at, such as the water availability out at Red Hill Yard Waste Facility. And for some reason in the past, the well was deactivated and we were running off of a spring. We reactivated the well. And at this point, even though the tank leaks a little bit because it's a redwood tank, we're able to stay up with production. Where beforehand, they were talking about a 200,000 plus program to redo the water system. So that's been taken care of as well. So those are just a couple examples where we're saving some money.
And you also put up owl boxes.
Pardon me?
You put up owl boxes?
Oh, yes, the owl boxes with the vegetation management program that some of you will be seeing report to the water board here shortly. So we mowed both Red Hill and Rock Creek, and the owl boxes have been produced by staff, facility staff, and we have our birds of prey working our landfills.
Okay,
Brian, are those owl boxes like the ones like Mike Walker's son did for his blah blah Boy Scout program?
You know, I don't know if I remember seeing
Eagle
one
Scout,
of those.
thank you.
I don't remember if I saw one of those, but I'm happy to send the board some photos of our owl boxes.
Oh, that's great.
They're already installed at Red Hill. Rock Creek is being installed today.
Yeah, she's talking about Jason Wheeler. Anyway, so you're comfortable with where you are on this budget?
Very much so.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, Brian, do we have any commercial size type diesel vehicles that go on the road?
We will have one. Right now, it's mainly off-road vehicles. There's some issues. The old air pollution control hat that I used to wear, I can tell you that we've got some deadlines coming up in 2020, 2023 for off-road versus on-road. You will see in the budget that we're proposing a brand-new vehicle. It'll have to meet the ARB and your local district, which is you, board standards for the tier, I don't know if it's tier 3 or 4 standards. But to answer your question, really our equipment, there's some diesel equipment as far as 3/4 ton vehicles, those kinds of things we have to look at. As a matter of fact, I was just reviewing that list the other day. So those are upcoming expenses.
2016 and newer?
Correct.
Or you have to?
That is correct.
Yes, so that's my concerns as far as the budget going forward.
Absolutely. And that's a real concern for us. Concerns, just so you know, for the future for IWM. Closing Phase 2, opening Phase 3, that's a big one, and I mentioned that the other day. The diesel retrofit, off-road versus on-road as well.
Mm-hmm.
I'm less concerned about on-road, quite frankly, because I don't have a lot of equipment that I use on-road.
Yeah, that's why I was asking. It's primarily on-road right now until 2023, but...
Right, but the off-road includes my grinders and those kinds of equipment, yeah.
So, okay, thank you.
Any further questions? All right, is everybody okay with the CAO's recommended budget? Very good?
Yes.
Nods, nods. Brian, thank you.
Thank you.
Moving on, library. Excellent. We got a presentation yesterday, so.
Did we come to some agreement on that movement of that limited term position?
$14,400.
Yeah, $14,400.
I thought it was 14.
It's 14.4.
14.4. I thought I was on the 4.
You're on
You're on the 4.
I'm on the 4.
Write your check with no cash.
Well, if I could, there's a couple points. One is, and Marita asked this yesterday, and it was offline, and I wanted to come back to it. So her question was, if we only did the part-time position as was the fallback plan for the library, what would the effect be to the services? And what we heard yesterday in the presentation is that if we fall back to that, there will be one less day of the services they already provide.
She said that.
So there is a reduction to what she had hoped to put through. That $14,000 right now is being funded by Friends of the Library, and we could still go back to them for the permanent position, even if it wasn't limited term, and go back and ask for that same level of funding. I have no idea whether they're interested in continuing to do it on an ongoing basis. So the 14.4 is to make it permanent with the reduction of hours. The full, I think it was 38 going off the top of my head for the hours that she requested with the benefits. And so that was actually her request yesterday.
Was her actual request was what, 34?
Do you have it there? I think it was 38, but it,
30.
Well, I guess the question is, since we had the librarian yesterday, Anybody want to suggest a change to this CAO's recommended budget?
What was it?
36,558, I think, was her original request, at 5,400.
Is the all-in cost?
And I just want to be fair to Nancy with her not being here, that her original request was the full request, and only as an option if that wasn't going to be approved, that secondarily the part-time of, I think, 18 or a little less than 20.
36,553. I would like to see the full funding of 36,553.
I agree.
Supervisor Stopper?
Yes.
Supervisor
Yes.
Wells?
Yes.
Chairman B as well. Librarian gets your position. Any other changes to this library budget? All right, we'll move on. I'm sorry?
Mike,
I apologize,
he's
Susan.
not here.
You want me to do that all again? Oh, yes.
I'm going to have our director present that,
Well, we're going to,
which we don't have. So that will be me in this case. So I'll touch on that real quickly, where you'll notice the most significant, and there are some significant increases, primarily in professional services, and there's a couple things in there. We are due for a local hazard mitigation plan, which is a requirement, and it's due in October of next year. They typically take about a year to put through. We've done them in 90 days, but our partners at the state and federal government don't like to see us do that. So there's monies in here for a consultant to prepare that. There's also monies in for consulting services, for lack of a better term, for on-call emergency services to serve in the absence of the director until we get that position open. Filled, rather. So those are built into professional services. There's also some additional dollars requested in equipment, primarily in terms of things that we may need, items that we need to fully outfit an OES center, if that chooses to be the way that or if that's the way we choose to go in the future, and having a standalone operations center.
questions from the board? Supervisor Mills?
Yes, there's a notation here about returning $242,000 to RCRC.
Yeah.
Yeah. That
Where-
was, oh, sorry.
No, it's okay. Which line's that in?
I think we had a separate budget for that
I
one.
was going to say, I think that's in the special revenue
Hold
fund.
on. I think it's actually in, no, it's in a separate budget.
Let me look at the final.
It's in, it's on page 318. Yep. We actually have a separate budget unit that we were tracking costs associated with the RCRC grant.
That's why I couldn't.
The 242,833 are the unspent grant dollars that we received.
Yeah, I've got it circled, I just,
Okay.
it didn't fit within the realms of others.
It was for Butte Fire Recovery, and
Right. Separate
the
item.
agreement we had was if we didn't expend it by this certain date, we were to return it.
Correct.
And they'll invest it in Butte County or Shasta, whoever burns down this summer.
Hopefully so.
It's heartbreaking,
Could
but.
be us again. We might see that same money.
Hey, Ben,
Where we,
I know, I don't wish it on anybody.
where are we at on tree mortality?
There, actually, we'll have a presentation on that in the next board meeting. TSS has approximately 21 projects. They're progressing quite well. If you saw the article in the paper about 3 weeks ago, that pretty much cataloged where they're at. But they're actually trying to expedite as much as they can in the remainder of this fiscal year. And I can't speak more eloquently than that off the top of my head.
Okay.
I certainly can get some more data for you and bring it back, but they will present at the next board meeting.
Well, I know they're keeping the Foothill Fire Safe Council in the loop, and I do attend their meetings every month, so I just wanted to have it as a verbal statement of where we're at. On Butte debris, which is page 312, Rebecca, is there any idea when we'll finally have that all closed out?
Okay, hold on. Let me make sure I'm looking at the right one. You
Okay.
said 312?
312. That's the debris.
Okay, that, we have an outstanding invoice with Tetra Tech to try to close out the remainder of that. I'll be following up with the project manager with Tetra Tech on that after that bill is paid, because we do need to get that closed out. And the reason I really, really want it closed out is if you look at the bottom line budget for that, it is a net contribution to the general fund of $781,000. Those are for costs that we expended in, through 18, 19 and prior years that exceeded the notice of obligation and exceeded the amount of money that I could even claim against those projects. So once we're able to close that project out, then Cal OES and FEMA can look at it, and then we can get our net project overrun costs back to us.
You figure 90 days or 6 months, or what do you think? You don't know?
No clue.
Okay. Because until this is closed out, that ain't happening.
Correct.
Excuse my French.
Right.
But,
Yeah.
if we want that
So,
money in the system, we're going to have to close out that project.
Right. So I'm just waiting for that last bill to be paid. I need to coordinate with the project manager to see if there's anything else that's outstanding. And at that point, I don't really know if Cal OES will go ahead and release the funds that we prove are expenditures in excess to us immediately, or if they will wait until FEMA does their official closeout, which could take a really long time. My understanding is it looks like how they're handling Lake County's closeout is on a parcel by parcel basis. So if that's how it goes, it's going to take a while to get that closed out. So I'm hoping between the two counties we can figure out a better methodology of closing those projects out, but we'll see.
And likewise on page 13 about the fire work, that's the $2,218,000.
That is, that one, we are not closing that out anytime soon. The issue with that one is, if you recall in one of the presentations that Michelle did, there's a second phase of trees that were identified to be removed. I think at the end of the day, it's like 1,545 trees. That is a second phase. In order for us to proceed with any work on those trees, it has to go through environmental. We couldn't get it through environmental until Cal OES and FEMA agreed to the scope of work change, inclusive of that additional 1,500 trees. I just got the letter, I think, on Monday that was approved. So the scope of work was approved, and the extension to June of 2020 was approved. Once that happened, then environmental with FEMA can go ahead and evaluate the program, and then we can, once we get approval on that, then we can move forward with actual removal and monitoring and the whole project again. So that's not going tomorrow. It'll be a while.
I don't want an exuberant expectation, but hopefully this will be done this year. Chair Garamendi.
Environmental is, we're at the mercy of that agency. So, it's a bad time probably to start having all this go through environmental, because if there is a more urgent emergency somewhere else in the state or somewhere else in the nation, then that's going to take precedence over what we're doing. So we just keep reaching out and keep getting updates, and we can let you know as we hear more. But that's where it is at this point. So at least we got the letter on Monday.
Nothing would make me happier, Supervisor Mills, to wrap that sucker out.
Just like, there's another one on page 321 about Butte trees, private.
That would be related, and
to the
that-
Tetra Tech.
Yeah,
Right.
so the caveat, which page is that, 320?
321.
321?
Yeah.
So the first, it's really the same project, the burn tree removal debris project, but one is on private property and one is not. And so the private property debris removal program related to those trees, that then has the added component, which Supervisor Garamendi loves, is the insurance recovery part of it. So that's why they're split up, so we can track the costs associated with both of those different activities. But that piece will probably take longer than the other piece because you've got the added component of the insurance recovery on those.
Even when you add in page 323 and another $1 million, there's a lot of general fund money that's sitting in these various projects. If we could just simply get them closed out or get them done, it would relieve a lot of stress. I
Yes.
think on the part of the staff as well as on the part of our budget.
Yes.
And from the supervisors.
Enough said.
Very good. Any changes to the CAO's recommended budget for OES? Seeing none, I think that is complete. We'll move on to planning budget. All right.
Chairman
Are there-
Garamendi, can I interrupt you just for a second? Sorry,
Certainly.
on OES.
Mr. Sheriff?
With
Sorry,
respect to...
Were you standing there?
It's okay. I'll be
Sorry.
brief. With respect to OES, involving the considerations of hiring an outside part-time consultant or a full-time OES director, I would like to make the reasonable request that the sheriff's office be involved in that hiring process or the vetting process. I'm concerned about getting somebody who's experienced in emergency management, similar to what we have here in Calaveras County. And there's been some people that are kind of high on education, high on certification, but maybe lack some experience. We're already in the middle of fire season right now, so I just want to make sure that we don't end up meeting a consultant or a manager during the middle of an emergency and we not had a chance to kind of test that person prior to that. Thank you.
Do you want to respond? Go ahead.
I appreciate that. That's a very good point. We've been working on a contract with, as you know from my weekly communications, we worked on a contract with Harrison Associates. They're all retired Cal OES. They've all been working all over the state, and some of them were here in 2015 and are familiar with us. So they are experienced. They won't be primarily burdened with being in the OES center. They will be on-call services for that, but they're primarily coming in to help us move through projects that we have, analyze where we're at, get us started in the local hazard mitigation plan. It's not ideal to have them starting in the middle of the fire season, that's absolutely correct, but we've been working on this since I came in, and it's just a matter of how long it takes to get a contract resolved and move through. And then once we get a director on board, if we're able to do that here soon, then they'll move off. But once they're on board and we get the contract in place, we'll make arrangements for everybody to meet with them and get the lay of the land and work closely with them.
The point being is that whoever that's going to be has to work well with the sheriff's department. It has to work well with the fire system. And yes, former OES people do have that conceptual knowledge, but this is somebody that's going to have to be very hands-on. They cannot be sitting in a distance in an office. So
Are we talking about the consultant or the permanent?
Either one. It's not going to be successful.
Okay. Let's move on to planning department, unless anybody has an objection to that. Planning. Questions or changes to the CAO's recommended budget?
Peter, have you been successful in getting your staff, I'm looking at the position control list, but you've made some additions and deletions, et cetera.
We are fully staffed right now. I have to admit that one of those positions is an underfill. We tried for 2.5 years to recruit for a Planner 3. I finally underfilled that with a Planner 2 position. By and large, we have a relatively young and less experienced staff than I would like. We have some great people, but I don't have the kind of expertise that if we have some large controversial projects, that we would be able to handle those readily. So far we're making do. I do have a couple of Planner 3s that are on board. Some have been here for quite some time, know the lay of the land very well, but just that level of experience is probably the biggest concern that I have about the staffing that I do have.
So the question would be, is that the staff that you have now is capable of handling the workload that's coming up, and I'm talking about getting the general plan completed and working on this other potential regulatory ordinance or other land use decisions. I know what's going on down in Copperopolis, so.
Yeah, right now we are managing. As I said, we do have 2 Planner 3s, one that is, does have the experience and is focusing on some of the larger projects in the Copper area. When we get into some of the general plan implementation with the expectation that the plan will be adopted within the next couple of months, that's going to, we'll have to assess our needs at that point. I think that the concerns that Leslie raised earlier today, and you may have heard from other department heads of, recruitment for high-level experienced staff, particularly planners, is challenging. And it's just something that's across the board at the county that we're having to deal with. It's great when we have planners that we can train from the ground up and understand the county. Every county has its own unique circumstances and experiences, but to have someone that can just jump on a technical project that requires an environmental impact report and just has that base of knowledge from elsewhere is helpful. And for the most part, we really don't have that, but we're making do with what we have. There is one concern I have, if you don't mind me bringing it up at this point, regarding staffing, is with the expectation that we will be having a cannabis regulatory ordinance coming up in the future. At the direction of the interim CAO, dispersed towards Mr. Alt, is we did not include that in the budget. So there is no consideration of the staffing needs to address that when that happens. I think that will need to be looked at the final budget, although we should be recruiting now if we expect to have staff on board with the ability to jump on those applications with the expectation there might be 100, 150 applications coming in and in a timely manner. It's not going to be possible if we have the current workload, current staffing, and then suddenly 150 applications submitted in September or October with the expectation they'll be approved by the end of the year. And I think that there's just a lot that's going to have to be done. There's not going to be a week turnaround for those. I don't anticipate the same level of backlog that we had in 2016 with the urgency ordinance, but even with 100 to 150 applications, that's a lot of work. Our total workload for the year is in that range of applications. So we'll need to look at that very carefully. The anticipation is that any of that work would be funded by a fee program associated with a regulatory ordinance, but that's not in place yet either. So we need to make sure that both those get in place in a timely manner, that we have the staffing and the funding for that staff before the ordinance goes into effect. Because there are people already lining up, can't wait to submit their applications once an ordinance is adopted.
Broader conversation for future.
That's a conversation for future and part of a presentation. Other questions? Supervisor Toffman, Supervisor Mills, are you done?
No, I'm done.
Supervisor Toffman?
Yeah, I'm looking at line item 5272, professional services, special purpose. You've gone from your final budget last year, 118,976. To date, you're at 103, but yet it goes down to 26,981. What primarily was that used?
The general plan EIR.
The general plan EIR?
And the outside counsel for assistance on that.
Is 26,981 going to be enough once it comes to the board and goes out for any there's anything challenging it, or
If there is a challenge, that's not in our budget right now.
not in your budget?
That's something we're going to have to
it'll
look
be in-
at,
yeah,
talk
her
with the
budget.
council's office. You know,
In the 5271, those monies are used for outside consultants on,
housing element update, other special programs. There's a lot of implementation measures that we will be likely to begin once the general plan's adopted, ordinance updates, those kinds of things. We will need assistance on that, and that's the purpose of that.
okay, thank you.
Supervisor Stopper? Ben?
The 17-18 year, let me go back to where I was. Apologize. Salary wages. So, permanent, 17-18 was, 410. We're looking at $205,000 or $200,000 approximately more at $605,080 now. Do we add positions?
We added positions last year. We're not adding any positions this year. It's a matter of increases based on, salary adjustments, step increases, and the one-time cost for the PERS.
Right, yeah, the 579,000 was the final on last year, so that would be the adjustment. Where did those additions to staff come from?
We provided, I'm trying to remember from last year, one new planner trainee position last year, and we made a temporary position permanent. That was approved last year.
All right. So that temporary was originally paid with registration fees from the prior ordinance?
Yes.
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 All right. That's what I was looking for. Thank you, Peter.
Are there any additions or corrections to the CIO's budget, or are we all good with it? Planning? Good. Good, good. Supervisor Davanelli, good? That's it.
Thank you.
Peter.
I don't know if that was a warning shot or a courtesy wake-up call.
Wake up, Sam.
Nice to see you all. Sam Leach, Chief Probation Officer.
Correct. We were not going to do the presentation. Thank you for introducing, but I tried to keep things moving. I want to go to questions directly to you from the budget, and then we'll see if there's any changes. So, sorry for cutting you off there, Sam. Looked like you had a good presentation set, ready to go.
Oh, no. Ready for questions.
Questions from the board regarding probation's department's budget?
I can start first.
Go ahead.
Because I'm looking at your goals and objectives about a long-term plan to build or renovate a permanent location, that you're scattered all over the place with your various pieces, which is, I'm sure, creating some logistical difficulties. How do you plan on bringing that before the board to begin to fund those changes?
I don't have an immediate plan for that. It's more of a long-term plan. The frustrating part is staying in San Andreas where the services are for our, workload. And as you know, there's really not much available. So we have some AB 109 money that is in reserves that we know we'd like at some point to come forward and propose to use a small chunk of that to help as seed money. The problem is building, if we were to build from scratch and try to build the type of place that we need, you know what kind of money we're getting into. And I know the money's not there, and we're in safe, clean spaces for now. They're not ideal. The Day Reporting Center, I've come and griped about that before. Some of you have been over there. It's not good working conditions, and frankly, we'd be safer and have better connectivity if we were all under one roof. So I think it's wiser that we piggyback another project when that opportunity presents itself. I have casually gone and toured some buildings and worked with realtors to look at things that pop up in San Andreas, but you know what's here. So finding something that's 6,000 square feet would be on the very small side. 10,000 is probably more what we need. We need to park probably at least 30 vehicles. I mean, you start to look at that, and we've got, we've got the old airport, and I don't know what else that would work. So it's really a difficult position for me to be in, because I know my staff are frustrated with me that I haven't been able to make any progress on this, but it's also one of those in my spare time things as the chief probation officer and trying to do all the things that I have to do to look at that. And then the other thing is partnering with admin to get some of this work done and to make sure that we're fitting into the overall building space plan. So it's tough to get attention in that regard, or it has been historically.
Cost per foot is not exactly cheap in San Andreas. I could get you a lot of space in the Angels camp for a lot less. Anyway, that's all I have.
Thank you. Supervisor Toffenali?
Well, I was just talking to Ben, he has the same thing. Was there supposed to be a 333 page blank? Go from 332 to 334 with a blank page. Was there supposed to be something? Yeah, there's ones in the other, but this was the first one.
I don't think it's a data issue. I think it's when we talked about the publisher and the interface between OpenGov and the publisher. So 333 is just that blank page. The schedules look intact.
So none of the information from 332 was to carry over onto that page. We're not missing any information is what I'm saying. It just seems to go off proposed budget request highlights, and so I just want to make sure we had all the information in front of us.
I believe we do. I can't recall all the text that probation submitted to us, but I think that was the end of the text, and then the schedules start behind it.
Okay, thank you.
I believe that's accurate, yeah.
All right. Sure.
Any changes to the to probation's budget from the CAO's recommendation that we want to take on? Not seeing anybody raising their hand. Sam, thank you very much.
Thank you as well.
PATV.
Okay, as you'll notice with this particular budget, it is CAO's recommendation and department requests are aligned. In all fairness to PATV, they did express one concern that could be a future problem in terms of our budget. Apparently, in terms of Comcast, there's a requirement that they're cutting over to all HD, and our equipment doesn't conform to that. So there may come a time, and it may be in the middle of a fiscal year, that if we don't buy new equipment in anticipation of that cutover, then we won't be able to broadcast. They did express it as a concern overall, and something that we need to keep our eye on, but it wasn't in department requested. It was more to keep it on the radar and as a potential contingency issue. But overall, what they've requested is what we approved.
Are they searching for options on that, and what kind of financial expenditure might be required?
Yeah, exploring the appropriate equipment and the cost out on that. They had some detail as to what it would cost. I don't recall off the top of my head. Krista, I think it was about $100,000 or $150,000 for entirely new equipment to be HD compliant.
Perhaps a bit less, and really, as CAO Alt says, they're kind of in the introductory phases of doing this research now, so we'll have they will approach us, we anticipate at some point, with an ask for a CIP project, or at least to get us looped in on where their further requests for quotes, et cetera, lead them in terms of what we can expect sometime in the next, it's really a question mark. Is that your recollection, Al, regarding, when the switch might happen?
They're trying to work closely with Comcast to determine when that is. Their concern was, and I'm trying to be fair to them and in representing their budget, is that while they're working with Comcast, it's a private partner. So if they decide in January that this happens, then we don't have much to say about it, and it'll be a different discussion. But they are planning for it and trying to work with the partner and fit it into an out-year budget request.
Hopefully they would be looking at some rural community grants as well, because they are out there. for that, for communication, especially in defined disadvantaged community locations. That's all I have, thank you.
Is there further questions? Seeing none, is there any dissent in accepting the CAO's recommended budget? Seeing none?
We get to keep Susan.
We get to keep Susan. Thank you very much, Ed and Spirit. Public Works. Josh, I'm sure you've got a presentation prepared too, but we're going to move to questions to you on your budget.
I'm perfectly fine with that. And I do want to acknowledge Mark Kenzelak here, our business administrator, is here to answer any questions that I may not. So, he's a guy we found wandering around on the out in the street.
The guy you say, buddy, you want a job? Come here.
It's about where we're at these days. So,
all right, questions for Public Works. Supervisor Stock, would you like to talk?
To start, I'm just going to start with these FTEs, additions and deletions. You've explained here that, you've explained which ones are actually new and then the others that are being transferred. You're showing 6 transferred in here on page 347, and then another 1 transferred in on 351, but you're not showing any deletions from other areas so where are they transferring from?
great question. So they are being, for the most part, they're being transferred from Equipment Services Center. So that budget unit, we've recommended collaborating or consolidating that within roads, since that service primarily serves roads division. So those folks that resided there previously have been kind of parsed out as necessary to those various departments.
Thank you for that. I'll defer for now.
Supervisor Mills.
Josh, thank you for the road hog grinder.
Anytime.
Oh,
It'll be here in August.
Oh, you're a man after my heart with that. Page 358.
Okay.
358. I see no CAO recommended.
Yeah. And let me touch on that, and if we need further diving in, I can ask Mark. So again, this is what I just mentioned previously regarding the Equipment Service Center. We have consolidated that within the roads budget. However, in OpenGov, when we put the request in for the salaries, those showed up in ESE. So when those salaries are actually incorporated in roads, but it does show as a unique discrepancy showing that we're making a recommendation and we're not getting anything done. But those are covered as part of the roads budget.
Okay, that was the question, is where did we account for them on the other side of the budget?
Yeah,
Thank
it's a great catch.
Let's see if there's anything else. I think I got a couple more here.
A lot of stuff going on. Good luck.
Thanks. We've got a great team. I'm very fortunate.
Got a lot of project on the list.
You know, and I've mentioned that in the past. I like to aim high. I don't want to come here and give you a really conservative, watered-down list and just in an effort to appease and meet a benchmark. I want to shoot high. I want to be aggressive. It puts us in a position to aggressively pursue when opportunities do come up. When they don't meet the mark, I'm forthright about that. But to me, I'd rather say we're going to hit 10 and actually hit 8 than just under promise and over deliver. So that's my philosophy, and I'm going to keep plugging away at it.
I know that the District 10 director was very impressed with what your group has been doing here recently, and it has been reflected in how they have been supportive and providing additional financial support where they need to.
Yeah.
So it works well together when everybody's aiming in the same way.
Couldn't agree more.
So I have no questions about the budget unless you feel that there are some concerns.
No.
Okay.
Other questions, Supervisor Toffenali? You look like you're ready to go.
I am. Josh is pointing at me and smiling, so I only have one question, and I went through your budget. Last year, it fell upon your budget when we cleared Cosgrove Creek, and you had to come back to the board and ask for money for that. And we discussed this about building it into this year's budget, so that didn't occur. Do you have money for Cosgrove Creek cleaning in this budget?
So I don't have that in my current budget. It's an interesting thing being on private property and us providing services for, primarily for public. So in the past year, working with CAO Lutz, when those invoices came in, we forwarded those to the CAO's office, to Al's predecessor, and the CAO's office actually processed those. And so that is not in my particular budget. I'm not sure if that's been incorporated. We could certainly look for an opportunity at the board's direction to incorporate that either in my own budget or in another appropriate budget. Although I would say, and I think I've mentioned this a couple of times, doing work on private property, I can't use road fund dollars for that. So we'll need to find whether it's general fund or another revenue source to provide that resource.
Correct.
Yep.
So we need to have that discussion.
I would concur with Gary. That runs through my district also, and that's definitely mitigating a public safety hazard through the floodplain throughout La Quintana and it going into Rancho Calaveras.
Starts on our ranch, so.
It's your fault, right? Well, the question,
We only clear snow on public roads, not private roads?
Plowing?
Plowing.
Yeah, so we only plow on public roads and public property. If it's private, that's the responsibility of the property owners.
So we don't go into forest meadows, we don't go into other subdivisions that aren't maintained by public dollars.
No, we should not be, and if they are, please let me know. I'll follow up. But no, we don't. And similar to the other issue, we can't utilize public funds and public taxpayers on private roads or private property. So I'm not aware of that occurring. My road crews are pretty good at handling those respectfully. But no, that shouldn't be occurring.
I just wanted to make sure that was clear.
And you can't do it at the Arnold Library either.
Well, that's a
building.
similar, it's a county-owned building, but it's not in the maintained mileage. So that's a spot where one of those things where a little bit of a silo effect, where even though it is a county-owned property, it's not in the maintained mileage. So that falls upon facilities to have, appropriately, you'd have an on-call snow removal contract, a small one, and be able to provide those services.
And you can't use it on the campus either.
We can use it on, I believe, on this feeder road, on Government Center and this feeder road, because I think this feeder road's in the maintained mileage system. Don't ask me why, but it is in the system. So theoretically, if it ever did snow to the point where we had a foot of snow in San Andreas, I think we've got a lot bigger problems, but we could theoretically plow snow in the parking lot.
But the maintenance of Jeff Tuttle Road is the county. But maintenance of the roads within the campus are not?
Yeah, the ones that are in the maintained mileage system, we certainly can. I know Government Center, we can. That's part of a project upcoming. Jeff Tuttle's a part of that. I think some of the interior roads are, others aren't. And so it just comes down that demarcation line. If it's in the maintained mileage system, we can use gas tax and highway user fees to do that. If not, then we can't. We can do it, we just can't use road fund dollars to provide that service.
and I know your crew is doing an excellent job in those touchy areas called encroachments. But the new system that you have up and in place now is working, and I know that constituents are already responding positively to it. So if that helps to save resources and get information tracked correctly, that could probably affect your budget and the outcome.
Yeah, I agree with you. I don't think there's necessarily a tangible way. I think you'll see that through more efficient service, but I think you'll see us doing more with, being able to respond more timely. So again, I don't think that's something I can quantify. I've made efforts in the past. It's a 10 to 20-fold improvement on the investment we make in that service is my rough estimate. But yeah, I agree with you. I think anecdotally, when you look at this, that benefit will be, you'll see that in our operating costs.
That's all I have.
All right, are there any changes to the CAO's recommended budget, or are we willing to accept it as it stands? Looking down the list, Mills, you good? Callaway's good. Stopper? Gary? Thank you very much.
Thank you. We'll see you soon.
We're taking on the sheriff next, and so let's take a 10-minute break, and then we can stretch and limber up. And we'll take a 10-minute break, and then we'll start up again at a couple minutes before 3. We're going to get it done. Welcome back. We're taking on the sheriff's unit. I want to pause for half a second. At a lunch, I was talking with our planning director, and he said there's a possibility that we may have the general plan back to this board as early as mid-July. So I wanted to sort of poll everybody and see if, and this is an if, but I wanted to put an asterisk on the date of July 30th to hear the general plan. Would that work for folks, or anybody around? What do you think? If it's ready.
Do you think
I wanna
it's,
hold.
do you think it can be done by this board in one day, considering how many days of,
Well, we can start and see how it goes. You guys want to set aside 2 days? Or?
how
tell
many
me.
days has the planning commission had it?
4? 4? I mean,
More than 4.
6. Susan's
You've
at
been
it.
there, so you know. That's why I'm
So-
thinking is that this isn't going to be a 1 or 2 day affair if we're serious about looking at it in the detail we're looking at this.
So would you prefer to set aside a day and then do it in another week, or do you want to do a series of meetings for that when we get there?
Can you turn your microphone on, Maria?
So what about if you did, we have a board meeting on, already scheduled, the fourth Tuesday would be July 23rd. What if you do subsequent days to that?
I'm sorry, could you say again then?
We already have a meeting on July 23rd. What if we did subsequent days following that, like we do
24,
budget
25.
hearings?
I believe that's a little ahead of what Peter was putting for them finishing with the planning commission.
Okay.
So we could
The
schedule,
27th was the day that he...
yeah, so we could schedule a 30th, I believe a 5th Tuesday's on the 30th.
It is, but I think we have supervisors who will not be here on the subsequent days.
For the 1st through the 6th is what she said.
Wait a second, well, I'm sorry, I got confused. We were talking about
So-
July 30th?
30th, so is there 31 days in
There's
July?
31 days.
So we could schedule 2 days in a row there.
We'll do that and see how we do, and then we could continue the meeting.
Would that be
if we
good with
can.
your schedule, Marita?
Would that get you done before?
Yeah, could we ask Peter if he could start the 23rd, or
I
did he
think
for
he
sure said the 30th?
I think they're going to need that week.
Okay.
What do you, I mean, if he comes in here before then, tells us not, but I think we ought to err on the side of caution.
So if he's not ready that week, I don't know how it's getting into an agenda and onto the web and published to meet that Tuesday, the 30th, if he's not done.
Well, if
I-
it's all
I
right,
think-
let's do this. Let's circle back and figure out the mechanics of how to do it. But let's set aside the days amongst ourselves. We can always give them back. This doesn't set us in stone. For the 30th and the 31st. Is everybody's off on holiday? Okay.
That's holidays, that's a holiday weekend,
The 31st?
isn't it? Is that,
July?
that's
July?
July? No.
31st is like, my wife's birthday is the next day, but that doesn't make the whole week a holiday.
It's a
for me.
holiday. Oh,
It's a
does
holiday
her.
for me and her.
That's
Yeah.
right. Don't forget that.
Okay, so if it's all right with you guys, let's set aside those 2 days and just as a whole.
Okay.
And we can decide from there where we want to go to maybe the middle of August and do the number of days necessary to finish it in that third week of August.
We're gonna have a really good idea how quick we're moving by the 31st.
Right.
2 days is a good chunk to see if we got it done.
But if we could tentatively set aside that now, that if we need to add some days to it, that we do it that third week of August.
If it's all right with you guys, let me circle back with y'all.
Okay.
But we'll hold those 2 days and see how we do. Sheriff's Office. You guys ready? Let's, under Sheriff Macedo, we got the presentation yesterday, so we could just get down to questions and math.
Sure, ready when you are.
Who wants to lead off? Supervisor Tough, now your microphone's on.
No,
You want to start? Supervisor Mills.
So everything that we had discussed yesterday, we will plug in, add to, make those appropriate adjustments and. Exactly.
Excuse me.
We
Supervisor
were
Mills?
talking about adding on the 2 more vehicles.
Well, that
The
was what the
F-150s.
presentation was. What we've done on the others is track what the requests were and then.
Right. So those requests are in, and we don't need to go over them again.
Could you go back to that sheet, Krista?
Well, we'll do it later.
If it's all right, just a point of clarification on a couple of these.
Into the microphone, Krista, please.
Yeah, just a point of clarification on a couple of these items. So when we went back through, the repeater battery was actually in that budget unit, so no change was made there. With respect to the positions, the limited term trainees that were added back in, the dollar figure was slightly higher than what you saw yesterday, so that overall number is 208,494. If we look here, just to kind of give an overall view of where we're at this point after the discussions we've had yesterday and today, if we were looking at taking this from our contingency, our overall requests, anyone please jump in here if you see something that you think might be incorrect, but would bring us to a drawdown of $438,000 and change, leaving a contingency of a little over 1.16. That includes the reduction to the coroner's budget, the increases we discussed to the district attorney's budget, the full request for the library assistant position, the 3 limited term positions, the captain position, the fully outfitted F-150s at 2, the hostage negotiation phone, the drone, and a transport van. To the extent that any of these are items that you weren't fully decided upon, we included them here anyway, and I'm remiss to not mention the $200,000 decrease to the professional and specialized services in county council's budget. To the extent that any of these haven't been fully decided, please give us your direction as you see fit.
I don't remember deciding on the captain position that we would, I mean, my recommendation was that we look at it
The
when we're
purpose of
finished.
the spreadsheet that we have up is to reflect, if you were to take all the requests, what the impact to the contingency would be. We're not presupposing any of these have been approved except for those that you've already polled on. And probably important to note why we're showing this come from contingency is because revenues and salary savings and all those things have already been accounted for in our projected budget. You know, we can only spend TOT or property tax or salary savings once, so they're programmed in already. There's no additional monies to cover this. This is the impact if we take action on any one of those things. So we tried to design this, I'll say we, Krista, designed this in such a way that you could plug and play anything in that spreadsheet and see the end impact to contingency.
Can I ask for a point of clarification? I notice you have the repeater backup batteries already budgeted. Was that approved and recommended in the CAO's budget? Because I had that listed for $14,000 as an unaccounted for issue.
So I had it in dispatch,
Okay.
and I had it approved. I apologize, Captain Macedo, I cannot get onto OpenGov right now to show you it's not working in this room for some reason.
That's okay. That was just one.
But it was in the line item that I cited for
Okay.
minor equipment.
Oscar, I think, is going to try and verify that. And then my second question is on cell number 8, the positions. I noticed that's up to 208, and you noted that it was expensive. There was quite a discussion among Sheriff's Office staff yesterday after the meeting, trying to make sure we're comparing apples to apples and not apples to oranges. The limited term position deals with current employees that will continue to receive benefits while they are in the academy. The true recruit position, those we hire from outside of the agency, are considered like similar to extra hires and do not receive. So depending on the makeup of that 5 will depend upon the actual cost. We have never considered putting 3 limited term positions into the academy. We don't want to suck those folks out of another division, so it should be 2.
I thought you wanted
For a total of 5, 3 from the outside with a maximum of 2 internal. but I can't guarantee you what that makeup's going to look like until we actually make those hires. We're in that hiring process right now. But what I can tell you is we do not want to pull 3 people per se out of the jail, because that causes problems in the jail. So we've limited ourselves from internal hiring, putting people through the academy, to a maximum of 2. One of the people we were targeting that's not going to happen, so it could be 1. So I'm comfortable with budgeting high and anticipating high, but I know we are not going to be putting 3 limited terms in the academy. It should be a maximum of 2.
Okay, and so then just, and that, thank you for that, because that clears up, I think, a little bit of the confusion from yesterday. So these numbers, the reason why the reductions had originally been budgeted at that, just for the edification of the board, is because that's how our workforce model forecasts those positions in an unfilled state. So with that information, if you don't mind, so we've got 265,000 on the extra hire line.
Correct.
Is that intended to cover in part those positions? And if we were to make these reductions, which would give you that 5 or 2 of the 3 that were contemplated, how would that affect your overall ability to navigate your business in this area?
So we also discussed that yesterday afternoon, and if we were left with status quo, we would be fine. But what you're talking about is an actual reduction to the status quo, and that's what we generated a cost estimate of roughly $170-something thousand, $90-something thousand. So the 208 was a surprise to us yesterday afternoon, or it's a surprise to us today, but the number yesterday appeared to be a little bit high. We're not talking about a significant amount of money, but if you left us with status quo, and that was the purpose of leaving that amount in the extra hire, so that we could place people into the academy, and it left us enough flexibility that we didn't have our hands tied based upon whether they were limited term or external hires.
Under Sheriff, on page 389, it talks about 3 extra hire recruits at 174. 389. At 174, 344? And that would be external candidates?
Correct.
Is that a good number? That's page 389. Is that a good number versus 190?
For the 3.
For the 3?
Correct.
Okay. So maybe we should be more realistic in looking at 174 versus 208.
Well, let me make this easy. If we leave it at status quo, don't sweep the extra money, we're only going to hire 5. There's probably going to be dollars remaining in there because we're only going to hire 5, and it's not going to amount to what the status quo was.
Okay.
That leaves us the flexibility to hire whoever we need to hire without exceeding the amount. If you were counting on sweeping that to balance, in addition to the other money we talked about yesterday, then I guess we need to discuss that further.
So this is probably a good time to talk about sweeping to balance. We don't sweep to balance. That's not what we do as a function. The year-end close and all the general fund budgets requires that we bring all the money back in to close out the final year and then reappropriate it. Reappropriating it is what we're doing now. So it's not a function of the CAO trying to balance the budget or, take from the departments. It requires that we go through this process just to close the year. And then if authorized in this case, then it'd be appropriated back out, and that's the budget process. I understand what you're saying, but I want to make it clear, we don't sweep as a matter of how do we bring the money back in so we can balance the general fund. We bring it back in, we tell you the cash carry, the contingencies, the other things that are funded, and then we appropriate out the rest of the money. And in this case, even the contingency that we planned for, these things would then have to come out of contingency just because of not just our county, every county's process of how you close the year out and reappropriate.
So maybe the better statement here is that you feel as though any unused funds should be basically a cash carry for the department into the future year?
Well, that's certainly a board decision, and we've discussed that before about their incentivizing savings. If we had the salary savings across the board or the departmental savings this year, obviously our request from the general fund for the new year would be significantly less. That's a discussion that would involve a 2-year budgeting process that I'm sure at this late hour you all don't want to get into. All I can tell you is that the Sheriff's Office over the last few years has realized a significant amount of savings. I'm sorry that the term swept is not something that people appreciate. We can call it whatever we want, but if we were able to hang on to the savings, we wouldn't have to ask for so much. But I also understand the governmental process of wanting to take that in and look at the entire amount of money in order to budget for the following year.
Because basically, that's what we were talking about last year, was that same process. So.
Very much to the same extent, yes.
Yeah.
Outside of that, there's no other issues with the spreadsheet.
So I do have a question. Your line item where it says total in red, 161,958.
Oh, sorry, that should be,
You haven't added in the 300,000, the correction, and the board approved 200,000?
no, that includes that.
That doesn't include that. That's from taking all of those added numbers. Yeah, all those.
Do a summary now.
Right, so there you go. And it's kind of hard to see the lower bit in the green there. You can see that total matches the request total of 438,000, and the contingency is then reduced by that amount. That includes, that does include the 300,000 in reductions. If you want to take a break, I'm happy to confirm that number. Not in this spreadsheet.
Okay. Thank you.
Other questions? Supervisor Stopper?
No, I just did the math in my head and she's right. Computer's right.
So the question is, those are additions to the CAO's budget. Do we want to include those, or do we want to stay with the CAO's budget?
There's certain safety issues that I do think some of that will be needed, but I don't think in its entirety is all needed right now. I'll let someone else speak to that.
Good,
I have a question for Rebecca. It has to do with cash flow. And
Cash carry or cash flow?
Huh?
Cash carry or cash flow?
Cash flow.
Okay.
And I understand the teeter fund and our capital improvement projects is not going to drain that all down during the year.
At the same time, right?
At the same time. And historically, when you had cash flow problems, because our contingency was so low, you had to use teeter. In some instances to keep the money paying bills and the flow.
Correct.
We're reducing that.
Oh, so like what, okay.
Yeah.
So that's a good point. I would say at this moment in time, and probably for this next fiscal year, will be fine because we have PG&E settlement funds that are in our treasury that are not going to go out on the same day. We have the teeter balance that's not all going to get drained overnight. And then we have various other funds that we can use in order to balance our cash flow from a treasury perspective. Things that I see out on the horizon that would be problematic for me probably in starting 2021 going forward is, for instance, if Public Works Director Pack is successful in moving those projects forward, that gives me a little bit of heartburn. I think if we're successful at actually being able to get the debris tree removal done quickly, the road recovery pieces for PG&E, the CIP projects here, yes. And so historically, I would be telling you, please don't drain out Teeter because they actually need that from a cash flow perspective. And if we don't have that, then we have to look at trans. So that is something that will be a problem going forward. For this next fiscal year, I am not really concerned. Going forward, yes, it will be a concern.
So draining contingencies down to this red number that's on the board is not concerning to you?
That's concerning to me just because we are, we're going from a $9.9 million upside down budget to still an upside down budget because we're going to have 4.2 of cash carry, 3.4 of teeter. So what happens when, something else needs to happen? And I can't remember how much we went through from July 1st through present day of our current contingent, but I know it was probably close to $1 million. Yeah. So when you look at that, which we just proved, that's almost your entire contingent. So I don't feel great about that whatsoever at all. And I think it's also remembering, regardless of what you add to this budget, it just adds to the continued, what are we going to do for 2021? So it's not just adding one, if it's a one-time cost, fine, but if it's an ongoing cost, it continues to escalate in the price point for that going forward, and we haven't identified a way to make those funding sources.
Thank you.
Supervisor Mills, lights on, you have more questions?
No, I'll save it, thank you.
Okay, so Supervisor Callaway, you look like you're ready to go.
Well, if we're sort of negotiating on the sheriff's budget, I mean, one of those vans is an AB 109. Really have a hard time going below the 1.6 million. And for the contingency, and if we have to do some changing at this point, I probably want to change the van. The captain's position, I'm more interested in looking at a later point, so we see where we are.
Can I speak to the van while we're there? I'd like to be able to take credit for this idea, but yesterday at the end of the day, our auditor controller, who spent a lot of the time at the podium today, suggested that we do have a local innovation sub-account that has sufficient to cover the van. The funding source has been sitting idle back to 2017. It'd be an appropriate use of the funds, and it would be able to accomplish this and clear another account that's been sitting for a while. We just need to make sure that we're clear with the sheriff's office that the expenditure is for the work van and separate and distinct from their AB 109 van. And I know they know the distinction. Our point is just for tracking purposes, we'd have to make sure that the van that's purchased off the innovation sub-account is utilized specifically for the work van as they currently do. So that would give an option for the van without affecting the bottom line here. And again, I'd like to take credit for that, but Rebecca provided it yesterday, so.
Is she talking about the 45,000 plus 4?
No, it's a different account. There's actually 98,000 and it's enough to cover the van.
What is the innovative sub-account?
So with the 2011 local revenue legislation that passed, the state legislation created all these sub-accounts. So that's where the AB 443 sub-account is, and you've got health and human services sub-accounts. I call it kind of the kitchen sink of realignment that the state graced us with. And as the years have gone on, they've added more sub-accounts to that local revenue fund. And one of them that got added was called a local innovation sub-account. It's It's still part of Government Code 30025. It still falls in line with the intent of that realignment, which was through reduction of recidivism and work release programs and alternative sentencing and rehabilitation and all of these things that kind of fall in line with that respective realignment program. So we received a pretty hefty sum for that innovation sub-account, and we really just have not been able to figure out an innovative way of what to do with it. So when the Sheriff's Department had their slide up there, and I don't know who put it up there, but it said an innovative work release program, I think is what it said, that triggered in my head, oh, look, maybe we can use that. So it's kind of a one-time funding source. It's not something we expected to get. I don't expect to get more. It's just really, it comes if it comes and it doesn't if it doesn't. But it's sitting there. I think that it would fit really nicely.
How much do we have in it now?
It's 98,000 and some change.
Oh, sort of the exact match to what he wants. It'll pay for Jack's $4.
Yeah, it's like I don't know. It's 98 something.
Great.
Thank you. Oh, whoa. Rebecca, on that innovation, was that monies that are specified what they're to be used for?
It's a loose specification. So what it says is that it has to be, the board has to approve its use. It has to be used for local needs, and it has to be spent in the same manner that the other sub-accounts would be spent, and it lists the various sub-accounts which are defined with that reduction of recidivism.
So it's public safety. It could be probation.
It could. It could be probation, it could be a public defender, it could be district attorney, it could be kind of any of those that kind of fell in line with that realignment shift that happened.
Okay. Given that it would be funded from the innovative sub-account, then do we take it off of that list, Krista?
What we would do probably is
You'd add revenue and it's.
You would, yeah.
So let's assume,
It'd come off this
let's
list.
do that math.
Just zero it out.
That's the,
Zero that out.
Just zero the amount out, and we'll.
It's a little better. Can I go over a calculation when you're ready, Krista?
sure. Yeah.
So, again, for the limited term positions, the academy positions, which is cell number 8, our cost sheet, looking at wages and cost for the 3 trainees, was it 68,000? You won't need to write this down. Wages and costs for the 2 limited term was 63. Academy costs for the full 5 was 32 for a total of 164,200. So that's about 44,000 lower than what you've estimated. However, looking at what we entered into OpenGov, we entered 191 and some change into OpenGov for about a $16,000 to $17,000 difference compared to what's up on the board there.
Except for, so that PCF data preloaded directly from our workforce system into your respective salary lines. So when we backed those positions out, we backed them out at the full amount. So I understand what you're saying in principle in terms of what you need.
Yeah.
But I don't know how much, though, of what you're talking about is already sitting on the extra higher line, because just embedded in the rest of your preloaded salary data at this time that we removed was the 208,000. So that's the part we're trying to reconcile. If there's
So you're looking at what you removed as opposed to what it's going to cost us to put people in?
So for example, that number does not include whatever, if they needed a desk, for example, right? Those items would be elsewhere in your budget. I'm just talking the salary and benefits for those 3 limited term positions right now.
Okay, I just want to make sure I'm understanding though, that 208 demonstrates what you removed from our budget, not what it's going to cost us to put those 5 through the academy.
That those are the directly direct salary and benefit without more. So your basic preloaded base data for salaries and benefits that are associated with those 3 positions is what that is. Not any of the other associated costs like post-training, anything like that.
Ben, you had a question?
I have a train of questions that follows a little bit what I was talking about yesterday. How many people do you have currently in the academy?
5.
5 currently. So this is going to the next year. So those 5, you say you have 4 empty slots right now that some of those 5 will be filling. So those slots, when do they graduate the academy?
I believe July or August.
And so you plan on refilling those positions in the academy as soon as those ones graduate?
Correct.
And you're saying you're going to have up to 9 open positions next year with retirees?
Well,
approximately.
We know about 3 or 4 that are actively either in the process of leaving through their own doings or not.
Right.
In addition to that, we know we have a known vacancy rate across the entire department of about 8 to 9. So we are trying to keep ahead by putting people, we're not going to overstaff, we're not going to overhire, but we are trying to stay ahead by plugging the 5 into the next academy. That doesn't mean all, and let me back up, we currently have 9 in the field training program. It doesn't mean all 9 of those are going to successfully complete the training program or probation. So what we are doing is we are repeatedly putting 5 through the academy to offset the known vacancy rate. Last year we put 11 into the academy, only 9 graduated. And in that same time we had other people that didn't pass probation from previous groups. We've had people retire, we've had people get released from employment for other reasons. So let me just be clear, our numbers are solid in so much as our staffing, our plan is good. We're not going to overhire, but we're not going to underhire to the extent that we're going to rely upon salary savings and work staff and start going through overtime and double time and all of the problems we've been enduring over the last several years due to not actively recruiting. Did I answer your question?
Yes.
Tell me what I didn't answer and I will clear it up for you.
You answered my question because you just filled those open slots where I was hoping to find some salary savings for the beginning part of the fiscal year to be able to offset that $208,000.
Well, let me, yeah, I mentioned this yesterday, Supervisor Stopper. Let me be clear. The fiscal year begins here roughly in a couple weeks. I mean, not technically till July, but these people aren't starting the academy until August. So there is a little bit of savings, but we did calculate that into our number, not necessarily the number that's up there, but the number we plugged in to OpenGov. If one of those people falls off for whatever reason, doesn't pass the academy, then obviously the day that happens, salary savings starts to occur.
To recur, yeah. Understood.
Supervisor Mills?
No, I just...
No? So Supervisor Toffenali?
Yeah. That's all nice and good, but we're going to fall back into what I mentioned earlier and had to do with code enforcement. And I'm looking at 101-00324. I'm on page 418, cannabis enforcement. This is the close to $1 million that we gave last year from the cannabis taxes to keep the enforcement, and this is, I think it was $984,000. We have to question whether we don't have that funding again this year, are we going to continue to fund this? And this is part of the general fund, again, that's part of the past urgency ordinance. We agreed to do it last year because we had those funds. So, Jim, we had that discussion last year during the budget time, whether we were going to continue that, and then now we hear that year's gone, or in front of us now. The CAO has recommended to do it, but not at that level. He has reduced some of the funds to $847,000. And that reduction has to do with service and supplies, some of it. It doesn't reduce the staff level or the salaries and wages. So I think it's a conversation the board needs to have, whether we want to continue funding this out of general fund. I know, Jim, but it's still a discussion I think we need to have with this board, because it was one-time funding that we did for the sheriff's office. And I'm not sure all of these are continuing, all these deputies are continuing under the enforcement, whether they're out doing other duties or so forth, that this money was supposed to be for. So I just want to bring it up, because if we pass this budget or the recommended budget, then we're agreeing to do it, and then we're going to run up against next year, and we don't know what's going to happen, where we're at looking forward. So,
If I could add, we did have this discussion with them last year, and we did make sure that we acknowledge that it was a single-year funding. I think we can make the same statement again this year. We don't know how long we'll be able to fund this. I think, Undersheriff, you're pretty bright and good in budgets. I think you understand where we're at. The challenge of illegal marijuana growing has not gone away. It seems to be getting more complex. I don't know how we can ensure public safety and not continue to do this, with the caveat that, Undersheriff, we don't know if we'll be able to continue this in the future. We have to find other places. At the time when we spoke to the sheriff about this last year, we said, if it gets cut, are we going to have to cut deputies, or can we shift them to someplace else? And we were assured that we could shift them to someplace else. That was a conversation. We kind of make the same statement again this year, or as asterisk.
Okay. I understand completely. If I could just provide some stats that you requested earlier, and I'll be brief because I know you want to get through this. In 2018, we eradicated 55 marijuana grows, executed 54 search warrants, 3 BHO labs, 74,000 marijuana plants and change. About 8,000 marijuana, about 8,000 pounds of marijuana, another 264 pounds of concentrated marijuana. But let me get to a couple of stats that I think you might be more interested in than that. The numbers of arrests were 24. The firearms seized were 23. We seized $51,000 in cash. This year to date, we've done 18 eradication sites, seized $32,000 in cash, seized 7 firearms, 10 arrests. I could go through a lot of stats with you guys, but I just want to make one note, because I know you're interested in cost recovery, and that was a topic of discussion with code enforcement. That doesn't involve one significant major case that extended beyond Calaveras County and actually extended internationally. We're certainly not going to count that money yet, but we're looking at the potential for a large asset seizure related to that case. That case was also a big time eater for staff. So I would like you to keep that in the back of your mind. We also have several other asset forfeiture cases, asset seizure cases that have not become forfeiture cases yet. I wouldn't balance your budget on that. I agree with a lot of the statements that were being made that this is not going to be a cost neutral. But I do want to let you know our Met team is working their tail off. There's a lot of time that goes into even getting one search warrant, an incredible amount of work to get to that point. And then obviously, I realize it's expensive with the cleanup. I was just before you yesterday with the contracts. But unfortunately, we did have marijuana prior to, but the urgency ordinance opened up this place significantly and changed the landscape, changed the culture, changed the number of grows, and we are still dealing with the results from that, and we're still going to need to continue to enforce things if you want regulation to work.
With that said, I'm going through your line items on this item.
Okay.
5271, which is professional and specialized services.
Yes.
Last year, we had a budget of $100,000 in it. You went through $126,000 year-to-date.
Correct.
It's been bumped up to $198,000, almost double what we had in it last year. What is...
That's the
we gave you a
removal contract.
contract, we gave you money for a contract, you came before for a contract, so what is this?
That's exactly what that is. That's the removal contractor. We wanted to have more than one. We ended up with one. We capped that one at 100, so we had to bump it up. And that, unfortunately, is what they're charging us to remove marijuana.
Is that Dirty Works one?
It is.
Dirty
Yes.
Works contractor,
Yes.
that's what that
Yes.
is.
And just so you
that
know,
reflects, so it was, okay.
Sorry.
So it was in your,
Yeah, but that's not what's causing us to go over. Oscar was mentioning helicopters because we utilize helicopter services, utilizing that fund as well as DEA, but the driver, and I think what you're asking for is what is driving that number?
Yes.
And it's the removal contractor that's driving that number.
Jim, years ago, I don't know, it's the same now, there was that asset forfeiture with marijuana, and the sheriff's office got to use those funds?
Correct.
How is that working now with the cash or the assets that you get off your eradication today?
So there's a couple of accounts, and the money goes back into those accounts, and then during the recession, we had to peel some of that money off and utilize it in order to save some jobs and also in order to fund some critical needs. There continues to be funding going in there, albeit it's a slow process. There's a court process that all of that money doesn't come to us. The DA gets a part of it as well. But that program, to answer your question, Supervisor Callaway, it was running high. It took a significant dip for years, and then when the urgency ordinance came up and we started having a lot more cases, we're starting to see that climb significantly again. We see some real assets as well that we have not sold at this point either, in addition to the homes that I was kind of alluding to. Again, I really don't want the board to count on that money to balance. I think that would be, but that is improving. I don't know.
I was just curious, I didn't know if we still could.
We do, yes.
line item 5701, capital equipment.
Okay.
You didn't have any in the budget last year, you didn't use any year-to-date, but we have a 9350 in there for it. Could that possibly be for a drone?
On page 419.
I'm on page 419.
Yes, that was part of what was budgeted for the drone.
So what we had up here, you're asking the extra for, the 14,000?
The drone was split between, was it 3 budget units?
Correct. It was split.
It was what?
It was split between multiple budget units. Did you want to split?
What was the total cost on that drone?
Yeah.
17,000 is the total cost.
So we still have this in the recommended budget. Sorry, Gary.
Yeah, go ahead. No, that's fine.
Krista, will you take us back to the spreadsheet?
No, we made you can see if you look at 5701, which I grant you as a challenge here, you can see the reduction from department requested. This might have been the budget unit in which approximately a little more than 50% of that was budgeted. The other two, I think, had 4.5 or $4,500 in each, and then this one had the balance of whatever that overall capital asset cost is.
Oh, you requested it, okay, all right. It wasn't CAO, okay, that's fine. All right, those are all the questions I had.
Krista, can you bring back up that spreadsheet page? Okay. figure out how to bring us to some sort of agreement here. If it's, let's do this, line 8. Does the board support the trainees budget item?
Do you want to poll?
This was poll, we'll just hammer it out.
Well, and before we do that, I want to point out that the red number at the bottom, we're $345,000 short of 1.6 million. If you take all those up, we're 345 short. So at some point, if you want to maintain the 1.6, you're going to have to find 345 out of that to bring us back to 1.6.
Let's go through this exercise and see what that ends up looking like, and then we may have to go through it all again. So, trainees. Supervisor Callaway.
Yes.
I am very sorry, Susan. Supervisor Callaway.
Yes.
Supervisor Mills.
Yes.
Supervisor Stopper.
Yes.
Supervisor Toffenelli.
Yes.
I'm a yes also, so that stays in. Captain's position. We'll go the opposite direction this time. Supervisor Toffenelli. Uh-oh.
At this time, no. I would be open to revisit it when we come back to final budget in September, when we have all the final numbers in front of us.
Okay. Supervisor Stopper.
I will concur with Gary on that one for now.
Supervisor Mills.
Yes.
Supervisor Callaway.
I agree with Gary.
So that's no. I'm a yes, 3-2. That is, fails. So take out the captain's position with the asterisk. We'll revisit it at year end. If things change, we could take that up. 2 new vehicles. We will start with Supervisor Mills this time.
Yes.
Supervisor Stopper.
It's the only other way we can get the other half. So, I mean, for now until September, we'll revisit it in September. For now, it's a no.
Supervisor Toffenelli.
I'm in agreement with that.
Supervisor Callaway.
Yes.
I'm a yes too, so that's approved 3-2. Hostage negotiation telephone on line number 11. Supervisor Supervisor Callaway.
Under Sheriff, could you, I understand what that is, the critical nature of that at this time?
Yes.
It is a yes, it's a critical nature at this time?
It is. The one we have is incredibly old, and that's why we listed it on critical needs. We had a really incredible incident recently where our negotiator was able to pull somebody out of a vehicle. I'm real hesitant to get into the technological capabilities of this phone, but it gives us the ability to make decisions quicker. There is a cost savings also, not only a life savings, but a potential cost savings to this equipment. If I know a person's not armed, it affects my decision. Therefore, we don't have 10 to 15 people on overtime for 6 hours or 3 hours during a negotiation. So am I going to tell you this phone's going to save a bunch of money? No, but I want to walk you through that process. It also, we have people that will refuse to talk to us or don't have a phone where they're at in a vehicle or in a home. It allows us to establish communications with them. And the one we have is really, really, really old, and I'm told it's not even working anymore.
Okay.
To what extent, I don't know.
I'm a yes.
Supervisor Mills.
Yes.
Supervisor Stopper.
Yes.
Supervisor Toffenelli.
Yes.
Supervisor Garamendi is a yes. That is approved. Next item is drone.
Question on the drone. I understand the drone costs 17,000. Did I hear that correctly? So if the drone cost 17 and 9,000 was already budgeted?
No, it wasn't budgeted, it wasn't denied by the CAO.
Oh,
That was a
right,
request.
got it. Okay. All right, thank you.
It's going to be mostly used in your district
It's going to mostly be used in my district?
on search and rescue.
God.
Search and rescue.
Lost tourists.
I don't know.
There's a lot of reasons in
I
search
don't-
and rescue to
I
use it.
understand that.
All right, we'll start. Who would like to start?
Yes.
Supervisor Mills is yes for drones. Supervisor Callaway.
Jim?
Do you want me to speak more to the drone, perhaps?
Yeah, please.
We already have a drone. Okay, we already have a drone. This one, the reason they're requesting it is it has night capabilities. The ones we have does not have night vision or heat or FLIR capabilities. So therefore, our drone program shuts down after hours.
So is,
The height.
is that something we could, if it's mostly used in the upper Highway 4 corridor, we could split the cost with Alpine County?
I mean, I could certainly reach out to the sheriff,
I mean-
but I don't know that, I got to be honest with you, I don't know what he would say.
Rick?
I don't know what he would say.
Alpine County Sheriff.
Yeah, I don't know what he would say, and I wouldn't want to, if there could be
Okay.
issues if it's broken or misused or
Okay.
disappeared when we need it. And to be honest with you, it's going to be used all over the county. It's going to be used on a case-by-case basis, as you know.
Isn't this an AB 443 item?
If that's your recommendation, then we will listen to it.
Okay, we've got a, Marita, how do you want to go?
Yes.
Supervisor Toffenali?
I'm a yes. He didn't mention to Maria too that the current drone that they have only goes about 15 feet in elevation.
No, I need to clarify that. It goes much higher. That was
You can't see.
That was the level I showed you on that video where we used it. That was just the elevation we had it at for that particular event. It goes much higher.
Okay, all right.
Supervisor Toffenali?
Yes.
Supervisor Stopper?
Yes.
And I'm a yes too. We got a drone. So we are a little under our contingency goal, but are there other items for the sheriff we want to take on at this time? Seeing none, I'm assuming we're all good. Supervisor Stopper, yep. Thank you very much, Under Sheriff Macedo. Appreciate it.
So for a point of clarification, I understand the process and appreciate everything that was just done here, but in our discussions about the 100,000 for the coroner and the 200,000 for county council, those were to be placed in contingency if they need to come back. However, that doesn't exist now, so I just want to, and I fully understand the process. I just want to make clear that there's an understanding that which we had talked about earlier with the actions taken now have unwound what our recommendation was for those two reductions.
Well, we aren't going to be able to take out all the tax collector's office.
Oh, we haven't even got there yet. We can try.
We can't take it out
I guess,
Yeah, but
my thought is that this is just preliminary.
yes,
I meant,
that's right.
so I don't get all hooked up on this budget until the governor's final budget comes out. And so for me, I don't spend a lot of nickel diming on what you said. I think is valid, and it's things that we should keep in mind. But to me, the real work for this board's going to come when we do the budget, the final budget versus the final budget. I mean, that's sort of been my philosophy.
And I agree with Marita. When we get to final budget, we'll have final numbers and we'll know exactly where we're at, and then we can go back. So,
And I understand I promoted that in my introductory presentation when I said we were very conservative and the reason why we took that approach. My ask, and I'll remind you at final as well, that we pay the contingency first before we consider ads, that we focus on the policies that have been approved and put that money back in place first as a priority, and then any other potential things that may come up in terms of requests at that point in time.
Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. Sheriff. Oscar, welcome aboard.
Thank you.
Congratulations, you got one budget done.
But don't spend the money yet.
What was the previous guy's name that did this job?
We had Maria Hinsey.
Huh?
We had Maria Hinsey, and prior to that, we had Mr. Brandon Cody.
Yeah, Mr. Brandon Cody, yes.
Yeah, that's down by you.
No.
All right, treasurer tax collector.
Young guy.
Are there questions or changes to the CAO's recommended budget to the treasurer tax collectors?
She said no, there is no.
No questions and no changes, not from you, from us.
I agree with the CAO's recommendation.
She got everything she wanted.
She did.
Probably the only one.
She got everything she asked for, maybe not wanted.
So
She got her window, so.
Are there any questions for her?
No.
Is there any changes to her budget?
Yeah,
Very well.
I want the
Madam
glass back.
Tax collector? Treasurer tax collector? You're good.
Thank you.
Special districts.
Forget my address.
I got questions.
Dennis?
Yeah, on page 460, we have CSA 2 bar 20. And on page 469, we have CSA 2 bar 20. Those kind of work together, so I really don't have a problem with that. But I'm missing the first page on CSA 4 diamond 20.
Did you run?
I don't have a first page here for some reason.
You're banking on the treasurer tax collector taking more than 2 minutes?
Well, I think the feed's a little behind
No,
too.
if I could just, I figured out that, it's, bar 20 split up between 2 different spots in the budget book, but I just need that first page for Diamond 20, and then we're good. Unless you can tell me where it is.
It's in the treasurer tax collector's,
Is that where it went?
Supervisor Mills, what page are you on?
If you look
460?
at the first page for CSA 2 is on page 460.
Okay.
The last page for CST 2 is on page 469. It's kind of split up between CSA 12 and everybody else. CSA 1.
Gotcha.
But when I get to CSA 4, I don't have the first page.
Okay.
If you want to just send it to me, that's fine.
Yeah, I'll be happy to follow up and send you a revised copy.
Okay. That's all I have.
Okay.
No other questions? Anybody want to adjust the CAO's recommended budget?
Well, I got something additionally to think about.
Just get done.
Last year,
Is this to do with the CAO, with the special districts?
no, sir.
Okay, so let me wrap that
Hold
up.
up.
Sorry, Dennis.
Yeah, that's right.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
We're good to go. And I think, is your point
Hey, Josh.
to the budget?
Yes, yes.
Okay.
the money's in CAO's budget.
My question would be, because this is all centering around these vacant positions, and there's a lot of vacant positions at like 10%. To the auditor, on the total unfunded PERS in the budget, this current budget, these are the total numbers that you've come up with roughly for unfunded liabilities.
This is the amount that CalPERS told us we have to pay them regardless of what happens here at the county. So that's for the 1920 fiscal year. It's about 4.4, I don't have it sitting in front of me.
Just a rough number's fine.
4.4 across the entire budget and about 2.1-ish,
A little higher than that.
2.2, something, 2.4, is in the general fund. So, kind of, if you've listened to me over the last several years, I keep saying the PERS is just going to go up and up and up. So we are going to see probably within the next 3 years, that number is going to be close to 6. So it's like 5.8.
So in other words, what we're looking at is that by 2023 roughly, we could be in the almost $6 million range with that
Yes.
number.
Yes, and
So-
it keeps going up from there.
But the reality is that even vacant positions are PERSable.
So the unfunded liability it really stems from all of the classic positions. So if you think about the Public Employee Pension Reform Act, PEPRA, when that went into play, a line got drawn. And so if you were hired prior to that day, you're considered a classic PERS member. If you were hired after that day, you're considered a PEPRA member. The whole premise with a PEPRA member is you, and this is the theory, it's not completely true, but we'll just say it's the theory. If you're a PEPRA member, you as the employer are paying for 50% of your costs, and the employer is going to pay for 50% of your costs. So the theory is going forward, there is no unfunded liability.
Right.
On classic employees, that is not even remotely correct. What happened was classic employees, the employee would pay their prior to PEPRA, the counties and the agencies would actually pay for 100% of all of the PERS costs. Then when PEPRA went into play, we legally couldn't do that. So the employee, if you're a non-safety member, would pay 7%, and you would never pay anything more than that. The employer would pay the rest of it. And if you were a safety member, the employee would potentially pay 9%, and the employer would pay for everything else. What has happened throughout the years is CalPERS realized, well, gosh, we haven't actually generated enough money to pay for the benefits because these are defined benefits. So it's irrelevant how the market went, it's irrelevant how long you paid into the system, it's irrelevant that you lived until you were 107 and so did your spouse. It doesn't matter. You're going to get 2% at 55 or whatever the tier is in the calculation when you fall under that classic criteria or PEPRA criteria. So PERS realized, mainly in the recession, I think, is where it really hit, that they don't have sufficient assets to actually make those benefits whole. So that's where PEPRA came into play. So when it all first started happening, what the counties and cities and anyone who dealt with PERS, the actuary rates started going way up. So we used to have maybe like an 11% employer contribution. Well, then that went to 14, and then it went to up and up and up. Same thing with safety. Safety is much, much higher because their tier is, at the time it was 3% at 50, which is a much different payout. So when that kind of happened for a few years, and then PERS goes, well, shoot, even with these increased actuary rates, we're not generating enough assets to pay. So then they came up with this lump sum concept, which basically says, we don't care what you're paying your people anymore. We need to pay for this unfunded liability, because the unfunded liabilities for us is like $70 million. So how do we pay $70 million when you're only paying, maybe $1 million, maybe, depending on how the market did in that particular year? You're never going to pay it off, right? It's like only paying interest on your mortgage and never paying the principal off. So what they went to is this unfunded liability lump sum payment that all agencies are having to pay. It started with the safety contract, and then it went to the miscellaneous contract. Now we're even finding that they finally admitted there's actually an unfunded liability for PEPRA employees as well. So much smaller. But there is also an unfunded liability for PEPRA. But the biggest part is on the miscellaneous contract and on the safety contract. So until that gets paid off, you will have this very large lump sum payment that has to happen. But that was all premised on all these classic employees, many of which don't even work here anymore, many of which have been replaced by PEPRA members. So how do you pay for those positions? So we looked at this for 1920 and we said, what's the most equitable way in order to spread the costs? And every jurisdiction has tried to figure out what's an equitable way to cost this out. So what we decided to do was look at the total approved positions that are on the books and spread and look at what their base wages would be for those respective positions, and then spread the costs on a prorated basis by those positions. If you have a bunch of vacant positions, we're still going to charge you for the vacant positions because you might fill them tomorrow. You might not fill them for a year, but the reality is their portion of the unfunded liability existed because you had that position filled at some point. Could have been 10 years ago. It's kind of irrelevant at this point. All of that was a way for us to figure out how is the best way to allocate those costs. So now there's a shift because what was on the approved position list is going to be different for final budget likely. So what we'll have to do is look at that from a final budget perspective, probably do a true up of the allocation of the lump sum allocation. So we're trying to incentivize departments that if you have vacant positions and they've been vacant and it's likely you're not going to fill those positions, you probably want to give them up and pass those costs on to departments that actually have positions that they're going to fill.
Let me continue on that because that's where I wanted to go is that I would strongly recommend where I look at the 16, 17, 17, 18, 18, 19 budgets, and all three of them are sitting with these 59 vacant positions that have been here year over year over year. Those positions at an all-in cost calculation of $87,500, it represents $5.162 million in our budget. That in essence is hidden money that's not being spent. It's just hidden within departments. So we're sitting here trying to work out a $1.6 million differential, and we've got all of this sitting here. I know if you pull those out, we're going to have to recalculate the PERS unfunded. We're going to have to recalculate a lot of those other numbers. But the point is that is skewing our decision process.
And when it's in a non-general fund budget unit, it's not as catastrophic, I guess. Right. When it's in the general fund, it really is encumbering monies that could be available for the board to make decisions other than what they're making. And that's the problem.
So I want to just recommend strongly that we focus on the general fund departments first and looking for those vacant positions that we just can't seem to fill. They're just sitting there drawing into our accounts and in essence, like I said before, skewing our result. So I'm just asking the board and the CEO to really seriously look at that and see if that can be one of the methods that we use to, in essence, true ourselves up. And it's going to get worse over the years as we have more or a greater burden on the unfunded liabilities that will skew us even more. So I'm just asking for that to be a consideration before we get to final, so we can look at that in some way and get some understanding of it.
Yeah, not all those 59 positions aren't general fund.
No.
A number of them are.
No.
But as Marita knows, when recession hit, we did this before. We put in the sheriff's office had what they call a parking lot. Yeah, but we've done this before, and it may be time that we need to do this again and go through and pick out the ones that have been vacant for many years, you just can't seem to, and not carry that in those budgets, because we are looking for money. If you look up here and we're at that point, I think if we can, even if there's 20 that are general fund, we can look out and come back maybe in July or September at the final budget and clear those out. We may be in better shape than what we think.
Yeah.
But it's not something that's unprecedented. We have done this before.
And what you two will recall is it was even worse back then because not only did we have positions on the books that were funded and vacant. We had positions on the books that were unfunded.
Correct.
And so it was nearly impossible for HR and I to try to weed through to figure out which ones are funded and which ones weren't and which ones are going to generate a savings. And so to do that massive cleanup, as much as it hurt, and departments did not want to do it, we had to get out ahead of that. So at least now we have a pretty decent internal policy that if you unfund a position, then that position is coming to the board as part of the budget to delete it. So I think for the most part, we're only going to be dealing with funded vacant positions, but they've been vacant year over year.
So,
Supervisor Callaway?
so if, picking up on what Gary said, if we park in parking lot.
No parking lot.
No,
No parking lot.
Don't
Don't
start
ever do that parking lot again. That was worse than just leaving it on.
well, the reason we parking lot is because the process to establish a position
We fixed
was
all that.
cumbersome.
So we fixed that. So we have tried to make a much easier process with HR and administration and the board in order to streamline that process.
So if at the end of what I'm hearing you say, at the end of the budget year, because going way to Brent's time, if there were positions that were unfunded on the books, they had to be dropped. And that's what I'm hearing you say now.
That's what we're currently doing. So now what we're running into is there are positions on the books that are funded, but they're vacant. So what's happening is there are dollars that are locked in all of these respective budgets that no one else can touch because they are tied to a position that's not going to be filled. That's where we're running into a problem now.
When you say not touched, you mean that we can't even use it for a contingency, we
No.
can't use it for anything, it's.
Because you've appropriated the
and-
dollars.
and I
It's been
want-
appropriated, that's
I
correct.
really want a serious look at that and try to unwind that and get some reality to what that is, because of what it has caused us in our contingency problems over the last 2-3 years that I've been here. So, is there any other discussion on this?
Thank you.
So two points with that. The first would be, just thinking out loud, I'm not sure if the right time to do it is final, but in next year's budget. And the reason is because there are some budget managers that have vacant positions that programmed in salary savings, and that's in OpenGov. So it's accounted for in some ways, not all of them, but we're half in and we're half out. So the new budget year, especially with the learning we've had going through this process, would be, I think, the most appropriate place to start it as a standard, that if it's open for a certain period of time, or if you've recruited for it for a certain period of time, or you're not trying to recruit for it, it's out. And that has to come back then through a budget request process if they want to continue to have the position, but we pull them out automatically. That's my first comment. The second piece would be, I know it's most important in the general fund, but we have a living concept here of department heads, and I don't want to attribute it to any one particular department head, but the idea that, well, we're on an island. Well, we're not. No department in the county is on an island, regardless of how they're funded. So they need to follow purchasing and procurement policies, personnel policies, budget development policies. So if we start pulling out particular departments and having specialized rules, then it creates competition amongst the departments and some animosity that I think, as long as we develop thoughtful, rational budget development requirements that apply to all departments, then that makes sense. And we don't run into issues here where one particular department says, yeah, but I have all this other money over here, so I'm part general fund, so I'll just cover all this stuff over here. We just have the same rules for every department head in budget development, and we give you a true picture next year coming in of what that really looks like. And they can make the request through this hearing process if they have a good justification.
Okay.
And to that degree, one of the phrases that I hear over the years, and it makes the hair stand on the back of my neck stand up, is when someone will bring something forward to the board and they'll say, but there's no general fund impact. Like, that's the blessing. And I will say, and that drives me insane. for a multitude of reasons. But what I will say is anytime, and it doesn't matter if you as a board add a position in Health and Human Services, which is non-general fund, or Public Works, which is non-general fund, or you do reclasses or equity adjustments in non-general fund, and it says no impact to general fund.
It does.
It does. It absolutely impacts the general fund because it adds to the unfunded liability of our pension. It adds to the overall insurance, and it's not a one-for-one. So it's not like costs are only going to be spread to that respective non-general fund department. It contributes to the overall picture, which then ultimately goes back to the general fund. So there is always a cost to the general fund, no matter what you do.
Thank you. Thank you.
That was a great conversation.
Thank you.
And really important. I want to, as we wrap up the budget, did you have another question?
I got one more that I'd like to pull the board on, because last year, Rebecca, you were involved and I was involved, I don't remember who else, was in establishing PARs.
Yes.
And that's an investment pool that is available to us to offset PERS.
That was the IRS 115 fund.
Right.
And the board had given direction they had approved it. They had given direction to the administrative office to go ahead and engage with PARS. That was the selection after we did the selection process, and then they gave direction to go ahead and sign the contract. The piece that was missing was appropriating funds in order to go into PARS. There is a fund that's sitting idle, earning pooled treasury interest, which is not as good as what we could earn if we moved the money over to PARS. And so my recommendation at the time was to take the money out of that fund and use that as the seed money to go to the IRS 115 PARS trust.
And I'm asking the poll board to do exactly that and to make that happen. I am one who is not in PERS, I'm in PARS. And I just see this as a vehicle that we built it, we have it here, let's use it. So I'm asking the board to approve moving that.
I don't know, how much money are we talking about? What's
It's
the fund?
If you're talking about 27th
Yeah.
payroll, 1.5 approximately.
1.5 million.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's the 27th.
Yeah.
It's the 27th payroll / PERS smoothing fund. So money was put aside for two purposes. One was to pay for the 27th payroll that happens every once in a while, and we just had one last fiscal year before that. I don't know, we had one a little while ago. And then the second reason is there was a year that we actually had more cash carry than what the administration had anticipated. So they took a chunk of that cash carry and they pushed it into that 27th payroll PERS smoothing fund. And that was to offset the imminent increases of PERS. So that was the whole premise of it, which is exactly what we're talking about today. The thing to understand is just because you put it into the PARS trust, the IRS 115 fund, it doesn't mean that's it, we can never look at it again. It just has to sit there, and it can only be used to pay for our future pension costs. Okay. We could use it, so if we said, ooh, we're having an issue, in 2021, and we just need a stopgap, we could theoretically go ahead and release a portion of those funds to PERS in order to offset that. So it's still our money, but it's in trust. And what kind of breaks my heart is it's sitting in our pooled treasury, which our treasurer does a wonderful job at doing the investments, and we always earn positive interest. However, we could make more interest if it was outside of our treasury.
What is the total again? I'm sorry.
1.5-ish.
I'm not against this. I'm sorry. I'm not against this at all. I would like to see, because it's transfer. We are in budget. I understand we can do a lot of things right now, but I would like to see it. What the total is, but
I agree.
I don't have any objection to it.
I'd rather let the CAO and the auditor bring it back to us in a format that is a little more holistic than this.
So you were asking for a poll
To do that, to get this motion going, because it's part of budget, so that you folks can understand, the 1.87 in LAIF right now?
Do Dennis, you want that final budget, or are you making a motion to move that money now?
No, and final budget,
Okay.
so we get it together so that they can have that ability to do that. Right now, it's sitting in a very low interest account, and PARS is substantially better. It's almost lunacy to have it sitting the way it's sitting right now, knowing the vehicle we have just waiting to park it.
So we got a poll before the board.
Yeah, it would be better to bring it back at final budget than it would be a separate item.
Right, that's what I'm asking
Because you
for,
would
is that
need a
final.
4/5 vote.
Okay, so the poll is to bring it back to final budget. Supervisor Toffenali?
Yeah.
Supervisor Topper?
Yes.
Supervisor Mills?
Yes.
Supervisor Callaway?
Okay.
Kennedy, yes.
So we'll prepare something for the September budget hearings, correct? As part of the September budget hearings for that?
Well, when we bring it back, if we could have a...
I guess what I'm saying is, I'm not adverse to all that, but just to bring it back at budget, I'd rather we just had maybe an agenda discussion on it, so when it comes back, we'd be prepared to act if that's what we choose to do, versus making it a topic of the budget, so.
So the only caveat is, the board already took an action on the entire thing, the whole thing. The only thing the board did not take an action on is the appropriation of the money in order to move it. It was a loose discussion, and I am fine, because I don't think you were on the board when PARS came. And so what I would say is, my preference would be not to have it be its own separate board item. My preference would be to
For me to
have
come in and talk to you and then.
No, but we could have a discussion as part of the budget hearing, and we can include that information as part of your staff packet related to the budget.
Okay. So maybe
as
I
opposed to
better
a
come
whole
in
nother
and
item.
She wasn't,
Talk to you, since,
she wasn't on the board
She
when PARS
wasn't on
came.
the
It was
board,
2017.
yeah. But that's the only action, there's really no other action. So, but I can gather all that information for
I'll
you.
come
Yeah.
talk to you, we'll have to decide.
Thank you very much,
You're
and thank you for all your work with the CAO, and I want to thank everybody who worked on this budget and put it together on behalf of the board. I think we owe you a round
Give
of
them all
applause.
kudos.
Thank you very much, everybody.
Thank you. Kudos.
Okay, that wraps up that item. Announcements. I'm sorry. Supervisor Callaway?
Just to get back to the capital improvements.
Yes, we're going to work on it.
Did we approve that 30,000?
We did.
Or can I get it back?
You can't get
Can't
it.
have it. You can't have it.
You could fight for it, but
Okay, that's fine.
hold on. Supervisor Toffenali has an idea before we wrap up the budget.
Well,
Gary's gonna fight you
we
for it.
have this sheet that was passed out to us. I don't think we did anything with.
Yeah, we did. Along the
Were we
way.
supposed to go through this and?
No, those are all in the,
Those were all, okay.
Gary's
was my
not gonna
question.
fight you for it.
All right, good deal. Then we will, Supervisor Toffenali, you good? All right, we'll wrap up that item. Next item.
Supervisor announcements. In compliance with AB 1234, chaptered as Government Code Section 53232.3D, board members shall provide brief reports on meetings they attended at the expense of the local agency at the next regular meeting of the legislative body. This report is required to include meetings attended for which there has been expense reimbursement, such as mileage, meals, lodging, etc., but may also, at the board member's discretion, include any other meeting attended by the supervisor on behalf of the county.
Who would like to begin?
I'll
Supervisor
get it
Mills.
over with. Saturday the 1st, attended the wildfire discussion with CAL FIRE at Altaville. Monday the 3rd, CMCAA's meeting. That's where we selected Stacy Johnston to be the new executive director, and also PG&E at Frogtown. And Wednesday the 5th, there was COG meeting here. 6th Thursday, at an RCD meeting here. 8th Saturday, Copper's Homecoming, and Monday the 10th, CSA 2 and Angels Camp.
Supervisor Topper, anything? Supervisor Toffenali?
I was in attendance of the COG meeting, and I missed the Mountain Valley EMS meeting, JPA meeting this morning to be here. So that's my announcement.
Supervisor Callaway?
Nothing to report.
I have one item to report. I did go down and meet with the State Director of BLM on May 30th. I went down and I appreciate the work the staff did. I felt well prepared. I met with their legislative director, their regional director, their field office director. We talked about the Butte Fire trees and the work that we did as a county to ameliorate that risk. They said they would send me a formal letter, but I believe the answer for reimbursement is no. We also spoke to the director of the BLM in Washington, D.C. We had hopes. That said, they are very pleased with the work that we've got going on in Calaveras County. It is not perfect, but we are far ahead of other areas in our region. I suggested that the state director come and do a tour of the work, and I've gone up and looked at some of the work that we're doing. It's very impressive. It is our hope that because we are doing so well, if we could become a poster child for how communities can work with BLM to clear up the mess of their forests, we could move things forward. So perhaps in the long run, things will even out for our initial investment, but it was something important. I know my community thanks this board for supporting it, and I thank this board for supporting it. I hope that we're able to come up with a partnership with BLM. I've decided that the carrot and working with them is better than kicking them, since kicking certainly got us nowhere before. So it was a positive meeting, and I will keep you guys informed so that when and if the state director comes up, perhaps we could all join on the tour of the projects that are going on.
To that point, the Resource Conservation District members met with Matt Reed with Congressman McClintock's office yesterday for the purpose of discussing how to begin to take some local control over BLM lands that are landlocked and along roadways here in our county. And that conversation will move forward. They're setting up a meeting with BLM as well. So we should keep each other posted on what's going on with that as well.
I didn't get the feeling there was a lot of appetite at the state level, but this is kind of a big federal issue.
It's a federal issue,
exactly. It'll be nice to all sides.
And the RCD has a unique place because they're federally funded, that they might be able to take some of the local control over these parcels. So more to come on that, and we'll just keep everybody informed.
And if you guys ever want to go see some really cool projects that are going on and thinning out some of that BLM land, I'm happy to take you up to Railroad Flat, right by the cemetery there on Independence.
You buying lunch?
Sure, I'll buy you lunch at Railroad Flat. Very well, then we will stand adjourned. Thank you very much. Oh, wait.
Thank you.
Oh, sorry. Staff reports. Thank you. CEO, do you have anything to add?
Not at this hour, no. Thank you for all the engagement in the budget process, and I appreciate you tolerating 6 weeks on the job and trying to wade through all of this. So,
good job. Madam Counselor. Madam Clerk.
I have a question. Don't you allow public comment on the...
We had public comment at the beginning.
Yeah, but you shut me up and told me I couldn't comment until IHSS.
You know what? I'm going to make an exception. Bonnie, you have your 3 minutes.
Thank you.
We want to go out on a positive note today.
I hope you guys find some extra money somewhere. The IHSS funding formula consists of $1 of county money, $2 of state money, and $3 of federal money. The IHSS employees have not negotiated a contract since 2007. The county has not supplied any additional funding for this program since 2009. We need $200,000 of general fund contingencies or teeter money to provide an overdue, well-deserved raise for 330 home care workers in Calaveras County. That's why I feel that you need to find a few bucks here and there, and I was real hopeful that somehow it would be addressed some point, and I don't think it was in the HS, Health and Human Services budget. I think I'm the only person you're going to ever hear talking about this. We don't have a union that's worth anything. They have not stepped forward in 10 years to ask for a pay raise for these workers that have been neglected, ignored, and disrespected. $200,000 of county money would generate $1 million in state and federal funding. That would give the home care workers $2 above minimum wage, which we earned in 2009. But because of the neglect that our union has given us, we've not been able to progress and get any increase in wages, any changes in benefits, or any respect. So I'd just like to remind you all that you've been allowed additional monies over the years from the Community First Choice option monies that was intended to give home care workers a raise, but the county chose to spend it on whatever you chose to spend it in the general fund. Thank you for your time. Don't forget the 330 home care workers that you may need someday. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Bonnie, and thank you for your patience over these 2 days. Appreciate it. Ladies and gentlemen, we stand adjourned. We stand adjourned or we are adjourned?